Three, two, one.
God bless everybody. God bless you. How y'all feeling? How y'all feeling? How my mic sound? Mic check J Rich. Mic check J Rich. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? No sound. No sound? What? Oh man, y'all said it was no sound. I'm gonna get you, Imam. I'm gonna get you. You had me thinking like, what? What's going on? God bless everybody, man. I appreciate y'all for coming over and joining me at the Word and I. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If you joining us from Brother Life's Live, I think he's still probably going on. God bless you, Kenwell. I think he probably still got it going on over there. Hold on, let me fix this in my ear. Yeah. All right. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Show some love. Show some love. Or I'm going to get Imam claws on you. I'm going to get Imam claws on you. You know y'all don't want him on you. You know you don't want Imam claws on you. You don't want to cross paths with him. But let's get into it. Once again, welcome. I got a little new subject right up here. Who do the Muslims worship? Who do the Muslims worship? I kind of ran this argument the other day, and they really don't know. I mean, they have an idea. Mohammed. You can definitely say that. You can definitely say that they worship Muhammad. But they have a concept in their mind of who they worship, but they really don't have no tangible evidence of who they worship. Unlike Christians, we know exactly who we worship. You know, he have actually manifested himself, presented himself to his creation. So we wouldn't have a doubt about who we worship and who he is and how he revealed his nature, his character, etc. to us. The Muslims, they don't know. Their Allah is outside of space, time, matter. never entered this creation, never left a telltale sign or a stamp of approval of who they worship. They're going to tell us that we worship the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Who do you think? Yeah, that leaves a bit of a conundrum. That means you have to go and review and glean back to the old prophets and what the prophets revealed about the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But they deny the previous scriptures. So it leaves them only in the circular argument. That's what the Quran does. It leaves you with nothing but circular arguments. Only way that you could provide evidence of what they believe in, they only can use the Quran. And that's a bad position. And that's a very, very, very bad position. So I see Imam Claus in the building. If you want to join me over on TikTok, you know you always welcome. And we're going to get the party started. Oh, I think I've been shadow banned on TikTok. So if it go a little slow to begin, I think we're going to have everyone tap the likes, share, do whatever you can to promote the live stream, because I've been shadow banned because I got a violation a while back, and it seemed like they restricted my live. A lot of people say they don't get my notifications and things like that anymore. So that's how it's going on TikTok. But if we have any Muslims in the chat on YouTube, let me know, and maybe we can jump on YouTube and have some conversations. So about to go live on TikTok. See what we got. And see what we got. How y'all been, man? It's been a minute. Oh, life just ended. Okay. Life might join me over on TikTok. Can y'all hear me on TikTok? Can y'all hear me? Let's start liking the stream. Let's start liking, tapping the screen. Get some likes up in this joint. What's up, DJ Roll? DJ Roll in the building. My guy, DJ MK Don. Appreciate the subscribe, M Leo. Appreciate the subscribe on YouTube. If you haven't already, subscribe to my channel. Subscribe to my channel. Let's get it on TikTok. All right, Kaya, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Good to have you here, Kaya. Let's get some likes up in this piece. We want to know today is, who do Muslims worship? Who does Muslims worship? Alyssa G. Yeah, you are everywhere. You are everywhere. What's good, Drake? God bless you, bro. Let's keep tapping the screen. Let's keep tapping the screen. Got the number one kafir in the building. What's up, Pablo?
He's back.
Oh, man. Chris Claus removed you. Why you do him like that, Chris Claus? Who do Muslims worship? Who do Muslims worship? Don't do my boy Pablo like that, man. Don't do Pablo like that, Chris Claus.
You know what, Mom?
What?
How it is.
I was gonna say he couldn't be the first one up here. I had to drop him so I could get up here. He's a lot quicker than I am.
Oh man.
Oh, what's up, Paul Bishop? Paul Bishop in the chat. What's up, Paul Bishop? You know, if I missed you, I ain't diss you, bro. You know, I ain't diss you. I got all.
I noticed he just passes over you, Paul. But salam al-masih to you, Paul. Yeah, I just got up on stage, so I'm saying hi to everybody that I see. I don't exclude people when they come into the room, like the word now.
Oh man, come on, let me make it. Let me make it.
I
Let me
just
make
want
it.
to say salam alaikum to everybody. I'm gonna be in the chats. God bless.
No, 2 Timothy, you can't speak in public. Cool.
Oh my goodness. Well, you know what? All I can say is Anna, whatever, and all that above. God bless.
Now I have to do the same. Salam Masih to everybody. Salam Masih to you guys. And wow, dude, can we please deliver a message to the Dawa gang that we need to debate them instead of playing debate among each other? Can we give them real challenge, a real challenger instead?
I don't know, Paul Bishop. It's kind of fun hearing them debate because some of them start sounding like us. Some of them
That's
start using
right.
our arguments against their own brothers.
And some of them are starting actually to takfir each other.
Yes.
I am going to
God bless you,
review
DJ.
tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, it's gonna be fun.
Oh, fantastic. Yo, did you guys see the one I posted? I know you guys watched the one Drake posted, but did you see the one that I got?
It was like 30 minutes.
Paul? Yeah.
Yeah, I think I watched that one too.
Yeah, Nate Giff also has a recording of it too. So like, there's like numerous amounts of Christians that got that recording.
Sweet. But Paul specifically, because they kept mentioning you, I got like 30 minutes before Drake's. Did you see that one, Paul?
Oh yeah, it was gold, man.
Oh my goodness. They are so mad. They don't know if Jesus called Allah Father, and they don't know what to make of the Injil. And then for some dumb reason, because wisdom is always faster than them, and they try to catch it, Wassam decides to bring up child marriage.
Yeah.
Dude, I kid you not. I do have 3
Oh my
Christians
goodness.
DMing me that they got different than you guys, like different than the ones that we among our group, sending me DMs like, how do we send you the recording? How do we send you the recording? I'm like, wow, this is amazing. That's so yeah.
It is fantastic. They are, man, it was so funny. I forget which recording it was, but I think it was Drake's recording like the day before that, when one of them said, people like Logic are right. You guys are throwing the scholars under the bus.
Yes. That was hilarious, bro.
Amazing.
We got someone on the panel. K Real, what's up?
I was just here in the chitter chat.
Are you a
Sent the
Muslim?
request up. Of course, I'm a Louisiana Creole Muslim indigenous person.
A Louisiana Creole Muslim. Is that your
we're
own
the first
sect?
Muslims on this land.
You-
We are the
Before
first
you
Muslims
start
on this
anywhere, I need the crawfish soup recipe. That's what I want.
land. YouTube, I made it yesterday. I made a crawfish boil yesterday. It's not hard.
Oh wow.
You can find a lot of recipes, because they show you the processes. You can watch it, especially if you mess up cooking. You can watch the steps on YouTube.
Yeah. So is crawfish halal then, according to the Torah?
I don't follow the Torah, but the Islamic law, anything that's in the water is halal.
Man, and this goes a perfect segue into the topic. Who do Muslims worship?
Allah. We worship Allah, the creator, the distresser, the warner, the one who gives us sustenance, the one who provides rain. You know what I'm saying? The one who gives us knowledge to be able to speak to each other. The one who gives us food every day to eat. You know what I'm saying? From different
Right.
beings, from plants or animals. You know what I mean?
So who is that? Who is he?
Allah. We know Allah by his attributes.
Just his
Allah,
attributes?
Yeah, Allah is truth. Allah is love. You know what I mean? Allah is wisdom. Hakim. You know Allah by those things. Hikmah, wisdom.
Okay. God bless you, brother Chris Claus, man. You be safe at work tomorrow. Um, uh, Paul Bishop running, Chris Claus running. You got them all running.
Man, everybody running.
You got them all
Hey,
running. All right, K Real. So you're telling me that basically the description of God, I mean, that's what all religions say. All religions say that they worship that brand of God. What makes your
Islam is a universal belief to be able to deal with everybody's culture. So they're everybody on Earth, their indigenous belief systems, they're always going to find something that correlates with their own belief systems that they already have. You know what I'm saying?
but what makes your God what makes your God different or special because you wouldn't believe that the Hindus worship the same God or the Sikhs or even the Christians. You don't believe we worship the same God
The
as you,
Sikhs
do you?
even state that a lot of their beliefs came from Islam. The Sikhs state that, you know.
How?
And I had a lot of Sikh friends growing up. I never
Okay,
had conflict
but do
with
you
Sikh
believe that they worship the
people.
same God as you?
When I used to wear my Muslim clothes to school and people tried to bully me, it was one of the Sikhs that I never even knew from school rolled up before I could even get a word out of my mouth. You know what I mean? And had my back.
Right,
Um,
but do you believe they worship the same God as you?
some do and some don't. Just like there's Buddhists and there's Christians that they worship Allah. Some of them don't. You know what I'm saying?
Hold
It's
on, hold
about
on. Allah is just a general term.
well, for us, a Muslim is somebody who believes in monotheism. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you really truly believe in one God, we don't care what you call yourself. We consider you a Muslim. If you really are truly like a monotheist, you know what I'm saying, and you follow under certain other beliefs, then we see that you are a Muslim, whether or not you call yourself a Buddhist, a Christian, a Hindu, a Jehovah Witness.
So
You know
anybody
what I'm
can
saying?
be Muslim.
Anybody could be Muslim, even people that don't necessarily recognize they're already like believing in Islam. Like I've known Christian preachers who me and all my homies would say, yeah, after we walk away from talking to this person, like this person's really a Muslim. Like they just don't know it. Like everything they're
Okay.
telling you.
What so you saying any criteria, any type of religion, as long as they believe in one God, that they're a Muslim.
Yeah, it's to a certain extent. Like if they really truly believe in one God and they're not, adding partners to Allah, that by definition is Islam. They might
Okay.
not
So do
have
you believe so
articles of faith and everything, but that is the essence of Islam itself.
so me as a Christian, I believe in the one God. Am I a Muslim?
Yeah, but with Christianity, it gets kind of sticky. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you truly believe in monotheism, there are some Christians that don't accept that Jesus is divine, as
Okay,
far as
so
divine as God.
who revealed this God to you? How do you know?
I know a lot from living my life, from watching the things that's happened in my life. You know what I'm saying? From doing my prayers and watching things happen from my prayers, from watching my life. You know what
Okay,
I'm saying? Because
real.
I was forced out of Islam at 5 and forced to be a Christian. You know what I'm saying? I came back to Islam at 12 by myself and just watching things that happen in my life,
Do
like
you
how
know
everything is
do you know
taken away. You know
Satanists?
what I
Do
mean?
you know Satanists believe in one God? Would you say they're Muslim?
Yeah, but Satanist is that's not my culture. That's European culture. That has nothing to do with my
But
culture.
they believe
So
in one God.
yeah, but they're Europeans. I don't follow European culture.
It don't matter. They believe in one God. You don't follow Hindu
Bro,
culture. You don't follow.
I follow tribal culture, bro.
You follow who
I
culture?
follow I follow my tribal culture. So as far as white supremacist Eurocentrism, like I throw that out the window. Like all that Wicca stuff, that's not my culture. That's European culture.
It don't
It's
matter
not my
what
culture.
you. Okay, so now it depends on what you believe. What culture actually believe in one God that makes them Muslim.
Yes and no. There's different. It's just different flavors. I forget the poem. They said basically like when Islam went to Africa, it took on an African flavor. When Islam went to Persia, it took on a Persian flavor. when Islam went to China, it took on a Chinese flavor, meaning that, you know, when Islam goes to
Not
different
really.
places, it takes on
Not
culture.
really.
The
If you look
flavor of
wherever
Islam.
Islam, hold on. If you look wherever
But you're not a
Islam
Muslim.
goes,
You're not a Muslim.
hold
You're
on, K
outside.
Real.
You're
Hold on, K Real. Hear me out. If you look wherever Islam goes, they
yeah. There's,
Arabize themselves. They start wearing you know, Arab type clothing. They start trying to learn Arabic. It totally engulfs the culture that it goes to.
people are the original native people of this country that merged with African people. We have our own culture. You know what I'm saying? We have our own culture.
Okay, so your God in Islam, basically you say you know your God by his attributes. But like I said, every civilization that has a God has those exact same attributes ascribed to their gods.
All of them, they have some of them.
But what makes how do you know that you're following the right God, the one true God? How do you know this?
Because it makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
I can barely hear you, brother.
It makes sense. Like, I'm not worshiping idols and like things that are created by human beings. And the way that Islam, the Quran itself says, it tells you to ask questions. If you don't know, it also says go ask people that have more knowledge than you. Go ask them questions.
It actually tells them to go ask the people of the book of the previous scriptures.
It's for people that have common sense. You know what I'm saying? And education.
It
It's
actually
not just a blind following belief system where you don't understand what you're practicing.
No, it actually tells you don't ask questions because it will lead you to disbelieve like the disbelievers by asking questions.
Not in Islam. You know,
That's what it says. You will become like the disbelievers by asking questions.
No, that's why Islam, after Islam, the Quran was revealed. That's why there was a scientific and medical revolution that began. That's why we're in the scientific age we are right now.
So everything is due to Islam.
The current era that we're in right now with all this science is due to Islam.
No, it's not.
It is due to Islam.
No, it's not.
The Muslims began to translate books from Africa all the way to China.
So what if they was
taking
translating
all the culture's knowledge and putting it into local languages where people could read for the first time?
Bruh, no. No.
Basically like the internet, like how we have Google now where we can start to go and Google information. They started to make it like that 1,000 years ago. But it was in the library.
They had Google back then.
Yeah, but I'm saying the libraries were Google. You know what I'm saying? And they were taking books from all over the world, and it was the first civilization.
So you don't think hold on. I don't want to divert the topic too much, but you still haven't shown me how do you know what's unique about your God Allah that makes you know you're following the right God and who you worship.
Number one, people aren't making an image of Allah, right? If
That
Allah
doesn't
is the
mean
most
anything.
powerful, right? It does.
No, it
Because
doesn't.
a lot of people are making images out of things that are just from their own mind, and our own minds are limited. You know what I'm saying? We have a limited amount of information and education that we can attain in our lifetime.
Okay, let me ask you a question, K Real. What is Allah? What is he?
Allah is God. Allah is
Okay, we established that already, but what is he?
Is not a human being. Allah is not a plant. Allah is not an animal. Allah does not get sick. Allah does not defecate or urinate. Allah does not go to sleep. You know what I'm saying?
But you're not telling me what it is. Is he physical or metaphysical?
Allah doesn't exist in this place.
Is he spirit?
I just said he's a spirit. Allah is spirit.
Is he spirit?
Allah is spirit.
So Allah is a spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Who is his spirit?
He is Allah. Qul huwa Allahu ahad. Say he is one.
No, who is his spirit?
The eternal, the absolute. You know what I'm saying?
That's not telling me nothing, bro.
But that's what the Quran says.
But that's not telling me anything.
You know.
Okay, let's get to it because you said that you know about him.
I know Christians have a thing where you guys like to have a God that you guys can physically touch and see. This is something that I know that I've come into contact throughout my life. You know, that Christians, some of them, not all, but some have an issue when there's not a deity that they can see and touch physical. I don't understand. I don't understand why you need something physical that you can imagine in your mind.
But you can't imagine Allah. Okay, real.
I know that when I pray, my prayers are answered, and I see that.
But you can't. Okay, real. You can't imagine Allah.
People try to do it all the time, though.
Yeah, you could try, but according to your sources in the Quran, you can't imagine him. Anything that you can come up with it, he's nothing like. So anything that you imagine Allah is, he's nothing like.
Except for Allah's attributes, because Allah says to us.
Okay, what is his attribute? Okay, let's get on his attributes. Let's get on his attributes. So you say he's the most merciful, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have an idea about what's merciful means?
You haven't had anything in your life where you've been struggling and going through something?
I'm not asking that. Respectfully, I'm not asking that. I'm saying, do you have an idea? Okay, real.
Life, bro, I've survived assassination attempts.
Okay, real. I hear you. Okay, real. Hey, real. Calm down, bro. I'm trying to ask a specific question. Can you imagine, K real, what merciful is? What is merciful?
I'm telling you. You know how many people have tried to kill me in my life? I've got out of those things through prayer, bro. That's mercy. When I was younger, a teenager, sometimes I didn't have money, right? And I would pray because I needed food, man. I would be starving. It'd be hot, summertime in LA. Somebody would just walk to me after I made prayer to myself quietly, and somebody would give me money or give me food, like right after I finished praying. You know what I'm saying? Those are things that solidified my belief. Like so many times I prayed silently to myself, and then things just manifested, began happening.
But that's not telling me that that's Allah. That could be a coincidence.
If it keeps happening thousands of times in your life, you start to see there's something up with this.
Okay,
so this is what I'm telling you from my life. I've made so many prayers from being a youngster to now being 41 years old, and my prayers have been answered so many times that I don't question. I don't question this stuff. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm trying to get you to look at.
I've reached a point in my belief where I don't need to question it. You know what I mean?
Okay, real.
I know.
Okay, real. Allah's the most merciful, right?
Yeah, Allah is merciful, but at the same time.
Okay, so what is merciful?
Mercy is kindness. Mercy is giving somebody a break when they're going through a hard time. Mercy is kindness, right? When you're going through some type of suffering, man. You know, Allah be opening doors to people that be going through things in life, man, and keeping them, out of depression. Like a lot of people that I knew that were dealing with depression or medical problems, they start praying, and then that stuff start to ease up, man.
Right. So is your mercy or your kindness like Allah kindness?
Is it a what?
Is it like Allah's kindness or mercy?
Like Allah's kindness.
The mercy that you have in your head, is it like Allah's mercy?
I'm nothing like Allah. I'm a human being. I'm flawed. You know what I'm saying? Like I have a lot of problems with myself. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So this is why I'm asking you this, because anything that you can hold on, K-Real, hold on. Anything that you can imagine that's ascribed to Allah, Allah is nothing like it. He's nothing like it. You can't ascribe anything that you can imagine with your own mind to him, because anything that you can imagine is nothing like him. So what your idea that you perceive as being mercy is nothing like Allah's mercy. His kindness is nothing like your kindness. So it's something. So it is something like Allah.
If we went one 48-hour cycle without having sun on any side of this earth, we'd be done.
That's not what I'm asking.
So much,
That's not what I'm asking you. Okay, real. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you that what you perceive as mercy, anything that you could perceive in your head that's like mercy is nothing like Allah's mercy, not even close to it. So that means you can't even perceive the mercy that you're ascribing to your God, because he's nothing like it. Nothing. He's nothing like creation. So your thoughts that you make with your mind and you create, because you have an concept of what mercy is, Allah is nothing like it. So you can be thinking it's mercy, but it's nothing like Allah's mercy. So you don't know exactly what Allah's mercy is. You don't know what his kindness is. You don't know what his justice is. You don't know what his love is, because you can't think or imagine anything like it.
I don't know. I've seen Allah's justice in my life, bro. It's better than the democratic justice system.
I mean, you probably ascribing that to Allah, but you don't know for sure it is, because he's nothing like it.
Oh no.
I'm just saying he's nothing like it.
From the Christian church, I'll tell you that. Being named Muhammad and being forcibly baptized as a kid, Allah guided me back to Islam and gave me the Arabic language back. You know what I'm saying?
So this is what I'm trying to convey to you. How did Allah reach people? What do Allah use to reach people? Because he is outside of space, he's outside of time, and he doesn't enter into his creation. So how do he get a connection with you? How does he establish that connection? Because he can't come into creation. His attributes can't come into creation. Nothing can come into creation.
Allah says that he sent the messengers to us.
Okay.
To teach us. And he sent the Salihin as well, the rightly guided people. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
To teach them.
So what messages did he send through the prophets? Can we see those messages today?
Yeah, we see those messages today. That's why a lot of people, they believe that there is one God. They're monotheistic. A lot of people believe that they have to treat people properly. They believe that, stealing from other people is wrong. They ain't just trying to take other people's lives,
So what would we find? What would we find his message? The messages of the prophets?
Huh?
Where can we find the messages of those prophets?
They're all over in different cultures, but they're also in the Quran, the Torah, and the Bible, split up.
Okay. So should we? So I'm glad you mentioned that, because we can go to the Bible and see the previous prophets' messages.
Yeah, some of them, like I said, Muslims will say that which is based on historical fact, that the Bible was changed in the Quran.
No, it's not. Show me one verse in your Quran that says that the Torah and the Injil is changed or corrupted.
The Quran says that really they took their scholars and rabbis as deities.
Okay, so is that
yeah.
do that affect the text?
Yeah, it does affect the text.
How does it affect the text with what people's actions are? It's not saying anything about the textual established text. It's saying what people did.
Himself changed a lot of the core beliefs of the original Unitarian Christians.
It's beliefs the text. It's beliefs the text, K-Real.
The beliefs come from the text.
So that means that they was actually following the text then, if that's the case.
And then for us, we're relying on the text now, but the original generations, the original generations didn't necessarily rely on the text like that, because they had the living examples. Like they had the prophets, and then the
okay, so they had the text though, right? For future generations.
The texts were more for the future generations.
Okay, so now are we not in the future?
Yeah, we're in the future.
Okay, so now where are those texts?
They're in our homes. They're on our cell phones now.
Okay, and you said in the Torah and the Injil.
They're in places of
before your Quran. Okay, so now if we go, it don't matter if what you follow. We're trying to figure out what the previous prophet said about God and his nature and what he can and can't do. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm already hearing you.
Okay. Now we can go to Genesis 18.
Okay, and I
Matter of
guess it's
fact,
where it's about the creation, right?
hmm?
It's talking about the creation in there and Adam and Eve.
No, not in this one. This is
So what's the contention?
this is God. Hold on, Tawas. This is God appearing to Abraham. It says, now the Lord appeared to Abraham by the oaks of Mamre while he was sitting at the tent door. Now, remember, this is Moses who wrote this. This is Moses who wrote the first 5 books of the Torah. While Abraham was sitting in the tent door in the heat of the day, when he raised his eyes and looked, behold, 3 men were standing opposite him. And when he saw them, he ran from the tent door to meet them and bowed down to the ground and said, my Lord Yahweh, if now I have found favor in your sight, please do not pass your servant by. Please let a little water be brought and wash your feet and make yourself comfortable under the tree. So who is Abraham talking to?
Angels.
No, he's not. All of them is not angels.
I'm not going to speak on that one because it's not my book. And,
It don't matter. This is what the previous prophets taught. And you said we can find the previous prophets' writings and teachings in the Torah and the Injil.
Not my book, and we know that your book was altered. You know what I'm saying?
No, you still haven't proved that.
Those were angels.
No, it wasn't. Not all of them.
Not all of them?
Not all of them.
So those 3 men were not angels.
No, not all of them. 2 of them was. Okay, so now let me read it. Let me read it. Let me read it. Hold on, Tawas. Let me read it. Let me read it.
My bad. Go ahead.
It says, then the men rose up from there after they had ate, drank, and chilled with Solomon, after he promised Sarah that she was going to give birth to a son, Isaac. And then it says the 3 men rose up from there and looked down towards Sodom. They're about to go destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. And Abraham was walking with them to send them off. The Lord said, shall I hide from Abraham what I'm about to do? Since Abraham will certainly become a great and mighty nation, and in him all the nations of the earth will be blessed. For I have chosen him so that he may command his children and his household after him to keep the way of the Lord by doing righteousness and justice, so that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that he has spoken about him. And the Lord said, the outcry of Sodom and Gomorrah is indeed great, and their sin is exceedingly grave. I will go down now and see what they will have done entirely as the outcry which has come to me indicates, and if not, I will know. Then the men turned away from there and went towards Sodom and Gomorrah. Abraham was still standing before the Lord, before Yahweh. Abraham approached him and said, will you indeed sweep away the righteous with the wicked? And then Abraham, he starts talking, pleading and answering, asking God questions. He said, if there's 50 men, would you destroy it? He said, no. If there 20 men, he went down all the way to 5, and he said if there's at least 5 men in there that's righteous, I would not destroy them.
The 2 people that left and the one Lord that remained, isn't that a reference to a one person God then?
Hold on, we're going to get to that. I'm glad you asked that. Okay, now we go to Genesis 19, and it says, now the 2 angels came to Sodom in the evening as Lot was sitting at the gate of Sodom. So Abraham stayed back with the Lord, with God. The other 2 angels, you see, they are identified as the angels. They went to Sodom and told Lot to get out of there, right? And it says, so I'm glad you asked about the one Lord part. It says the sun had risen over the earth when Lot came to Zoar. So Lot, he ran out. Then the Lord rained brimstone and fire on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord out of heaven, and he overthrew those cities and all the surrounding area. So you see, it says the Lord who was standing there with Abraham rained brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven. So the man that was standing there that looked like a man with Abraham is identified as the Lord. And also there's a Lord in heaven. and they worked in unison to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. This is what Moses taught. But I always hear Muslims. Moses, he didn't know nothing about the Trinity. He didn't know it was a multi-personal God. This is all. But if you read it
from your worldview,
no,
and you're imposing it on us. That's
hold on, Torah. Hold on, K-Real. You know what I'm saying? I didn't impose nothing on you. You told me.
That's what you're doing.
Hold on, K-Real. Listen, K-Real. Listen. You told me to know what the previous prophets taught, we can go to the Torah. But now you want to say, nope, you told me that the truth was in these books.
Allah could be with you, right? Allah could be with you, right? Because
now you're changing your stance up. Now you're changing your stance.
Not. This is not me changing my stance.
Yeah, you are.
Y'all Christians like to play games with people.
I'm not playing a game with you.
Muslims like me, I don't play games.
I'm not playing a game with you.
If you want to have a conversation, we can talk. I don't play games.
I'm not playing a game with you, bro. I'm showing you what the text says. The text that you said that we can go and look at.
Right, and that's what we call a wali. You guys call those people a saint, right? I know there's not a lot of Christians that believe in the sainthood. Most of those are Catholics. But in Islam, you have people who are a wali. They're like a saint. And that's like when in Christianity, it's talking about where you take steps and that God will step with you. And then at a certain point that God will pick you up and lift you up, right? You know what I'm saying? Because you're going to be walking with him,
bro,
you know?
Bro. K-Real. Did you or did you not say that we can find the teachings of the previous prophets in the book, the Torah, and the Gospels?
Yeah, and I'm explaining from an Islamic standpoint what you're saying about Allah being physically with Moses. You know what I'm saying? Because you can reach a spiritual state where Allah is with you and things start to manifest through you because Allah is working through you.
Through who?
Now, as far as those of us who are not prophets, that spiritual state you can have, it could be temporary or it could be permanent.
So Genesis 18:1, when Abraham saw the three men, he ran to the Lord, one of them, and bowed his head and worshiped him and said, "Do not pass me by, your servant by." If this is not God in his presence, then is Abraham committing shirk?
From an Islamic standpoint, that would be shirk because he bowed to a man. You know what I'm saying? So that right there,
that's not a man. So are you saying that Abraham didn't know? So K-Real, did Abraham not know? So Woosh, hold on. Did Abraham not know who God is? If he seen God, he wouldn't know.
Allah is not a human. This is the world.
I didn't say he. I didn't say he was a human. I said this is how he appeared.
In the form of a human being.
So I told you. So you don't think Allah can come in a form or a shape?
Allah doesn't come to us like that.
So on the day of judgment, when you see Allah, is he not going to be in a shape?
Yeah, Allah. We will see Allah's form then. But Allah.
Okay, so where would you see his form? Is it going to be in heaven or on earth?
When we're in the spiritual world, in the unseen world.
Is he going to be on heaven or in earth?
In a samawat, in the heavens.
No, it's going to be on earth because you got to make it to heaven. You got to be judged before you get to heaven. This is talking about on the day of judgment.
That's not the Islamic belief.
This is what it is.
Yawm al-Qiyamah. I'm not a Christian, and you're not.
I don't care whether. I don't care if you're a Christian. I'm quoting your sources.
My joint.
I'm quoting your own sources, K-Real.
Wait. You're saying you're quoting our sources? What source are you?
It's the Hadith.
Okay. What the Hadith says?
Okay, let me bring it up for you. Give me a second.
But the Yawm al-Qiyamah is completely different. The Islamic view of the Day of Judgment, you cross the Sirat bridge, then you wait.
This is before that.
And then you see Allah. You know what I'm saying? Allah will judge you. Some of those people are going to fall over the bridge of the Sirat and go to the Jahannam, to the fire. And then some of those people are going to be in the fire temporarily. Some of them are going to be there forever.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second. I had it in my... You never heard about this, Tawas?
The judgment starts outside of the grave.
Tawas, have you ever heard of this?
Real judgment. The only thing in the grave is the nakir and Munkar and Nakir, the two angels that come visit you in your grave. Or Ridwan and Nakir, yeah, they come visit you in your grave. They ask you, Ma'arab, who is your Lord?
Hold on. Okay. Beginning. Okay.
So, considering like Genesis 18 and 19, would you take like the commentaries of rabbis to agree with your point of view?
I'm not. Rabbis are not hujjah upon me.
Of course, it's not authoritative upon you, but what did they interpret it as back then?
If you're talking about rabbis, then rabbis didn't make no commentary back then. It was sages. Bring me Ankelos. Bring me on the day of Ankelos. I mean, bring me Ankelos or hold on. Let me look in this other one. Dang, I can't think of it on top of my head. Do y'all got that? Anyone in the chat got that source? Got the hadith source where Allah will appear on the day of judgment? It's slipping my mind right now.
Are you talking about the one where he
he comes in a form and then no one knows him. None of his believers would know him, and then he will appear again in the shape that they do know.
Because I studied Islam intensely with some of the top scholars around the world my entire life. And on TikTok, I hear all these French hadith I have never heard from anybody.
It's not a French hadith.
It is a French hadith, especially if it's not it's not mutawassir. It's not something if I haven't heard it, you know what I'm saying? At my age,
just because you haven't heard it, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Man, if you
just because you haven't heard it, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I studied from me myself when Sa'd al-Ghamdi, the Imam of the Kaaba, would come to Los Angeles in the end of the 90s, the beginning of the 2000s. They would ask me. You know what I'm saying? To be translator. You know what I'm saying? My Arabic was that clean as a teenager in high school. G.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't care about that.
Like my level of power in the Islamic community, G. Like I'm not just a novice person, bro.
Okay, cool. That doesn't mean you ain't never heard of this hadith.
Sahih Muslim. A lot of French hadith on social media, on TikTok.
It's Sahih Muslim 3.
Also, no, it's a lot of spies on TikTok. 183. And counterintelligence.
Sahih Muslim 183.
I believe.
I knew it had a 3 in it. I don't know. I just slipped my mind.
I think it's that one.
I would refer to Uthman Danfodio's text on the signs of the end of times as far as anything that would be accurate within the Maliki Islamic fiqh about what's going to occur after death, and also with what the Christians would talk about, the rapture and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? The signs of the end of times by Uthman Danfodio, who was a Muslim king in Nigeria.
Okay, what do you want now? When the day of resurrection comes, let every people follow what they used to worship. Then all who worship idols and stones besides Allah will fall into the fire. To only the righteous and the vicious and some of the people of the book who worship Allah are left. Then the Jews will be summoned, and it would be said to them, what did you worship? They would say, we worship Uzair, son of Allah. It would be said to them, you tell a lie. Allah had never had a spouse or a son. What do you want now? They would say, we feel thirsty, our Lord, quench our thirst. They will be directed to a certain direction and ask, why do you go there to drink? Okay, that's too far.
Yeah, let me see if I can find like a shorter one.
Nah, it's the one.
I'm not win an argument for those people in the chat. I already know a lot of you guys are going to remain on your belief system. I'm not here to convert anybody either. I'm just here to share proper information.
Nah, you good. It will be a mirage.
Are you looking for Isra and Miraj, the Ascension?
Nah, it says that. Okay, here it goes right here. Why don't you go there to get water? But they would be pushed and gathered. Hold on, I think I got it. Towards hell, which was like a mirage to them, and the flames would consume one another. They would fall into the fire till no one is left except he who worshiped Allah, be he pious or sinful. The Lord of the universe, glorified, exalted, will come to them in a form recognizable to them and say, what are you looking for? Every people follow that which they worship. They would say, O Lord, we kept ourselves separate from the people in the world. So you see, it says they that glorified and exalted, he would come to them in a form recognizable to them. So is it K-Real? Do he or do he not come in a form?
That's also in Sahih Bukhari 4581 as well.
Appreciate that, Skarsky.
In the Qiyamah, Allah will reveal his form to people, just like the angel that takes your soul. He will reveal his form to you.
So where would
I don't understand. What's your contention?
So K-Real, because he's saying we went to 18, Genesis 18, and
yeah.
Abraham seen God, your Allah, who you think is Allah, in a form of a man. He's saying no, God cannot come to even enter his creation and to be in the form of a man. I just showed him that even in his own hadith literature, that Allah comes in a shape on the day of judgment. One that they know.
Islam does not operate like that, though. Just because you bring me a hadith, that doesn't mean nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and we don't affirm Genesis either.
It don't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm not saying that you affirm Genesis. I'm saying his. Hold on.
Number one, you're not a Muslim. Number two,
K-Real. I'm not even talking about that. I never said I was a scholar. I never said I was valid. I'm just reading your sources.
Exactly.
So don't project that on me. Project that on your source.
Right? You're supposed to work your way up the levels of education to get to the science of hadith.
So I can't read your source. I can't read your source.
But the science of hadith is at the top.
I'm not talking about the chain of narrations. I'm not talking about the science. I'm saying it's a Sahih hadith. Okay, real. It's a Sahih hadith that says that your Lord will come in a form.
You have to look at the Synod and the Synod. And as far as the books that I read as a kid, right, to now.
I don't have to read nothing. I can read your sources.
Yeah, you can read whatever. You're responsible for yourself.
And I'm reading your source.
We don't have a problem of God coming in a form that we see recognizable. The issue is, what is the contention?
Oh, but you have a problem with Genesis 18 of Abraham seeing God in a form that he recognized.
We don't believe in Genesis 18.
I don't care if you believe in it or not. Hold on, to us.
That was God.
To us. You're saying that, and K-Real said, no matter if you believe in it, he said that he can't come into creation. He can't come in a form of anything. He will not come in a form. And I just showed him from his own sources. K-Real, calm down, bro. Why you don't manifest, bro? We having a discussion.
Do you believe God can come in the form of a man?
he said that he would not come in the form. How do you know what form? It wasn't specific in this hadith in what shape he come in. It just said that he will come in a form that they
We
will
just know
know.
God will reveal Himself to us on Yom
In a
Kippur.
form,
Now,
right?
what I'm asking you
In
right
a form, right?
now, yeah, in a form. But what I'm asking you, can
Okay.
He come in the form of a man, according to you?
It doesn't matter what form he came in. He came in a form. He took on shape and he
So
came on earth. That's the
I
point.
got a question. Word. I
we
got a
don't know if He
question.
comes on earth or not. We don't affirm He enters
This is on the
creation.
day of
And then,
this is on the day of
okay.
resurrection. Where the day of resurrection gonna happen?
Are they gonna see Allah?
Yeah, they're gonna be able to see Allah.
Yeah, they're gonna see
Okay.
Allah.
How can you see Allah if He doesn't take a form?
It doesn't. I never said He doesn't have to take a form. I just said you're
Okay,
he's not entering
but if
creation.
He takes a form and you see Him,
Yeah.
how does that happen if He doesn't enter creation?
Appreciate the super chat, Nina.
He can just show Himself. He doesn't have to enter creation. He can just make Himself appear before you.
How can He do? But okay, in order
Amen,
for your
sister.
eyes to
Appreciate
see
the super
your
chat.
eyes, your physical eyes to see Him and lay eyes on Him, how can you do that if He doesn't enter into creation?
He could bring you to Him.
He can bring you to Him, but you're not understanding my point.
You're saying
If He
Allah
takes-
is physically entering the world, right? The universe. I'm saying
in
that He
order
doesn't
for
have
your
to.
eyes to in order
Yeah.
for you to lay eyes on Allah, He has to take a form, and if He takes a form, that means He has entered into creation.
If He takes the form, that doesn't have to mean that. We can just see
How
Allah.
can you see outside of creation if you are in creation?
You can just see Allah, bro. That's all.
Oh man,
Nobody
hold on
will
real quick.
understand,
Hold
right?
on real quick. Let me read this
Allah
super
gave
chat
you
real quick. I got a couple of super chats I need to read. Nina Monaco says, "May God bless you and keep you and use you. Flying bring Muslims to Christ." Amen, sister. God bless you. Appreciate the super chat. Horace Noel Crawford, she says, "The Lord bless you and your family. Word. Keep teaching and preaching His word." Amen. God bless y'all for the super chat. Thank you. All right, proceed.
I think you
So
have to
I
have a
object
rational
to the
answer
fact
to
that.
this.
Okay, so can I respond to Genesis now? I
No,
object to
Bro,
the fact
this
that
is
you're
the
using,
this is the
like,
topic.
Genesis as a proof of the Trinity.
I didn't say nothing about the Trinity.
Okay. So what's the contention? I've been asking you this.
I just told you what the contention was. Your boy K Real said that God is not gonna come, or He can't come into creation as a man or take a shape, because He had to take a shape. If He's a man, He's taking a shape. And so that couldn't have been God that Abraham was talking to. So then I went to your own sources, Sahih Muslim 1838, and showed him that your Allah also comes
Sahih Muslim
in a
838.
shape, in a form.
Okay.
So what's the problem?
Sahih Muslim 838.
1838. 183A, the letter A.
Okay.
We have to think about this,
Sahih
right?
Muslim or Sahih Bukhari, bro?
Sahih Muslim 183A, Apple.
Okay.
And you're going to see this if you go all the way down to the second to the last sentence, you'll see it. Or the last 3 or 4 sentences, you'll see it. And it's talking about on the day of judgment.
The Book of Faith, Sahih Muslim 183A. Where does it say? All right. The
I
Lord
just
of the
told you.
universe, glorified and exalted, will come to them in a form recognizable to them and say, "What are you looking for?"
Okay. So you see it will come in a form recognizable to them.
Okay.
So do Allah take a shape and appear in a form to the believers? Tawus.
What? What's up? Let me read the hadith.
I'm asking you. So
What's
do
the
Allah
question?
take a shape or a form and reveal Himself to the believers?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the problem with Abraham seeing God in the shape of a man in the Bible, Genesis 18. What's the problem with that?
I don't believe he saw God.
It don't matter what you believe. Don't matter what you believe. Did he?
I don't think he saw God.
According to the text, did he see God?
No.
Your own text.
According to the text, Tawus.
I don't believe he saw God. No,
hold on. If you start being dishonest, this is how you will get dropped. In the text, do he go and he bow down to God and says, "Your Lord, please do not pass your servant by"?
I don't believe he bowed down.
It doesn't matter what you believe. According to the text,
I'm affirming that he did not bow down to God. That was not God he bowed down to.
Bruh, according to the text, do he see God and goes to and bow down to God in the text?
No, he does not bow down to God or see God.
He
bows down to angels.
Bro, that's you see, when you disingenuous, you get kicked off the stage. But you gotta be genuine. I didn't say you have to believe it. I'm saying, did he do this according to the text? I'm sorry, we got enough Christians. No Christians right now. Muslims can come up. If there's any Muslims in the chat, you can come on up and tell me, who do y'all worship?
They got to know the rules, man. They got to know the rules. And the rules are this: you can come up here and have long form discussion, but if you lie, if you're disingenuous, if you waffle, those are ways to get yourself kicked off the stage.
Quickly.
As simple as that.
This is Sus or Sus. You're on the panel.
It's Sos.
Oh, Sos. How you doing, sister?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Sorry, this is my first time being on a live, so I'm a little nervous about talking.
No problem. Don't. I'm a nice guy. Christian TikToker. He's
No,
a nice
you're
guy.
nice.
We're not gonna do
respectful.
anything, right?
Okay. Yep.
So just take a breath,
I heard what you
relax.
said, okay. I heard what you're saying, but I was bringing it back to like when Moses talks to God. And I don't know if you remember, he comes in like a fire in a bush, right?
Are you? I'm sorry. Are you Muslim?
I'm Muslim.
Okay. So you're talking about in
when
chapter.
Moses is in the cave,
right?
And he's talking to God, and God comes to him.
Are you talking about from the Bible or from the Quran?
I would say from the Quran, because I don't know if I really know enough about the Bible, really, but I can definitely say in the Quran, we do believe that God spoke to, well, it's in the Torah too, because you can watch the movie and you literally see it in the movie too. Where
right. So was God did God manifest himself in the bush?
If that's what we all believe. So he must have, but he could only manifest himself into that form because we believe we can't see God on earth because he's too grand. He's this being that we cannot even fathom. So it's too much for our eyes to even take. I know people think that's like a joke, but I'm just being serious. That's what we believe.
Okay, so the fire that was in the bush, that engulfed the bush, was that God's presence? Was that Allah's presence, or what was it?
I can't really say, but it was his voice. That was him talking. He was speaking to Moses through that bush, that fire, whatever it was that he created so that he could conversate with Moses.
Right. Do you remember what Allah told Moses before he stepped forward to him?
I can't say word for word. Why? What does he say?
He told him to remove his sandals.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. I remember that.
Right. So do you know why he would tell him to remove his sandals?
Because he was going to be in God's presence. Isn't
exactly.
that something that we do?
Exactly.
Okay.
So that means God's presence
he can come
was in the bush.
We're not I don't disagree that but I don't, he's in God's presence, which doesn't mean it's all of God. God can be a voice. God can be like we believe God is closest to us, but we don't physically see him, but he is here. He literally says he is like literally closer to you than your jugular vein is what we
So
believe.
you do believe that God can come into creation?
I don't know if he can, I don't know if he can physically come into creation, but
We're
I
not
know
talking
that
about
maybe,
physically, because our God is not physical either.
yeah, then I mean, yes, I believe he can. In certain ways, like I said, like in the bush, like, so I can't say that he can't, because if he came in the bush to speak to Moses, then clearly he was able to do it. I do think God can do anything. It's not about him not being able to do it, because someone in the chat was saying, can't God do anything? Yes, I believe God can do anything. But he always says that the reasons why he cannot come in a physical form here is because our eyes in this world that he's created for us, we are not able to see him. It would like the mountains would crumble, they say, like God's presence is so grand, and we do believe that. So yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Christian TikTok. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, absolutely. My initial response to this is a question, and that is it if Allah can enter into creation, is it possible that he could enter creation being a man?
That's a great question, and this is where we say, could he? Yes, but the reason why we don't believe that he does it is because of what a man is. A man is not a self-sufficient being. And someone in the chat said, well, can't God just come and be self-sufficient? Sure, but that's not what a human being is. Like, we are something very different. We rely on food and water and air, and like, we are not able to exist without those things. God can exist without those things.
But you got to remember, sister, that you're talking about an all-powerful, infinite being. If he was to take on a human, flesh, well, not flesh, so to say, because at this time, even from our Bible in Genesis 18, we don't believe that this flesh or this body, this form that he appeared in was exactly like ours, because he wasn't born through a woman. All right. So if he was to come down, and he's all capable, all powerful, and he can split the Red Sea, he can do all of these miracles that defies the laws of nature, defies the laws of gravity, all of these things, right? Why couldn't he come to this earth in a form, right, and not have to do all of those things? He can suspend those things as long as he's in that form. What's so hard about that for God?
I'm not saying that it's hard for him. Nothing's hard for him. But why we don't believe that is because, let's use obviously Jesus, peace and blessings be upon him. But we believe like there's no way God would be birthed through a vaginal birth, and we don't believe that God would have his diaper changed and breastfed and like have to go through human things. That's just not what we believe.
But show me where your God said he wouldn't do that.
Well, it does. We have a surah that he literally calls himself, I am one, I am self-sufficient. I will never be birthed, nor do I have babies. Like he specifically does say that in a verse.
He said he wasn't begotten or begetting.
Yeah.
Okay.
All of that.
He's talking about, could it be talking about just his nature of how he exists presently in that time that surah was revealed?
But that surah would have been revealed after Jesus. Like, so Muhammad came after Jesus, peace and blessing be upon them. But he came after Jesus. So like when we read the Quran, we read it as in like, it's just confirming that Jesus was a prophet to us. And that's because we don't see God as being, God is telling us over and over that he is self-sufficient, that he is not something that is born and not something that has babies like that creates that way. He just says be and it is, meaning same way he created Adam is the same way that Jesus was created. So that's what we believe, and to us we just don't see God as being someone that would be Jesus. Jesus doesn't like, the description of God doesn't really fall into like Jesus, to be honest. Like God gave Jesus a lot of power
So
to
this,
have these miracles.
hold on, sauce, right? Sauce. I'm
So
sorry. First of
it's
all,
okay.
what's up, brother Albie? What's up, man? God
Hey, I
bless you.
was just
Salam
saying,
alaikum, man. I haven't seen you in a minute.
greet the brother.
I was thinking about you earlier, bro. I swear I was. I was like, I wonder where Albie been at, man. I ain't seen him.
God bless, brother. God bless, man. Just took a week off. I don't want to interrupt the flow, though. This is a great conversation.
For sure. I know you're gonna have something to say, and I know you biting your tongue right now, but
No. Hey, you guys are doing great, man. By the grace of God, and
right?
she's a very intelligent woman.
Yeah, she is. So, brother, sister
Thank you.
Sauce.
Yeah.
Do you think if God was to become a man, then that would suspend or alleviate his previous nature of God that he had?
It would just contradict in my understanding of what God has described himself as, because we do believe that God described himself not so much. I can't really say physically that I know what he looks like. I know what he doesn't look like by what he describes, and I know what his qualities are by how he describes himself. So when we talk about him in, let's just say, the form of Jesus, it just doesn't. It would contradict everything that we're talking
But
about.
how would that contradict if he's all powerful? How can that contradict? He's all powerful. He's all knowing. If anyone if anyone then that could do this and could make this happen, then it has to be God, right?
Yes,
I
but
mean,
it still goes back. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say this kind of contradicts what you said earlier, Sals, that you believe that Allah can enter creation. Like if at any point he can do that, and he does it, and you mentioned, like, he could appear as fire, blah blah. All of these things are things that in and of themselves are not sufficient. Like fire doesn't start by itself. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so my point is, if he can take the form of something that in this world isn't eternal, but he can take the form of that for his purposes, why is being a human any different? You're like picking and choosing what form he can take.
Well, no, because like when I see like the fire thing, like he just became it, right? Like he didn't have to be birthed into a fire. No one had to light a match or focus the sun on it. He just became a flame in that bush.
Yeah,
but he did the same thing with Mary. Like he just became a baby in her womb.
But
he didn't have to. There wasn't a man that needed to. Like, it didn't go through the natural birthing process. Like, God literally breathed Jesus himself into Mary's womb.
There wasn't, but it did go through the birthing process.
But there wasn't no man involved.
Jesus, that part, yeah, but it still needed the womb, and then it still needed to be birthed through the vaginal, and then it still needed to be cared for as a baby, as a child, it's not that he can't do it. So the idea of us saying he can't, that's not what I'm saying. God can do anything, but our belief is that why would he describe himself as the all-knowing, the all-powerful, the self-sufficient being, and then create himself to be something that's needing
but fire needs things too. Fire needs an ignition source, a fuel source, and oxygen. It needs all of these things to be what it is. So if this fire that we seen in the bush was God, or he was manifesting himself that way, then it will logically, because it's inside of time and space and matter, it needs all of these things to sustain itself to be a fire. So he's still contingent and dependent on things outside of himself when he became that fire that was in that bush, if he can come into creation, like you said.
I can see your point, but in my belief, I don't believe he needed those things. I think he just became the flame. Like, I don't know.
Right. So you picking and choosing, like Pablo said.
I mean, I know that you're saying picking and choosing, but I'm still saying that
we don't believe God needs anything as well. But I hope you understand the point that he's making. You know,
Well, I was
he's
kid on
trying
my.
he's trying to point you to your a logical road which will ultimately lead. For example, Allah's voice, is it a part of him or is it distinct from him?
That's a good question. I don't know. I couldn't say for sure.
Can I interrupt?
Sure.
Wait, just a
So,
moment. Wait,
personally, all
yeah,
right.
just a moment, Frank, please. Okay, so that's okay. Appreciate the honest answer. Do you know why the Son of God came into creation and became man? Do you know why in our theology?
I kind of have an idea of what I've heard from Christians when they do say that he came to die for, I guess die for your sins, right? Is that not what it is?
Okay, so why would he want to do that? And why does he have to be a man to die for our sins?
I don't know.
Okay, and that's and that's okay, and I appreciate the honesty. So let me just give you the gospel real quick before we pass it over to Black Flag, right? Sorry, I can't read Arabic, so forgive me. I'm not trying to be rude.
No, don't worry.
Neither can I.
So in Ezekiel chapter 18, verse 20, okay, it says this. This is the Old Testament. This is the Hebrew Bible. It says, "The soul who sins shall die. The son shall not bear the guilt of the father, nor the father bear the guilt of the son. The righteousness of the righteous shall be upon himself, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be upon himself. The soul that sins shall die." Even in the Quran, it says, if there was a soul, right? A soul. All souls have sinned. If Allah was to mark iniquity, Allah will condemn everyone to hell. And that's actually also first said in Psalm chapter 130, verse 3 and 4. All souls sin. All humanity sins. Sin, according to the Bible, is a debt that we owe to God. We continue to store it up and cure it, right? As it grows and grows, it's unpayable. Our deeds, good deeds, do not outweigh our bad. It's impossible. Because there has to be a penalty for sin. According to the Bible, the soul that sins shall die. Even in the New Testament, it says in Romans chapter 6, verse 23, "For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus our Lord." So why did Jesus become a man? To pay a payment for his kinsmen. This is why in the Hebrew Bible, he's called the Goel, right? Which means redeemer, the kinsman redeemer, the Goel. And the law of Moses shadows what one has to do if enslaved to slavery and you can't pay your way out, right? And this is human slavery. In this sense, Jesus became a man in order to release us from the captivity of spiritual fallen angels that have a hold of humanity as long as sin reigns in them. Now that Christ, who became a man, in order to pay a penalty that none of us can pay, a human debt to God on our behalf, laying down his life in our place so that we may have life in his place. Destroy death. What Adam first brought into the creation by sinning against God was death and sin, and the devil had reigns over it. Now, with that being said, the last Adam, Jesus, came to give life, right? He came to give life, in so resurrecting from the dead and destroying death on the third day. And proof that God accepted his payment of penalty is the resurrection on the third day. Now there is no death that will hold us down, right? Meaning eternally. If you repent and entrust yourself to the Lord Jesus, that's the gospel. I just wanted to say this so you understand why
I'll be back on a minute.
Thank you, brother Albie, because that's exactly where I was leading her to, and I knew my brother Albie was gonna put a bow tie on it. Yes, it was a reason why he came as a man. He didn't come as a man just to say, hey, look, I can do this. He came down as a man to be that final sacrifice for us. Because the wages of sin is death, just like Albie said. There's a reason behind everything that God does, and he does it for a reason. So,
I
Sauce,
respect
do
that.
you understand it? Do you understand that part?
I understand why you believe it, but for me, it's like when I hear that, I hear my understanding. Like I get where you guys are coming from, but I understand from my point of view, which is that when you say the Father and the Son, like a father can't die for someone's sin, and a son can't die for someone's sin. When I hear that, I think of it as in, we believe that I'm going to be accountable for me, myself, and I on that day. My dad can't step in front of me and take on what my mistakes were. You know what I mean? So like when I hear those words, I think of it as in like when I have to face God on the day of judgment for my sins, no one can take on my sins.
Right. So
Just
you know why can't no one else take on your sin?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can I
Because
like
real quick, I'm gonna be real quick, and then you can go, brother. I swear. The reason why your father or your mother or any other person can't go before a holy, sinless God is because they're also sinners, and they need a savior as well. The reason why Jesus can do it, because Jesus wasn't just a mere man. He already existed in the form of God, took on flesh, and walked that sinless, perfect life. He's even sinless in your Quran. He's sinless, and he wasn't ever touched by sin. Only one in your Quran that wasn't touched by sin. There was a reason for that. See, the Quran gives you bits and pieces. It's like the Quran is a movie trailer. It tells you like the summary of a movie, but the Bible is the actual movie. It gives you every detail, every, the climax, everything is encapsulated within this movie. You just reading the summary of the movie. You're just looking at the trailer. You got to get to the exactly. That's what it is. There's so much stuff in your Quran that you don't know unless you glean back to the previous scriptures.
I mean, for me, it doesn't feel that way. Like when I read the Quran, I don't feel like I'm reading a summary. I feel like I'm reading a guide to a way that I should conduct myself in this world. And I don't think that, sometimes like, I don't know. I just feel like it's not meant to be any type of book or anything other than God just helping us through navigating this world. Like we see it as the mercy that came down is the scriptures, Torah and Injil and Quran, because that is God guiding us to his light.
So Sauce, what is the Messiah?
I mean, I've heard this question on another live, but yeah, I do believe the Messiah is Jesus.
Is Jesus.
What do
the Messiah means?
I've heard this and I don't know the actual definition word for word. I just know that the Messiah is what we believe to be Jesus, and that he did die, and that, well, he's with God or wherever he is, and that he will be back to,
So where did this Messiah word come from? Who came up with this word Messiah?
God.
No, it was the Hebrew people.
Okay, so maybe that was the language.
It's a Hebrew term, and they set the parameters and they set the definition of this word Messiah. Now, in your Quran, you have the word Messiah, but with no context. The Messiah is the anointed one that the Jewish people knew to be the Messiah. That's a savior, and that he's going to save all of his people, humanity, everyone that follows him. And how he's going to do it, it was prophesied through all the previous prophets to know who, where, why the Messiah is going to come. Just like I said, you're looking at a trailer. You need to go to the movie.
But that's not what you're saying is still something that like sits with me, because I do believe that he is the Messiah, the anointed one. I do believe he is going to come and save mankind. There's still a second coming, and we believe in his second coming, that there is going to be, like, it's going to be at a time where people are so desperate and needing of faith and God and everything. So
Right.
he will do exactly what you're saying. That's
Okay,
something we totally believe in.
but the thing is, house sister, he was the Messiah before Islam. So that
Yeah.
means that when Islam came, everything, all the criteria that the Messiah would be and is, and what he's going to do was already set. Where it was set at? In the previous scriptures. So when Allah revealed to Muhammad, I'm using your paradigm, that Jesus is the Messiah, that means he took on the very description and meaning from the previous scriptures about the Messiah and how he fulfilled the roles to be the Messiah. You don't have really no context in your Quran why he's the Messiah and how he fulfilled it to be the Messiah. This is why
we
you
kind
need to
of
go.
do.
No, you don't.
But we do, because our belief is that exactly what you just said. Don't our books prophesize? Like, don't we know that there are things that that are written in previous books that don't happen for centuries? Like,
Right.
it's not something that's not happened before, because we say that there was signs in, we know that there were signs in the Torah that said that Messiah, Jesus, was going to come. It's just that the Jewish people at the time did not recognize Isa or Jesus
But how did he?
as
But how
Messiah.
would you know that he was the Messiah? How would you know? Like, if someone else came and said, "Hey, I'm the Messiah," during Jesus' time, how would the Jewish people recognize him? Because all of them didn't. Do away with him. All of them didn't disbelieve. A great amount of them did believe. How would you know from those prophecies that Jesus is the one that fulfilled said prophecies to know that he is the Messiah? Where's the prophecies in your Quran that he fulfilled to become the Messiah? Not that what he's going to do, but why is he already the Messiah?
Well, hold on, sorry. Having smoke. But I would say that we believe that in the Torah there was kind of characteristics that were given to describe what the Messiah was going to be. So when the Messiah came, Jesus, peace and blessing be upon him, when he came, he fulfilled those characteristics. He was performing miracles. He spoke as a baby. All these things.
No, that wasn't.
Okay.
The speaking of the baby and all that. That wasn't a
Maybe
prophecy.
I'm not saying word for word the right ones, but there were characteristics about the Messiah that were revealed in the Torah that we believe showed the believers, people who truly believed, they would know that that's the Messiah. And it's the same thing that's going to happen when he comes back again. The people who truly believe in the Messiah and all the characteristics that we know of him, we're going to know it's him. There's going to be an antichrist and all that stuff in the time when it happens, and true believers are going to know. And it's
but
already
the people
been written
in
that
his
way.
time, how did they know he was the Messiah?
He spoke, his miracles, he spoke, I don't know, all the things that he had done in his lifetime to
There's
prove that
actually prophecies in identifying markers to know that he's the Messiah that he fulfilled. And the only way you can get the full context of all of those is to go to the Torah, is to go to the Tanakh, is to go back to the previous scriptures to know that he did indeed fulfill all of these prophecies. Go ahead, Brother Albie.
I was going to say, can I give her an example of what we mean? And I'm going to work backwards
What do
with
you
this. I'm
want?
going to work from the Quran to the New Testament
I just
to
opened this.
the Old Testament, the Hebrew scriptures, in order to show one prophecy. Is that okay?
If you don't mind, can you kind of try to make it quick, because I was trying to say something a long time ago, and now like
Yeah,
y'all
no, I'm sorry, bro.
20
Would you
steps
mind if
ahead.
I just did? Would you mind if I
Yeah,
just?
yeah, yeah. Go ahead, bro.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate your patience, bro. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's really good, brother. You're good.
And okay, so in Surah chapter 5, verse 110. Okay, in Surah chapter 5, verse 110, here's what it says. Let me just pull it up. I'm in Quran.com. It says this, okay? It says, and Allah will say, O Jesus, son of Mary, remember my favor upon you and your mother, how I supported you with the Holy Spirit. So you spoke to people in infancy and adulthood, how I taught you writing, wisdom, the Torah, and the gospel. How you molded a bird from clay by my will and breathed it into it and became a bird by my will. How you healed the blind, cured the lepers. So what are they? Healed the blind, cured the lepers by my will. How you brought the dead to life by my will. Right?
Right.
It goes on to say how I prevented the children of Israel from harming you, and so on and so forth. But notice though, how you healed the blind and the lepers by my will. Now, this is an interesting thing that is mentioned in the Quran. Why? Well, because let's work backwards now from the Quran. Let's go to Matthew chapter 11, verse 4 to 6. Matthew 11, 4 to 6. And here's what it says. Jesus answered and said to them, go and tell John the Baptist, John, go and tell John the
Hit that like button for me. Hit that like button. Let's get into the YouTube algorithm.
And the lame walk, the lepers are cleansed, and the deaf hear, the dead are raised up, and the poor have the gospel preached to them. And blessed is he who is not ashamed because of me or offended because of me. Right? Now let's work backwards. Remember, Quran, New Testament, Jesus claims this. And now, where do we get this from? Lo and behold, Isaiah chapter 35, verse 3 and on. And it says, strengthen the weak hands and make firm the feeble knees. Say to those who are fearful hearted, be strong and do not fear. Behold, your God will come with vengeance. With the recompense of God, he will come and save you. So who's coming? Your God will come with vengeance, with the recompense of God. He will come and save you. Then the eyes of the blind shall be opened, and the ears of the deaf shall be unstopped. Then the lame shall leap like a deer, and the tongue of the dumb sing. Do you see where it came from? In the Old Testament, it says God is coming to save them. And when he comes to save them, he's going to cleanse the lepers. He's going to have the eyes of the blind open. The ears of the deaf shall be also open. The lame shall walk and leap like deer, right? Those who are like speechless will be able to speak. The lepers shall be cleansed. This is where it comes from. And this is why they believed the Messiah in the 1st century, 2nd century, 3rd century, that the Messiah is the second power in heaven, sharing in the divine nature of God, who became then man in order to redeem them. This is where it comes from. The Quran is just confirming an Old Testament prophecy that confirms that Jesus is God.
Okay, but can I answer that?
I just wanted to say that, but yes.
Can I answer that? So with what you're saying, to me, it's still saying that, doesn't say that God is going to come in the form of a man, but he worked through Jesus. Like, we believe with the will of God, he was able to do those things. So when you say that, I hear everything that you're saying, and it's just confirming what I believe, which is that God...
So hear me out.
Isaiah 9:6, Albie. Isaiah 9:6.
Right. I was going to go to Isaiah chapter 20, verse 20 and 21, but you got it, bro. That's exactly where I was going to go, is where you were going to go, right? Great minds think alike, except your mind is greater. That's why I don't always think like you.
Nah, man.
I'll get there by the grace of God. Brother, do you want to read Isaiah 9:6 and 7?
Yeah,
you want me to pull it up?
yeah, and then I really want to get to Black Flag because he's been patiently waiting.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. Okay. So remember what you said. This is confirming that it's confirming the Quran. It doesn't say that God becomes a man, right?
Right.
Okay. In Isaiah chapter 10, verse 20 and 21, it says this: "And it shall come to pass in that day that the remnant of Israel and such as have escaped of the house of Jacob will never again depend on him who defeated them, but will depend on Yahovah, Yahweh, the Holy One of Israel in truth. The remnant will return, the remnant of Jacob, to the mighty God." Who's the mighty God here? The El Gibor.
You're asking me?
Yes. In this context, who would it be? Wouldn't it be Yahweh?
I really don't know. To me,
I'll read it for you again. Hear me out. "And it shall come to pass in that day that the remnant of Israel," Israel is also called Jacob, because Jacob, God changed his name to Israel.
Right.
"Such as have escaped of the house of Jacob will never again depend on him who defeated them, but will depend on Yahweh, the Lord, Rab, the Holy One of Israel in truth. The remnant will return, the remnant of Jacob, to the mighty God." So who's the mighty God in this context?
I don't believe it's anybody in that context. I believe that Almighty God is its own thing, and is Yahweh the name for Jesus? I always hear Yahweh. Is that what it is?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, that's not.
The mighty God here, wouldn't that be Allah? Wouldn't that be Yahweh?
Is Yahweh a word for God? Is that what that is?
Yeah, it's the personal covenantal name used for all generations forever and ever.
If that is what the name is for God, then yeah, that's God.
Okay. Can we call a human being mighty God?
No.
Never, right? So the mighty God, El Gibor, would be who? Obviously the Most High, right?
Yep.
Okay, beautiful. Now that was Isaiah 10, 20 and 21. In Isaiah 9, very previous chapter, in Isaiah 9, 6 and 7, it says, "For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given." A son is given. "The government will be upon his shoulder, and his name will be called Wonderful, Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. And of the increase of his government and peace, there will be no end upon the throne of David and over his kingdom, to order it and establish it with judgment and justice from that time forward, even forever. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will perform this." Why is the mighty God being identified as a son that's given to become human?
I don't know. I don't really think that I honestly don't agree with that. I'm not sure why that's in his name or what description, but I don't know if it's because the Almighty God is going to be how he's able to.
Naturally,
no, because to me, he's not. To me, it's like,
naturally, it's because he's God. If you're being just honest with the text, South, it's because he's God.
Again, if that's I respect that that's what you believe totally, but to me, I don't think that it's saying that he's God. I do think that he needs God because, again, if it was God, he wouldn't need the will of anybody. He should be able to do it on his own. But he needs the will of God or the spirit or whatever it is that he needs in order to perform those miracles. God wouldn't need a will from anybody.
No.
God just makes it happen.
Jesus,
yeah,
when Jesus was,
you guys have it in your text too, where you say God says be and it is. Like I've seen people quote that. So we're not the only ones who believe that God can just do things without needing anything or anyone. He doesn't need a being in the sky. He is the being in the sky.
No one said that he needs anything.
Through?
No,
he doesn't need anything.
Jesus already had that power within him. Every time he did a miracle, it wasn't like, oh, hold on, let me call on God to give me this power to do it. No, when he healed people, he just laid his hands on them. When he turned the water into wine, he just dipped his finger in it. However he did it, he didn't say, hold on, let me go talk to my Father and let him give me the power to do this miracle. No, all of the things that Jesus did, he made the water behave. He made the storms go away. He did all of these miracles, and not once did he stop and say, hold on, I can't do this. Please, God in heaven, please, Father, give me this so I can do this. And usually when God performs the act in the Bible, it tells us that God did it. Like when Moses split the Red Sea, it tells us that God did it. When Jesus did all of his miracles, it says that Jesus did those miracles. It didn't say the Father worked through him and all of that.
But we do. I mean, he started with the Quran, and it says through the will of God, over and over, like through the will of God.
You mean permission? Because the word is permission, right?
Yeah, permission.
Okay.
Permission, will, whatever.
So let me ask you a question. Allah can create man from dust, right?
Yeah.
From clay, right?
Mm-hmm.
And breathe into him life, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If I was to ask Allah permission to do that, would I be able to do that?
No.
Okay. If Jesus didn't ask for permission to do that, would he be able to do that?
Like, I guess, yeah, because he was Jesus. He was a prophet. God chose him.
But there's no other prophet that does that, and there's no other creator that can create like Allah creates.
But there were other prophets like Moses that he just used to split the sea. He used God's will, and even to like do all the things that he did to like.
Oh, no, there wasn't. Deuteronomy 34 verse 10 says, no, there was no other prophet like Moses. That's why Jesus surpasses Moses. But with that being said, did Jesus blow into a clay bird and give it life by the permission of Allah?
Yes.
That means that Jesus is a life-giving spirit who's able to give life in the same way Allah gives life, but only with permission.
I mean, I can't say for sure. I don't know exactly what Jesus was able to do and not able to do. I just know that he needed God in order to do the things that he was able to do.
It didn't say that he needed God. He just asked for his permission according to your what's the name. So if you can drive, I'm pretty sure you can drive, South.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you wanted to take my car around the corner and you ask me, hey, brother Word, can I borrow your car? And then I give you permission to go, around the corner or whatever. I didn't teach you how to drive. You already had that capability within yourself. So when Jesus created, he just, Allah just gave him permission to go ahead and do so. It didn't say that. It didn't say Allah, gave him the power to do so. He did it with the permission of Allah. Go ahead, Black Flag.
Yeah, sorry, but then wouldn't you say for any prophet that does miracles, you could just say, no, he's also God because he's able to do miracles, but with the will or permission of Allah?
No.
But that's not my point. I wanted to take like 10 steps back, like a long time ago when we were talking about Jesus being God, etc. That's what I wanted to talk about in the beginning, but you guys were talking. So I would say this.
I think we still pretty much on that subject, loosely, but I think we still there.
Different aspect of it, So, correct me if I'm wrong, you were saying that why couldn't Jesus be God, right? Why couldn't he just take on flesh, right?
Yeah.
So then I would ask you this. I would say, why couldn't God take on 1,000 different bodies and become a banana?
Because the banana didn't sin against him. Our God is a holy God who's a good God and also a loving God.
No. I'm talking about
holiness. With the holiness and goodness comes justice. Therefore, there's not a single sin in creation that can be passed over. There has to be a punishment that is met and paid.
No. You're misunderstanding me. You're going off track.
To satisfy the righteousness of God and to appease his holiness.
Yeah, hear me out.
That's why he didn't become a banana.
I'm not talking about why he didn't, but I'm saying why couldn't he? So would you say that?
Why would he have to be a banana when the banana didn't bring sin into
No,
the cosmos?
You're not understanding. I'm not talking about why would he. I'm talking about could he.
Why
God
would he?
appears fire, right?
Why did he become? Hold on, why did he become?
I believe a different
Why did he
explanation of
become?
that.
Why did he
But
become human?
don't you guys believe forgive sins?
Well,
Don't let him run from that. Don't let him run from the thing about Allah appearing as fire. He said he has a different explanation, but,
No, I've heard a different explanation, but I'm not detailed in that. I don't believe that Allah became fire, but no, I don't know to say what Allah became or what he didn't become. But to my knowledge,
the Quran makes it clear that he became fire.
I mean, I'm not no scholar or someone to tell you, no, this is the explanation of it, etc.
Is Allah's voice? Is Allah's voice? Is Allah's voice a part of creation? Is Allah's voice a part of creation, or is it intrinsic to him? Is it a part of him or a part of creation?
I don't know if you realize, but you completely ignored my question in a way.
So hear me out. Is Allah's voice a part of creation or a part of him?
Look, let's be fair. I asked you a question. What you did instead of answering is you asked me a question back, and then you switch the subject.
Black flag. Black flag.
No, actually,
do God do anything just to do it?
That's not my point. You guys.
I know. I'm asking you. Do God do anything just to do it, or there's a logical reason or something that needs to be accomplished why He does it?
Hear me out. The problem is not about why. That's not my problem about why He did something.
But the why is a very important part of it.
I'm not saying, okay, I'm not going to say it's not, but that's not what I'm asking you. You can't see it's important, so we have to talk about it. I'm talking about could he, because I'm saying, right, you're saying that why couldn't he take on flesh? I'm saying why couldn't he take on 1,000 different bodies, okay? I can come to you and say my God is 1,000 different persons. He's also a banana and an apple, and that's it. You can't prove me wrong.
Well,
say,
because it wasn't black flag. That wasn't
hear without ears.
Really, it wasn't necessary for God to do so.
You see,
there's no reason for him to do that like that.
I'm not telling you about necessary. I'm talking about could he.
Now, I want you to answer the wordnized question. Does Allah ever do something without a purpose?
Come on, man. Seriously.
No, you can laugh all you want, but now hear me out. Hear me out. Hold on, calm down. Please calm down. The word I asked you a question. Does God ever do something without a purpose?
I'm not knowledgeable. I'm telling you, you have to answer my question. I'm not talking about
again, we're going to ask you the question. Does God ever do something without a purpose, or is your God purposeless?
Let me explain something to you.
Is your God purposeless? Answer the question.
Can I talk?
Is your God purposeless? Answer the question.
Can I talk?
No. Answer the question.
So be honest. You're scared. You're running from my question.
Black flag. We're not knowledgeable. You just hold on. The way you just got out of that question, you just said, "I'm not knowledgeable about that." We're not knowledgeable about that.
So you don't know.
We're not knowledgeable about that. I mean, if you want to play the game, we can tango.
So you're admitting that you can't answer though, correct?
No, you admitted you couldn't answer.
No. So what we're admitting is this: our God does not do a single thing without a purpose. Like your God, He's purposeless. Okay. He does things. I'm talking. Mute up. I'm talking. Mute up. Okay. Your God is purposeless. He does things right without a purpose. Our God is purposeful. He does things purposely in order to bring about a greater good. So now, why would He want to be a banana? Your God could be a banana, right? As a matter of fact, I think, and I'm not trying to be rude, but your God does have a banana because He has gonads. Because I'm going to pull up the hadith for you, where His gonads are being tugged on. Why does your God have gonads?
Hold on, let's stop for a second, okay? So
no, I'm going to pull it up. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm going to pull up the hadith.
That's not my point. Like I said,
hold on. Why does your God have gonads? Just out of curiosity, why does He have
Can I just speak for a second without you interrupting me?
Like, I'm asking you a question. Why does He have gonads?
How about just let me speak real quick, because nothing is going to happen.
Why does your God have gonads?
Why are you so so strict on just pushing me to this question? Let me speak. Relax.
Because I want to know what's the purpose behind Him having gonads.
Take a deep breath. Look, brother, just take a deep breath. Let me speak, all right?
No, I'm good. So now answer the question. We answered your question. Now answer ours. Why does your God have balls?
Let me explain something to you.
Why does your God have balls? Please answer.
My God, can I speak?
Are you going to answer?
Are you gonna answer it? You ignore my question and you ran
No, we
out.
answered it. We answered
Why are
it.
you running? Let me speak, bro.
We
Chill
answered
out.
over
Let
and
me
over
speak.
again. You don't
Why
like
are
the
you
answer.
running? Why
That's
are you
not our
running?
problem.
Seriously.
Now we're gonna ask you. This
I
is
can
not
feel.
your
Look,
live.
you're
It's
getting
the
stressed.
Wordnized
You're
live.
getting stressed.
It's not
Breathe.
your live. It's the
You're getting
Wordnized
stressed.
live.
You're
So
getting
here's what you're
stressed.
gonna do. Now you're gonna
I
answer
waited.
for us.
I
You're
waited
gonna
to
answer.
speak, and
Why
you're
does
getting
your
on.
God
Okay.
have balls that are
Look,
being tugged on?
everyone can see in the live. He won't answer my question. He's trying to ask me a question and force it on me. And if I don't answer it, oh,
All right. So here's a Muslim cry.
yeah, exactly. Good call.
Jesus, stop crying.
So, hey, Black Flag, do you want to have a real conversation, or you want to just go hop
Look,
into?
brother. I was
Real quick,
respectful. I waited.
real quick. Do you want to have a real, genuine conversation, or you just want to go back and forth with this banter and because we can get low and just start asking stupid hypothetical questions about Allah. And I know you don't want to do that because it's just going to derive into insults, and then you're going to get mad and things like that. So do you want to have a real conversation with real, genuine questions?
Okay, first I'll answer you right now. I wouldn't speak like I said. There is a lot of stuff in my religion that I do not know, like literally a huge amount. Like I could call myself even less than a beginner technically, right? So if I'm not gonna say things about Allah that I do not know. So whether you tell me come explain this hadith to me, I'll tell you I don't even have 3 hadiths memorized. You tell me come explain this Quran verse to me, I would tell you, bro, I haven't even read half the Quran yet, or maybe like close there, right? I'm still learning. You get what I'm saying? Like, cause it's like recently, you know what I'm saying? So I can't tell you, oh, I'm gonna explain this to you and this and this. Yes, I'm a scholar. Come, let's debate. No. But my point is, I was respectful, right? I waited for like, I don't know how long, wherever you guys were talking for. I asked a question about something you guys were talking about earlier, right? So it's kind of like a counter. But instead, you guys completely like neglected it. You went on to why, not how. And then you started asking me a question and you would answer mine. And you made me, no, you have to answer my question.
But I answered your question.
You did not. You went on to why.
I said I'm not knowledgeable about that.
Then, okay, so you admitted you couldn't answer that. And then Albie didn't say that. Did you say that?
So now let's proceed. You can't answer my question. I can't answer yours. What else do you got?
I personally, I don't know. It's not about I can't. I don't know. Yeah, well, yeah, I can't answer it. Yeah, because I don't have knowledge about it. But yeah. So then I would ask you another question, because you weren't able to answer my first one. So it's kind of like I didn't even get to ask a question.
Yeah, you answered and you got. You asked it and you got an answer.
No, man. You literally just said you're not knowledgeable about it.
That doesn't mean I didn't answer your question. So that was your answer.
That's not okay. Hold on. So I have a doubt, right? For example, I asked you the question to clear the doubt. For example, you didn't clear the doubt, so it's like basically I got to speak, but I got no benefit out of it. So what is the point of me asking a question?
But that was a.
You're trying to go into literally I spoke. Like I literally asked a question, but I
literally gave you an answer.
And you said you don't know.
And that's an answer, is it?
We're not.
Okay, but it's not okay. How do I say this?
We're not. Let me just deal with this guy for just a second. Go ahead and re-ask your question.
Okay, this is my question. Okay, because I said earlier. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like I said, because I don't want to misquote anyone. You guys told me, or one of you said that. What was it? Why couldn't Jesus become God? Take on flesh, right? Why couldn't God take on flesh, right? So then I was like, okay, why couldn't God? I also like, this is part of it, I guess. You guys didn't speak about this, but this is something I think is part of it. I was like, why couldn't God be just 1,000 different bodies, right, with the same God nature, and why couldn't he also be an apple and a banana?
Okay. Now, you ready for the answer?
Yeah.
Because our God is purposeful, while your God is purposeless. Why would he want to become a banana or an apple in order to communicate to humanity?
Okay, can I answer? You see, unless I'm
now before you answer,
it's not an answer, but
what would be the purpose of him becoming a banana?
I'll tell you right now, real quick. Like, not exactly that, but I was gonna say this. Unless I may be like out of the word why, but that's literally not my question. You're adding. How do I say this? I'm asking you, for example, right? How did you buy this car? And you're like, no. But this is why I bought the car. I'm like, how did you buy it? And you're telling me why I bought it. And you're like, why is it important?
Why couldn't he become 1,000 different bodies? Hold on, let me steel man your position. Why couldn't he have 1,000 different bodies and become an apple and a banana and still remain as God? Isn't that what you said? You said why, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I said, what would be the purpose behind all of that? Again, behind everything God does, there's a purpose. He's not purposeless.
Oh, sorry. Okay, then
You
that's how I
understand?
misquoted. Yeah,
So
I
what
missaid the
was
word. I
so
meant,
according to Christian theology and even the Hebrew Bible, why does God become a man? Do you know?
I just want to know why he keeps thinking about bananas so much.
all right, let me finish. I
It is
accidentally
kind of
made a mistake.
suspect.
I said why. Right now I said why. Earlier, if I said
Oh, you
could
said
be.
it
That's my
earlier too. You
mistake.
said why?
That's my bad. That's not right. That's not what I meant. Right? I meant
Well, then
could
that's what
be.
you
I'm not
said, and
talking
that's why
about.
you got the answer that you got.
I mean, earlier
So
I'm
now, can you at
I'm
least
almost,
admit
I'm
that you
almost,
got an answer for your question?
no, I'm almost certain because even
Admit
when you
that. No, you
answered,
did say you did because he's
yeah, one
recording
second,
it
one
on
second.
YouTube. He's recording it on YouTube.
That's no problem. I'm
He's
not here
recording
to
it on
lie on that. I
YouTube.
don't
Just
care.
admit that you made a mistake and you had your question
Brother,
answered,
yes, I know.
right?
I did, but hear me out. Hear me out.
Okay, good.
In
At
it,
least you admit it.
I told you in it, right? When you answered me in a way, I told you, but that's not my question. I said, could he? But then you continue to ignore that. So even though I possibly did make a mistake, right? You still understood my question because I still corrected myself and said, could he? And yet you still ignored it.
When you said could he, my question to you is, what purpose would it have?
That's literally irrelevant.
No, it's not. Because again, our God is purposeful while Allah is purposeless. I'm not trying to be rude by saying that, but it's the truth. Because when you ask that kind of question, then you have to ask yourself, is Allah purposeful or purposeless? You would have to say he's purposeful, right?
Hear me out. You're not understanding me. I don't care
Right,
currently.
I'm done with you, bro. You're good. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm done with the banana thousand body argument as well. You got your answer two different ways. Hold on, black flag. Just because you don't like the answer, that doesn't mean you didn't get an answer.
It's not about that I don't like the answer. It's about you literally, you technically did answer, but you didn't answer the question. If you ask me what's 2 + 2, and I tell you, why do you care? I'm like, but I answered you.
No.
I'm like, that's
no.
it doesn't matter.
No, the answer was, if you want to use that same analogy, what is 2 + 2? Since someone said, I don't know. That's the answer.
No.
Yeah.
You said you don't know, so I said, okay. And that's not really an answer.
That's an answer.
Ask me what 2 + 2 is.
It doesn't matter.
No, ask me. Ask me what 2 + 2 is.
What's 2 + 2?
What's your purpose behind asking?
Okay, I would tell you because, right? I mean, it depends. I don't have an actual purpose for asking 2 + 2, but I do have one for yours. Because you're claiming, why couldn't he take on flesh? So I'm saying, why couldn't he take on banana as well? And why couldn't he take on 1,000 different bodies as well?
Because he answered you, he said, black flag. I don't know if you're not listening. He said, our God is purposeful. He has to have a purpose behind doing everything that he does. He's not going to do anything that doesn't have a purpose. So becoming a banana is purposeless. It don't make any sense.
I'm not gonna agree nor disagree with you, but like I said, my point is not whether it has purpose behind it, whether it has purpose of him going into 1,000 different bodies, whether he could, whether he could go into 1,000 different bodies, whether he could become a banana, whatever.
Word.
My point is not why.
What about me?
I'm trying to say.
Oh, sound like you just woke up, bro.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say.
I've been listening for the past. Hold on, wait, safe. Just 1 second. I've been listening for the past 10 minutes, and I'm not even understanding what the. So safe. What are you saying? I'm trying to understand.
Okay. Basically, all right. Earlier they were talking like more than 10 minutes ago, probably. I think they were saying. I think one of them was saying, correct me if I'm wrong. Why couldn't God take on flesh? Right.
Okay.
Why? So why could he not? Like, could he physically not? So I said, okay, why could God not take on also, like, for example, 1,000 different bodies and a banana and an orange and an apple, etc.? Why could he literally not? Not about.
Okay. I mean, I can answer your question. I mean, theoretically.
It's not purpose.
Okay, safe. Please just stop. Theoretically, yes, God could take on the form of a banana.
Okay, then question.
Okay, so now, so hold on, wait. So now that we've gotten past that,
Now my question to you is, after he takes on the form of a banana, is it logical or is it illogical for him to do so? Which is more logical, for him to take on the form of a banana or for him to take on the form of man?
That's not my point. I'm not talking like okay,
No,
misunderstanding.
but hold on, wait,
So
hold on,
he's
wait.
I'm literally
basically
answering.
asking questions he don't want to answer to.
I'm literally gonna answer.
Hold on, wait, safe, just relax, bro.
I'm literally gonna answer you. Like
Hold on,
literally, that's what I'm
safe. Hold on, bro. Because
Go on.
you've been going. Hold on, safe. Just relax, bro.
I said go
You've been
on.
going back and forth. You've been going back and forth for 10 to 15. I've been watching it for 10 to 15 minutes with this stupid question. So now that we have answered it succinctly, now it's our turn to press you on what you brought up. So now I'm going to ask you, what is more logical, for God to take on the form of a banana or for God to take on the form of a man? I answered the fact that he could do it if he wanted to. So now answer my question.
Okay. I would say this. Okay, I could be wrong. You can correct me, right? I would say they're both equal. Why? If he's all powerful, the same things you could do in a human form, you can do in a banana form.
Okay, no problem. So here's the next question.
What?
It's fine.
Nah, he gotta go. He gotta go.
It's fine. Watch.
I'm done. What can a banana do that a human can do? Bro, stop it. That's just dumb. That's dumb.
I was getting ready to cook him on it because essentially
that's just dumb.
Real quick, y'all want to see an
saying-
image? Y'all want to see an image of Allah that he's the form he's going to appear in? Check this out.
That's just dumb. That was a dumb. That was the last straw, bro.
Yeah, I was gonna take him down the road of, well, if he thinks that yeah, that's wild. If he takes on the form of a banana, then again, I mean, essentially it's going into what Albie said. For what purpose? But we know that there actually is a logical reasoning behind why God takes on the form of man. I mean, it's all over the Bible. Like, there's a whole logical reasoning behind it. So, I mean, theoretically, God could do that. But it goes exactly to what Albie was saying earlier. I mean, but for what purpose? If there's an illogical reason behind the purpose of it, then God won't do it. God could do it, but he won't. So this is why he takes on the form of man. Now, when you press them on the same question, they don't answer. Well, can God take on the form of a man? And then they go back and forth for like an hour. Oh, God wouldn't do it. But I'm not asking you to say. So the same thing he tried to hold us to, when we
Pause.
press it on them, they don't do it.
Pause. Can we just be respectful and not have that banana picture up?
Yeah, Christian
I've been
TikTok, just go ahead and
respectful
take
this
it down.
entire time. I've appreciated the respect I've been given, and I'd like to keep it that way. The guy is gone, so just out of respect.
But he asked if that's what our God can do. No one said that was your
nothing
God.
disrespectful. We're literally making fun of what he said, which is just ridiculous.
No one said that was Allah or anything like that.
I obviously, I don't know what the point of that discussion was. That's why I just stayed quiet.
Thank you. That was your Muslim brother who came up with that dumb argument.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. So I appreciate how respectful we've been, and I just like to keep it that way.
You good. We wasn't trying to disrespect no one. We just making fun of that dumb argument.
Okay.
CC Abdur.
Yes, I just wanted to say about something you said. Y'all said earlier about how Allah came in the form of I don't know what they say about the fire.
That he was in the bush. His presence was in the bush.
Yeah, that right there. There is a reason behind that. I think what's your name? A lot of if you heard different like the other brother said, scholars, they will explain that or the reason he came, that it's not to be coming in the form of something because he need that form. He's coming in the form. He came, like, for example, if that theory, whether it's true or false. I mean, I heard about the Ibrahim, the prophet Ibrahim, when he was burning. The non-Muslims did something or have something happen more or less. Anybody Muslims in here, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm saying that when he doesn't show himself to people, that's why he used these things. These things be here to more or less to like it's like a what we would call it hijab that is put between
Sissy.
the people in so that way they won't see his brilliance, his that's his curtain between them and him.
So was he
So that
behind the
it's
fire,
not coming before him or
Sissy?
something. He's not trying to. He don't
Sissy.
need that to take place of him.
Right. So
That's
was
the
he?
whole point.
So was he behind the fire in the bush?
The fire was there because we can see that, but we can't see him.
Right. So was he behind the fire?
I don't know if he's behind the fire because I got to go read that story. So I'm not going to sit up
No.
here and be dishonest. I'm just going to
He's
say
right.
that he can't. That was the meaning of that situation.
So is there?
Right.
So this is the thing, and I'm gonna let Amin go. So you're saying that an infinite, all-powerful creator, or whoever you think Allah is, right? Can something created?
He's not being it.
Hold on. Listen.
It's something that's being holding.
Right.
It's many words.
So
y'all don't. It's different language.
hold on. Hear me out. Let me formulate my thought. This thing, the fire, is created, or even some people say that he is veiled in light. Light is also something created. So you're saying that something that's created is able to hold back or shield humanity from an infinite, all-powerful being.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying
But that's what
the
you're
meaning
implying.
behind it.
That's just the
No, I'm not
logical
implying
conclusion.
any of those made up stuff.
That's
I'm
the
just
logical
saying that
conclusion to what
story.
you're saying.
But you can look up the story yourself about where exactly where you get the story from anyway, so I can go look it up myself too. So where do you get the
It's
story
in
from?
28.
That's the issue. It comes from the Hadith. Like the
Okay,
Hadith
but
talks
which
about it
one?
as well.
Which story? Which
No.
prophet?
Well, no, which story in particular are you talking about? When he was
No,
talking
which
to
story y'all was
Moses?
talking about when y'all had to talk
When-
when y'all
when
was
he-
talking about that fire and stuff?
That's in
It's many
28:30,
stories.
28:30 of your Quran.
Okay, but which prophet?
Moses.
It's talking about
When
Moses.
Moses wanted to speak to, when God spoke to Moses, it was through the fire. And what Cece's trying to say is what I was saying about that fire. It was because he wasn't behind the fire. We cannot see him on this earth, is what Muslims believe, because God is this being that is so, like, we're going to be completely shocked and in awe when we are actually seeing God for the first time. So he can't be seen on this earth for our purpose. So when she's saying that, she's talking about the fact that he's not going to come here, not because he can't come here, because we can't handle him coming here.
Exactly.
Is what we believe. So that's what she's trying to say. When he comes, when he speaks through the fire, that is him talking to Moses without physically being on earth, because we believe on earth we wouldn't be able to handle his like mightiness, his almightiness.
But he
So-
can if he wanted
Exactly.
to.
That's exactly what I'm talking about there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, girl, no
Exactly.
problem.
Well, I mean, okay, and word just catching me up a little bit because I did just come in like 15 minutes ago. Was this brought up in refutation, I guess, of the incarnation or God?
This was brought up because the very first guest that came, and I read him Genesis 18. It wasn't talking about the incarnation. It was just how God, a theophany, how God appeared as a man before the incarnation, before he permanently took on flesh through Mary, right? So I went and I took him to the hadith, the one where on Judgment Day, Allah will appear to them, to the believers, in a form. He would take on a shape of some sort.
Right. You talking about Sahih Bukhari 7439?
Or either Sahih Muslim 1838.
Right, where he says he'll uncover his shin.
No.
And he'll come in the shape other than what they were used to.
Right, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's a couple different narrations for that.
Yeah.
The only thing I would say to you guys, Cece, and I guess your name is this.
Sauce.
No, it's Sos.
So okay, cool. the only thing I would say is like, as Muslims, you guys don't believe that God can enter into his creation in any kind of way. And I think it was Sissy who used the example of like a hijab over Allah when he was in the fire. Christians, we believe something similar, but not in the exact same way. So when we're talking about like the essence of God, like we're not saying that God's essence enters creation fully, but we do say that God can enter, whether that be in some kind of predicated way. And this actually would be the purpose of the incarnation, because in Hebrews chapter 1, verse 3, it actually says that Jesus is the exact image of God, the exact imprint, right? So when we look at Jesus, we see God. And this is furthermore why in the Gospels, when the disciples asked to see the Father, Jesus said, if you see me, you've seen the Father. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because this actually makes you guys' position inconsistent, because if Allah can't enter into his creation, even in like a predicated way, then when we're reading I think it was chapter 28:30, in that bush, it literally says like, "Ana Allah," like I'm Allah, like from the bush. He says, "Ya Musa," he says, "Ya Musa, inni ana Allah, Rabbu al-alamin." He literally says, like, Moses, indeed it is I am Allah, Lord of the worlds, from that bush.
Right.
So, so basically, what I'm trying to say is, like, for us, how we can explain how God doesn't enter into his creation, but he's able to do that in a predicated sense through the Son taking on flesh. We can explain that, but I don't know how you guys explain all of the other things that we see in the Hadith and in this verse in the Quran.
I mean, for me, I can't speak on Hadith because I don't really dive into it a lot. I just stick to Quran for myself. That's just me. Quran is the word of God, and we say Hadith is just like kind of like I hate to say it, but almost like a game of telephone. You know, like someone heard someone say this or that. So it's hard to really hold on to a lot of hadiths. That being said, with what you're saying is what I was saying, which is, do I think that God used Jesus, to perform these miracles and to do these things? I do, but I don't think that it means he's God specifically. Like, that is not to me like a God to me. That is a messenger, and it's a tool that is used.
I think you and I talked before.
No, this is my first live ever. That's why I'm like a little shaky in my voice, because
I feel like I talked to you like maybe 2 or 3 days ago.
Let me give them a real world scenario.
Go ahead, Walt.
To where they can see that God, he can. It's not perfect anecdotal, but analogy, but it'll drive the point home. Real quick, CC, is not going to be a long. Just hold your thought real quick, please. So, have you? Do you have any kids, CC or Sauce?
I don't know.
I don't have no kids.
Do y'all have like little nieces, nephews, or anything?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you ever like wrestle with them, play with them, do things?
Yeah.
Right. So when you wrestling and playing with them, you don't use all of your power, all of your might, because you can hurt them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means that you can limit your strength or limit how strong you are to a certain capacity, so you won't hurt something, or you won't cause ill harm to to your little niece or nephew. God can do the same thing. Whenever he comes into creation, he can limit the amount of power that he exudes. That doesn't mean he's not as powerful as he was before. But if he was to come into creation, then he can also do the things, like you wouldn't say that you can do something God can't do. So you can limit yourself and have constraint. God can do the same thing. Like, why would you think if God was to come into creation that he'll blow up his old creation? He's knowledgeable enough. He knows that he's all powerful. But if I ever was to come into creation, then I would have to take it down a notch or two. I'm still powerful. I'm still all knowing. But
In words,
if I
no,
want
the
to
Bible
predict,
actually says this.
yeah,
Can I make a quick
Philippians
point?
chapter 2, 5 through 11.
Okay, I was just going to make a quick point. So why are we here? If God shows himself, why are we here? The whole point of us being here is that we're going to believe in God without seeing his presence. That's part of our test. A believer and a non-believer, right? So having belief is our biggest test.
And
So if God shows himself,
Mhm.
then okay, it's been confirmed. You've seen God. Like,
That's
so
not
what?
true.
that's not all the way
Where's the
true
test?
anyway.
No, that's not
It's
true
true.
at
It
all.
is
Wait,
part of the
hold
test. That's
on,
why
wait.
there's believers and
Wait,
non-believers. Why are we
hold on, wait.
judged? We're going to be judged as believers.
Hold on, wait. You guys believe also in things like the flood, and you guys believe also. I'm not sure. I've read all of the Quran, but I don't remember if this story is in there. So if any of the brothers want to help me out, then you can. But the story of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, it's in
Like
there.
there's many. Yeah. Also, with Isa in the Quran, with him receiving miracles, like they've seen things that, like, they've literally seen the acts of God, and the people still disbelieved. So just because you see God doesn't mean that you'll believe. That's actually not the test. Like I'm not sure why Muslims think this, but for some reason you think that, I'm not, maybe you don't think this, but the majority of Muslims that I speak to at least think this, that they think that the test is doing things. The test actually is not how well you can do things. The test is believing in something. And you did allude to this, believing in something that is hard to see. But it just because you see God doesn't actually mean that you believe. That's just not how it works. The human psyche doesn't work that way. So I don't think that that's a really good argument from my perspective.
And to back up what Amin is saying, if you read Exodus, the children of Israel, by the Jews, God literally fed them from bread out of heaven. He gave them, Moses struck a rock, and water came out. They seen God at the top of the mountain. They actually seen his feet. They said it was his feet, and his what's the name was like sapphire all around him. They seen this with their own eyes. They heard his voice, and his voice was so strong. They's like, no, we can't deal with it. We need an intercessor. Please send us someone else, because God's voice is so strong. They knew that it was God. They knew. They seen all kinds of miracles. They actually seen his presence on the top of the mountain. And when Moses stayed up too long for 40 days and 40 nights at the top of the mountain, they still constructed a golden calf, Surah al-Baqarah, that's in your Quran, and worshiped the calf, even though Moses was up there bidding for them to God, and they can see it, and they still did this. So the premise that just because God reveals himself to you, that doesn't mean that you're automatically going to believe and automatically going to do what he wants us to do.
But it is part of the test, right? Like everything you guys just said shows that it is part of the test. To believe is your biggest test, right? And even what you just said, you said that the Israelites couldn't even handle hearing God's voice. So if they can't handle hearing God's voice, how are they going to be able to handle his presence? Is exactly my point of why we say that there couldn't have been God on earth, because we can't even handle hearing his voice.
No, because it's not the same thing. Go ahead, Christian TikToker.
Why not? But why not? Like, why is that not the same thing? If they couldn't handle hearing the voice of God,
because they were sinners. Because they were sinners.
But they all weren't sinners.
It had to do with their sinful bodies, their sinful natures.
But not everybody ended up worshiping that calf. Remember, there was some that didn't.
Right,
but that's a false equivocation.
And the ones that did worship the calf, weren't they all like?
But wait,
didn't God punish them like directly after?
Seuss, it's a false equivocation, because you're equivocating on the idea of, okay, well, they heard God, or they did this thing where God is concerned, and they still didn't believe, and you're trying to juxtapose it with the idea that God can do something. So we're not saying that if God enters into His creation, that people will automatically believe, because remember, for us as Christians, we believe that Christ is God in the flesh, and look at how many of the Jews, when He came to them, still rejected Him. We're trying to understand why you, as a Muslim, don't believe that God can enter into His creation. That has nothing to do with belief. I'm not understanding how you're making the connection there.
Well, I mean, you just said that thing about like, why don't Muslims believe that Jesus could be God? And I'm just saying that like every
I only
time
brought
that
that up
God
because you
describes
did.
himself, but every time that God describes himself, he's this being that we cannot even hear the voice. We cannot even see him because he is so mighty. He is so like glorious that we're not able to
But
see
if
him
he's
here.
so mighty, but hold on, wait, but that doesn't make any sense. If he's so mighty and if he can do anything, why can't he do that?
I didn't say he couldn't. I said he would be contradicting himself because God calls himself self-sufficient. And to come in a human that was Jesus, that had to be in a woman's womb and be birthed and be fed and taken care of as a human being, we just don't believe that those qualify him, Jesus, to be like God to us. We believe that God is like God used him to perform those miracles, you know, as a sign for people to believe in him, not as Jesus
See,
is
the
God.
the thing that's
I'm still
messing
not
them up. I
understanding
mean,
how the
you
two.
gotta incarnation. I don't know what it is about the incarnation. It totally blows Muslims' mind. Like they just can't get it. They just can't get the
We get
incarnation.
it. We get it. We
No,
just don't believe in it because
so
it
the
but my thing
reason why
is
you
that
don't
because
get it.
if you
I'm sorry. I'm gonna let you talk. The reason why you don't get it is you think whenever God was to take on a form or a baby, that's having to deal with his intrinsic godly nature. Like he ceases to be God anymore. The Bible is clear about this. God just adds on a human nature, but it doesn't mix with his divine nature. So everything that Mary was doing for Jesus was according to his human nature. It had nothing to do with his divine nature. Do you understand that?
I hear what you're saying, but to me, it's not enough evidence to say that he's God to me and to a lot of Muslims because there's still because there's even still so many
So let's just so let's just take it to her Quran, because essentially that's what's happening. She's not willing to, and I know that this is just because you're a Muslim, so I get it. But when we start asking you questions about, for instance, what does it mean for Jesus to be the Word of God? You do, I mean,
But before we get into
you're
that,
Quran only.
I just want to say something, and I'm going to pass it right over to you, right? Because
Yeah.
I've been listening, and you know, it seems that Jesus can't be God because the Quran says so, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, is Allah a father?
No,
Why?
because he cannot birth, like he doesn't do those things. Yeah.
Born or be born.
Why
said
does
that.
the
You just said that about
why does excuse me one second? Why does the Old Testament, the Hebrew Scriptures, and the New Testament say that God is a father? Why does the Hebrew Scriptures, the Jewish Scriptures, and the New Testament say Jesus is God? Why does the Hebrew Scriptures and the New Testament say everything contrary to what the Quran teaches?
Can I answer
And
quickly?
why, excuse me one second, please don't interrupt.
I'll answer this, don't worry.
Yeah, we're not worried, believe me, we're not worried.
Okay, we'll see.
Okay, great. So now with that being said, why do you make the Quran the criterion in which every single prophet that existed contradicts Muhammad, but Muhammad comes along and gives us half a story of every story, and not even from the Bible, but uses biblical names, right, with mixed with fairy tales? Honestly, why is that? Why should we take the Quran as a criterion? Can you explain that, please?
Well, we believe that the Quran had to be produced because, unfortunately, I know you guys have heard this a million times, but we believe that the Injil has been corrupted, right? Like we believe that the scripture has been corrupted.
Now, believing something, right, doesn't do anything for us, because now you're saying that the Quran is false because the Quran confirms the Torah and the Injil.
Okay,
Now
but
you're saying that Allah
Injil is a
excuse me, one
specific.
second. Excuse me.
Okay, but wait. Let me just ask.
Now you're saying that the Quran is now wrong because now you're taking a step outside of this. What I believe.
No, because the Quran says that
Show me where. Show me where.
I can't specifically give you a verse,
Okay,
but I know that.
So then don't say then it is. Go and research it and then come back.
I know that it says this though.
Where?
I know that.
Show us.
Okay.
Let me answer.
All you have to do is just bring us the verse, sis.
There is no verse. There's no verse that
Yeah,
says
let
There
us.
is a verse that says that there is a verse.
Sus, go and research it and come back.
Okay, but can I just say my
No,
one?
go and research it.
Why? We're having
Because
a normal
it's-
conversations. I don't
it's
like
not
how
a
you guys, how
conversation
you come
because
in and you
why
do
are-
that.
Wait, hold on. Have you noticed that we've been bringing nothing but evidence from scriptures, from the Quran, from whatever? Where is your evidence for one thing that you say?
That's not true.
What? I literally am just saying, I am just like responding to your question, and I'm telling you that I don't believe that the Quran is false, and the reason why the Quran had to come was because the Injil, which we believe to be the word of God,
it says
you're
that
not
you
letting me
believe it does
finish.
not confirm. Show
Sis,
us where.
just to clarify,
Because your own Quran says that the Injil is not
Sus,
corrupted,
let me speak,
and
yeah,
it was
after
confirmed.
this.
The Injil is not corrupted. The original Injil is the word
Okay,
of
show
God.
us where. The
Everything that
original
came
Injil.
after
Show
that
us
has been
where.
corrupted.
Show us where.
You have 6,000 people who have written a
Show
different
us
version of the
where.
Bible.
Hold on. Sauce. Hold on, guys. The way, Sauce, that you will be able to satisfy Brother Albies is just if you have to go on Google on your phone, just don't be too long and just bring up the verse where it says that the Quran says that the Injil is corrupt. That's fine,
Okay,
and we'll
so
go
you've
to the
just
verse.
So Albie just made a claim, and Albie made the claim, and he said, "Show us where." He says very clearly, "Show us where people didn't think God was a man, etc. God never came into His creation." Okay,
What?
cool. We'll do this.
What?
So
What?
can
What?
you go to Numbers 23:19?
Oh my gosh.
What does it
Hold on,
say?
wait, truth.
And it also says God doesn't
Truth.
change.
Yeah,
Hold on.
okay.
Can you stop
Truth.
Oh
cutting me
my
off?
gosh.
It's
Can you
fine.
stop cutting me off?
Truth. Hold on, truth.
Can you stop
We'll
cutting me
read.
off?
Hold on, truth. It's okay. We'll read Numbers
Cut me off.
29. Hold on, wait, just listen, truth, just relax. We'll read Numbers 29, but after that, can we go to
Numbers
Exodus 15:3?
23:9.
Yes, it's fine. 23:19. I know. After we read Numbers 23:19, can we go to Exodus 15 verse
Okay, and
3?
I'm not finished. Can I wait? Can you wait?
No. You're not fit to shotgun and machine gun now verses. We're gonna deal with each verse at a time.
Truth. I just want to say something.
I'll give you his
Truth. I'm going to say one thing to you before I'm going to mute you, and you're going to listen or I'm going to kick you, okay? So listen. I'm going to make this very clear. Listen. If you interrupt one more time, you're gone. I promise you. Don't say a word, okay? I'm going to make this very clear because I've said this before. You will be allowed to be on this platform if you are respectful and you do not interrupt when people are talking. If you keep doing that, you're going to go. So if you want to be up here and make your points, but when you're done and someone else starts talking, do not interrupt them.
I
You
agree,
got that?
but didn't Amin just interrupt me?
Well, because you wanted to shotgun, let's just go step by step. So look, so let's go to Numbers 23:19. I'm going to the verse.
Can I finish my point now?
Look, truth, please, man. Let's go step
Can
by
we
step.
deal with?
Okay.
We're gonna deal with. Hold on. Truth. Hold on. We're gonna deal with Numbers 23:19, and then the second point we will address. But for now, you brought up a contention, and you brought up a source saying Numbers 23:19. So now we're gonna go to Numbers 23:19.
Okay.
Perfect.
So let's read it. And Seuss, I don't know if you're able to find that verse, but while we're dealing with truth, I'm actually very curious.
On the screen as well, please, so I can see it.
Okay, so Numbers 23:19. God is not a man that he should lie, or a son of man that he should change his mind. Has he said and will he not do it? Or has he spoken and will he not fulfill it? So clearly this verse is saying that God is not a man that he's going to lie.
Who's speaking,
So
by the way? Who's speaking in that
hold on a
verse?
second. So let's analyze the ayah first. The verse first.
No worries.
If we're reading it and it says that God is not a man, then okay, maybe you have a point. But then if you just keep reading it, it makes it clear that he should lie. So if that's true, then the inverse should also be true. That if God were a man, then he would never tell a lie, nor shall any deceit be found in his lips. This is what our scriptures say. In fact, in Hebrews chapter 4, verses 12 through 16, it says that Jesus was perfect and that he never sinned. So if you actually read it in context, hold on. If you actually read it in context, it makes sense. And if we go to Exodus 15, let's just read Exodus 15.
So you said in context.
If we just listen to me for a second. If we go to Exodus 15, you will now have to deal with this, because if we read it the way you want it to be read, then it becomes, it doesn't even work. Because Exodus 15 verse 3 says, Yahweh, the Lord, is a man of war. Yahweh is his name. So from our perspective, we don't have a problem with it. It's harmonious. But for you, it doesn't work. So how are you going to explain Exodus 15:3?
No worries. So you just mentioned the book of Hebrews, right? And in that same book of Hebrews, doesn't it say Jesus Christ is the same every day, today, forever and forever, right?
Can you deal with his refutation?
Of course, because
truth.
I'm answering your question.
You realize that by you realize that statement is proving that Jesus is God.
You know what you've just done. You made a big error.
Truth. Hold on. Deal with the other verse that he brought up.
I am. You just brought up 15 other verses, so I'm
no, he didn't. He only said 2.
Yeah, okay, so he's mentioning, I don't know, he said something about Exodus 4.
Exodus 15.
So yeah, you haven't established that verse. So from that verse, what does it say?
Exodus 15. So in your line of thinking, you said in Numbers 23 that God is not a man, but you stop right there.
And
that he should lie. Okay, that he should lie and that he could change his mind. But in Exodus 15, it says that God is a man of war. So which is it?
A man of war.
So by your way of thinking, it said God is not a man. Then in Exodus 15, it said God is a man. How you going to deal with that?
Okay, easy, because when they look at the Old Testament, it also says God doesn't change.
In what sense does he not change?
No, he says God doesn't change.
In what sense does he not change?
So he says he doesn't change.
In what sense does he not change? Let me answer for you.
Okay, lovely.
Let me answer for you. In his moral character and nature.
Lovely. So let's take. Okay, let me
don't interrupt me when I'm talking.
So
when I'm talking, mute up.
You're getting quite angry. Calm down.
Exactly, because I don't have time to deal with little third graders. So now put your thumb in your mouth. Put your thumb in your mouth. Start sucking on it, and mute up. Good. Keep sucking on it. Now, with that being said, God is not a man that he should lie, meaning that God is unchanging in his character and nature according to his moral image. This is also further proven in Hebrews chapter 6, verse 13 to 18, where it says in Hebrews chapter 6, 13 and on, for when God made a promise to Abraham, because he could swear by no one greater, he swore by himself, saying, unlike Allah, who swears on the ant, swears on this, swears on that, swears on this guy, swears on this person. No, our God, for when God made a promise to Abraham, because he could swear by no one greater. That means every time Allah swears by an ant, that means an ant is greater than Allah. He swore by himself, saying, surely blessing I will bless you, and multiplying I will multiply you. And so after he had patiently endured and obtained the promise, for men indeed swear by the greater, and then oath for confirmation is for them, and end of the dispute. Thus God, determining to show more abundantly to the heirs of promise the immutability of his counsel, meaning the unchanging. Immutable means unchanging. The immutability of his counsel, confirmed it by an oath, that by two immutable things in which it is impossible for God to lie, we might have strong consolation who have fled for refuge to lay hold of the hope set before us. In this way, Jesus Christ in Hebrews 13 verse 8 is the same yesterday, today, and forever, because the author of Hebrews ends Hebrews by confirming Jesus is God, since God the Father in Hebrews chapter 1, 10 to 12, quotes from Psalm 102, 24 to 27, and says, you, Lord, you, Jesus, are unchanging in your nature. Unchanging. You are the same. Creation changes, withers away, but you remain the same, for your years have no end. That's the difference.
So truth. I don't, bro, this is crazy. Taking on an additional nature is not changing your first nature. You're taking on an additional nature. What are you talking about? So the divine nature never changed. When he took on the flesh, he just added the flesh. I'm not understanding why this is so hard for you guys to get, bro. Like, honestly, like, this is
It's
like
rudimentary. It's
I promise
basic.
you, like, I'm not trying to be like disrespectful or anything, but it's almost like you don't want to believe it on purpose. It's like you get what we're saying, and instead of just saying, you know what, I just disagree. Like, I get why you believe that. I just disagree. You just completely,
I've said
well,
that.
not you,
I have
not
said
you.
that.
I'm talking about a lot of these other guys. Like, this is.
And I mean, listen to this, brother. Let me ask you a question. I mean, the word and I, the Christian TikToker. Let me ask you guys a question. When a Christian, according to the Bible, like 2 Corinthians 5, 6 to 8, or Hebrews 12, 22 to 24, when a Christian dies, he's absent from the body, present with the Lord in spirit, though, right?
Yeah.
What happens to the flesh?
It dies.
Okay. At the resurrection, will our flesh be resurrected and united to our spirit?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, right?
No, it won't.
Excuse me, I'm not asking you, Sissy Abdul. Are you a Christian? Okay, well, thank you. I'm talking to the Christians. Please have respect, please. So now
She's been respectful. She's been very quiet. Just
okay,
please
no
be nice.
problem. I'm trying to be. I don't like to be talked over. I'm not trying to talk over other people. I'm trying to make a point. When we're interrupted, when I'm talking to Christians and someone says no, then I have to show you. Even in Surah 22, ayah verse 7 says, Sissy, you don't know your own Quran. So listen.
Okay, chill.
So listen, and stop trying to teach. Right? So now with that being said, our spirits are in heaven awaiting the resurrection, right? Now, when our flesh is resurrected and joined to our spirit, united together, is our nature going to be, is our spirit that we have in heaven united to the nature, is that going to be a changed nature or a same nature?
Changed.
Well, yeah, from what I understand,
Changed because we'll be
well, yeah.
we'll be
We're gonna be
incorruptible.
incorruptible.
However, we're still human beings though. Except the difference is we're going to be incorruptible human beings, right?
Right.
Okay, but the point is we're still humans in heaven in spirit form, awaiting the resurrection, in which the resurrection will then simply add on to ourselves a what? A flesh nature, like we have a spirit nature.
Yeah.
We have a spirit nature and we have a flesh nature.
Yeah. This
But
is why
both
Jesus.
these natures, right, were identified as what though? As persons. One person united to these two different natures.
Yeah. And this is why Jesus rose as first fruits, because as he is, so shall we be.
1 Corinthians 15:23, exactly. So sorry, Sissy Abdor, I just wanted to make that clear.
Seuss, were you able to find that verse?
I did.
Okay. What's the verse?
So I found it in Surah Al-Baqarah.
275 through 79.
I was just gonna say 79, but yes, that's pretty much
Can
it.
we
Yeah,
can we start at 75?
I know it.
Go ahead.
We know it.
No, I
Okay,
mean,
why didn't you just tell me that you knew it? Why did you make
Yeah, I didn't know what you. I thought you had something different. I never know.
Because it
Oh, I
doesn't.
see, I
It
see.
doesn't
You
say
just
what
didn't
you
want to
think
help
it
me.
The
does.
reason, you guys, I just want to reconfirm, Sus, our sister in humanity. You said here it's going to confirm that the Injil is corrupted, correct?
Yep. This is about the
Yeah,
Injil.
That was your
book.
argument, right?
Yep.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Me?
yeah, I mean, if,
I'm just going to read 79 because that's what I pulled up. It says, "Then woe to those who write the book with their own hands and then say, and quote, 'This is from Allah,' to purchase with it a little price. Woe to them for what their hands have written, and woe to them for what they earn thereby." That's it.
okay. Truth, I brought you back up. Quite
But you got to be
honestly,
respectful, bro.
yeah, just chill out, bro.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Yes, bro.
Okay, can I reply to Albie's point before?
No. We're dealing with
we're
Sauce
not
right
going
now.
back.
Sauce. We're dealing with Sauce.
Yeah, and the reason why I brought you up was because you said, "Oh, that we're gaslighting a girl on this
Of course,
issue."
100% you're
No, we're
gaslighting.
not. She's
Okay,
been here
all right.
this long. Have we
I
been?
don't feel like I'm being gaslit.
Thank
I'm
you.
talking. This is a
You're saying that
discussion.
Allah
It's a
appeared. You're
debate.
saying Allah appeared in a bush. You're
Oh my
lying.
God! All right, truth.
See, now you're gonna get dropped again.
Just yeah, just
For saying
so
the
we're talking
truth.
about this now. Hold on, just listen to me, bro. So if you think that we're gaslighting her, then you can put us in our place, okay?
Okay.
So we're gonna have this conversation, all right? She brought up Surah Al-Baqarah, and she read 79. So go ahead. I don't know if you finished reading it, Sus.
Yeah,
I
she
did. Do you want me
finished.
to read it
So what are you
again?
guys speaking about now? What's the topic? Because it's 5
Truth,
a.m.
bro.
We're
Calm
sleeping. It's not
down.
the same.
Come on, man.
This is
You've
why you
been
got
here
kicked,
this whole
man.
time.
You're gonna
Bro,
get
I'm
kicked
just
again.
saying
I'm
it's
telling you right now.
5:30 and I'm gonna go
Guys,
sleep.
I'll just
Shut
tell him.
up. Shut
If
up.
it's not the same,
I'm
Okay,
about to drop him.
I'm just.
Yeah,
I just
drop
dropped him,
him.
bro. I'm sorry. I can't. I just can't deal with it tonight. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning,
Ridiculous,
bro. I'm
man.
not dealing with it.
Yeah. You want me to read it again?
Let's start at 75, actually.
Well, that's a lot of reading for 1:30 in the
I
morning.
can read it. It's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
What translation are you using?
Like what?
English translation.
You don't want to read your
I don't
holy
know.
Quran? That's your holy
That's fine.
Quran.
This is.
It's fine. I'll read it for. I mean, it's fine. I'll read it. I think I'm
It's
using.
almost 2 a.m. I'm
Yeah, for
reading the
me
Noble
too.
Quran English translation.
Okay, it's fine. I'll read it. I think I'm reading the Mustafa Khitab translation. So at 75, it says, "Do you believers still expect them to be true to you, though a group of them would hear the word of Allah, then knowingly corrupt it after understanding it? When
Okay.
they meet the believers, they say, 'We believe.'" Now remember, it says a group of them, not all of them. When they meet the believers, they say, "We believe." But in private, they say to each other, "Will you disclose to the believers the knowledge Allah has revealed to you, so that they may use it against you before your Lord? Do you not understand?" 77. Do they not know that Allah is aware of what they conceal and what they reveal? So in order for them to conceal it, they have to have it. Verse 78, "And among them are the illiterate who know nothing about the scripture except lies, and so they wishfully speculate." Then we get to 79. "So woe to those," right? This is that party, not all of them. "So woe to those who distort the scripture with their own hands, then say, 'This is from Allah,' seeking a fleeting gain. So woe to them for what their hands have written, and woe to them for what they have earned." So the question, obviously, that we have to ask is, in 78, it says, "And among them are the illiterate who know nothing about the scripture except lies, and so they wishfully speculate." The question then becomes, how do you corrupt something that you know nothing about?
Well, they corrupted it by writing what they know nothing about. If they wrote it down, then that's the issue. If they didn't know about it and then they write it down and say, well, this is scripture, that's what the problem is. That's what we're saying is the
Exactly.
problem.
Exactly. They wrote something else.
So,
They wrote something else.
yeah, that's,
They didn't mess with the
yeah,
scripture.
because,
They didn't
But
mess with
did they
the
write,
Injil or
when
the
we say
Torah.
write something else, to us, when we say write something else, it's those, you know, versions of like Paul and
So
like
No,
the
so
testaments that
no.
change over time. Like that's what we believe. Only because I'm gonna just make a point. Only because like one time I was watching another live and I was just watching. I didn't talk, and some people don't even believe in other testaments. They only believe in one testament and not the other testament. So how does that work? You're a Christian or whatever,
they're
and
not
you get to
Christians.
pick and.
I'm pretty sure they
I
was
mean, these people believe
rabbinic
they
Jews.
are.
I'm pretty sure they was
Yeah.
Jews.
Well, they weren't. It was a Christian discussion. I know it because it's a Christian live, and he does the same kind of
How can
conversations
he
where
be a
he asks
Christian?
these.
But sister, how can he be a Christian when testament is Latin for covenants?
All I know is that I brought up a point in the chat, and then someone said that they don't follow that version of the Bible. So,
I
like, to
mean,
me, it's like, okay, so you get to pick and choose
no,
which Bible suits your needs.
No,
How's that the
no.
word of God
no,
then?
so that's just like you going to the middle of, like, I don't know, if you go to Philly and you find a NOI Muslim, Nation of Islam, and then, you know, because they believe in some pretty crazy stuff if you ever talk to one of them, and you say, okay, well, yeah, like, you know, these guys
Not
represent
buying.
Islam, knowing that they don't. Like, that's not, you would never call them Muslims. I'm just being honest with you, bro. Like, let's be honest.
I mean, you know
I'm
what? You
just,
know what?
Okay.
that's just,
Can
that's
we
just,
finish exegeting that verse so she can see exactly
Yeah.
what it was? Because this is not
Yeah.
even
So
about the
when you guys,
Injil. This is not even about the Injil or
It's
when
about
you
the
get
Torah.
when
it's
you
about
guys
the
are done,
books.
hey guys,
The
real quick,
books are the Injil and the Torah.
hold on,
no.
real quick.
It
When you
never
We
guys are
mentions
believe
the
done,
that when
Injil.
God mentions the book, that's when God mentions anything that says the book, like we believe the books are
South,
the Torah and the Injil and the
South,
Quran.
South. This is not about the Injil. Go ahead, Pablo. We'll show you in a minute. Let Pablo say what he got to say.
I have it. I have it open. I have it open. You don't have to show me. I have it on my lap.
Right.
yeah, let's go ahead and exegete that. Then when she's done, if I have
Pull
an
up the
opportunity, I
tafsir
just
for
want
it.
to ask her a quick question.
Yo, real
Yeah.
quick,
Well, remember, she's Quran only. She doesn't
yo,
take tafsir.
yeah, and
Oh yeah.
really quick, and right before you guys get to exegeting that, would you guys mind if I read a couple verses real quick? And then I'll tell you where the verses are from. But I want to read it. So, Seuss, if you're there, please listen to what I'm about to read, okay? It says, have you not seen those who were given a portion of the scriptures, yet traded for misguidance and wish to see you deviate from the path? Now, this is Allah speaking to Muhammad directly, right? Have you not seen those who were given a portion of the scriptures, yet traded for misguidance and wish to see you deviate from the path? Allah knows best who your enemies are, and Allah is sufficient as a guardian, and He is sufficient as a helper. Some Jews take words out of context and say, we listen and we disobey. Hear, may you never hear. And Raina, playing with words and discrediting the faith. Discrediting what faith?
Discrediting the. I'm sorry. Can you read that again? Because
Sure, it says they're playing with words. The Jews are playing with words and discrediting the faith. What faith is Allah talking about?
it could be talking about the faith in general. We believe that the faith is
Islam, right?
is
So it
one
would be
faith.
Islam, correct? Because remember what I just read, that they wish to see him deviate from the path. What is the path? It's Islam, right?
Right.
Okay, so Islam is the path that these Jews wish to see Muhammad and Muslims deviate from. They play with words and discrediting the faith. Had they said, we hear and obey, listen to us, and in Surah, it would have been better for them and more proper. Allah has condemned them for their disbelief, so they do not believe except for a few. Now, would you say that Allah's words are being corrupted by Jews here? Allah's words are being
So
corrupted.
who's to say? Who's to say that the?
Hold on, hear me out. Allah's words are being corrupted by Jews, right? Okay. Now, in the Quran, it says that Allah's words cannot be corrupted. They're incorruptible.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, how can we trust the Quran then if the Jews then are discrediting the faith, playing with Allah's words, and wishing to see people deviate from the path, why should we then believe Allah's words, since the Jews are powerful enough to manipulate the Quran?
Well, we don't believe that the Quran can be manipulated, but
they're playing with Allah's words, right?
yeah, but Allah's words were also we believe that in Injil is the words of Allah. So is it possible that the Jewish people, the ones that we believe are more like a Zionist type of people, did they corrupt? I don't have any hate towards Jewish people.
Did they corrupt Allah's words?
Did they corrupt the gospel? That's
But did they corrupt Allah's words? Yes or no?
I guess we can break it. This is simple. This is what Brother Albie is saying.
I know what he's asking. But yeah, go ahead.
But I'm gonna just break it down in succession so you can see, what he's trying to get at.
The final verse, because it's the final verse.
Right. Can Allah's word be corrupted?
The Quran cannot be corrupted. Can Allah's verses from the Injil be and Torah? Yes.
No, that's not what he says. He says none of his books none of his words can be corrupted. None of them.
That's not true. We never
that's
said
what
that.
He says.
We never said that.
No,
we're saying
he said that.
our book,
he said that.
We say the Quran is not corrupted,
So
but we say
is the
that
Torah is the Torah in the Injil Allah's words, South?
They are.
Okay, so just like the Quran is Allah's words. So if you go to 6:111, 6:105, 6:115, it says nobody among creation can change or corrupt Allah's words. All of his words. It don't just say the Quran.
Right. And now what I'm trying to show and demonstrate here, she admitted that the Jews are playing with the words of Allah, discrediting the faith, which is Islam, which is the Quran. That's
no, but we believe. Okay, but hold on.
But that's what the Jews are doing. And I'm reading chapter 4, 44 to 46 I've read so far. Now I'm going to read chapter 4, verse 47, the very next verse. O you who were given the book. Who are the ones who were given the book?
The Jews and the Christians and the Muslims.
Beautiful. They were given the book, right? They were given what? The Torah, the Zabur, and the Injil, correct?
Right.
Okay. Now, Allah says in chapter 4, verse 47, we read 44 to 46. Now we're going to read 47. O you who were given the book, believe in what we have revealed, confirming your own scriptures before we wipe out your faces, turning them backwards, or we condemn the defiant as we did to the Sabbath breakers, and Allah's command is always executed. Why is Allah now commanding the Jews who are discrediting Islam and playing with Allah's words to believe now in their books that Allah revealed to them that they have in their possession? Can you explain that, please?
I can explain what we believe. Yes, we
I don't care
believe.
what you believe. Can you explain this verse, please?
I can explain it with what we believe. That's how I can
Wait a
explain.
minute. So you're going to go outside of tafsirs, outside of hadiths with scholars, and you're going to give us your belief. Is there anybody
It's not
else?
my belief. It's the belief of the Quran, and the Quran. The Quran.
What does it mean then? What does it mean? What does it mean when it says,
oh my Lord.
Oh, you who are given the book, believe in what we have revealed. What is Allah asking the Jews and the Christians? Oh, you.
I don't know. Am I allowed to speak? Let me know. Can I speak?
You can answer, yeah. Oh, you who are given the book, believe in what we have revealed. What are we to believe in during the time of Muhammad?
Honestly, if you're going to let me speak, I will speak. But if this is just going to be your show, I don't need to speak because this seems like it's your show and I'm just...
No, it's not. I just want you to answer the question. Oh, you who are given the book, believe in what we have revealed. What are we to believe in during the time of Muhammad that's been revealed to us? What?
That there is one God, period. That is what we are supposed to believe in. That's the message that has been revealed.
Where did I help me, bro? Where does it say that in this verse?
It
You
doesn't.
just asked me what we're supposed to believe from all three, and
Well,
that's what we're supposed to
you who are
believe.
given the book,
What has
the peace and
Abraham and
harmony
Okay,
that
wait,
revealed.
guys, please, guys. So Sus, what Albie is saying is, if the Torah and the Injil, the Zabur and the Quran, if these are all the words of Allah, and the Quran explicitly states in several passages that no one can change and or corrupt the words of Allah, and then you come 1400 years later and say that the words of Allah were changed and corrupted, who should we believe? Should we believe you or should we believe Allah?
we should believe the Quran, because the Quran is not tampered with. That is what we believe, that the Quran is not tampered with. We believe that the reason why
let me
the
read
Quran,
let me
Can I
read
just-
her a
Can I just
verse.
finish? Can I just
Sauce.
finish? Can I just, please, let me just,
No, go
please.
ahead. Go ahead.
Let me just finish.
I'm gonna read you a
Okay.
verse from your
Deal.
Quran.
Okay, so we believe that the reason why the Quran had to be revealed and sent down is because there's been corruption. The words of the Injil, the words of the Torah, we believe in the message that there is one God and that we have to believe in that one God and we have to follow the 10 Commandments and all those things. Those are those protected verses that can't be corrupted. But at the end of the day, the belief is the same. It's believe in one God and live a righteous life. And when you sin, you have to repent. Like this is the message, period. Like everyone wants to get into the details, but to be honest, it's a very simple message, and whatever you choose to believe, that's your choice. But at the end of the day, we can all agree that one thing has to be believed, and that's literally one God.
Okay.
And to live a righteous life and to treat people properly. Like that's the belief.
Okay. So let me bring your attention to 378. 378. Surah Al Imran. Ayah 78.
Okay. 378?
Yeah.
Hold on. Go ahead.
It says, you got it?
Yep.
Okay. It says, there are some among them, who distort the book, how? With their tongues, to make you think this distortion is from the book. So the way that they distort in the book is with their tongues. But it's not what the book says. They say it's from Allah, but it's not from Allah. And so they attribute lies to Allah knowingly. So it's talking about people that corrupt the book with their tongues and twist the interpretation of the book. It's not talking about that they actually change the words or mess with the text of the book.
The text, yeah.
Just like we seen in the other verse that in 279, 78 and 79, that they didn't mess with the actual book, but they wrote a different book, and it's only some of the people that did it. It wasn't all of the Jews in mass that tried to distort the book with their tongues, or i.e. trying to write another book, but they're not messing with the actual books.
Yeah, we believe that there is an Injil that is an original word of God, and it exists, but we don't see it today.
So where is
don't
it?
see it today.
So where is it?
We don't know. We
Or
honestly
can I
don't
ask
know.
her a question on that? Because I've heard Muslims say this a lot.
That's insane. Hey, matter of fact, give her that one about.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask her.
You
Yeah,
guys
ask her
are
that.
not gonna convert me.
We're not trying to
it's not
convert you.
about-
It's not even
I
about
promise
converting you.
Like I'm not. Yeah. So
I mean,
so
have
let
you
me
ever
explain something to
converted
you.
anyone?
No, I
Like
haven't.
you? No,
I've never.
I haven't either. You know who convert people?
The Holy Spirit.
The Holy Spirit convert
God.
people. We don't convert
God does.
anyone. So we're not trying to convert you. We don't have the
Right.
power
So-
to convert you.
I
And
know
this is
that.
actually what I was just getting ready to explain to you. We don't look.
We don't
just
get
serve
brownie
God.
points. We don't get extra points
Yeah,
for
we
converting
don't
people.
get brownie points for this. But this is what I wanted to
Sure
ask
you
you
do.
because of
You
No, we
guys are
don't.
talking about God, and
we
you guys
don't
are
get
bringing
it.
people into
Every
this
work that
discussion.
we have is
But
as filthy
yeah,
rags.
we don't get no
What?
points Christianity don't work off a point system.
I'm not saying point system. I'm just saying there's blessings in it. That's all. I mean, I believe that there's
That
blessings
don't
when
get
you
it.
bring people into.
That don't get us into heaven.
I'm not saying it's going to get you into heaven. I'm just saying it's a blessing when you talk about these things. And it brings, we believe that angels come and listen, and there's a lot of good
Okay,
things
so
about it.
all right, Sue. So it's fine. It's fine. But so here's what I wanted to ask you, because I hear a lot of Muslims bringing this up, and I don't think that this respectfully. I don't think you guys think about what you're thinking about. So what if I were to tell you, and I've actually read this before, I think it was in Time magazine or something like that. What if I told you that there was an original Quran that said that Muhammad was a Christian and that the Quran itself was a Trinitarian book? I mean, what would you say? Like, how
Literally
would
what
you
I was
refute
going to
that?
ask her.
How would you refute that?
I wouldn't, I just don't believe that, no.
Right. But I'm saying, like, for instance, if I was to come up to you like I am now, and you were to, and I was to say this to you, like, what would be the first argument? Like, what would be your weakest argument to that?
Like, to say that question again?
So I believe that there was an original Quran that you guys, that no longer exists, or we don't have any copies of. And in this original Quran, it said that Muhammad was a Christian and that it taught the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit was God. It taught the Trinity. Like, how would you refute that claim?
I would refute that claim because it would just contradict with what we believe. So I would say it's a contradiction.
Right. So basically, you're saying, like, with the 1400 years of Islamic history, with Quranic manuscripts, with tafsir, with all of that information for 1400 years, oral tradition, that it doesn't make sense that there was this original Quran, right?
We believe it's the same Quran from
Right, exactly.
1400
So,
years
like,
ago.
yeah, right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, so for me to say that there was a Quran before that one that taught the Trinity would be like, I mean, there's no, like, and then on top of that, what if I told you that? Because then the next question you would ask me is like, well, what did it say? Like, do you have any manuscripts of this? And what if I said, I don't have any manuscripts of this? This is just something that I believe. What do you think is more probable? Like, what's a stronger belief? Should I go with the 1400 years of Islamic history that you guys have now? Or should I go with what I say about this original Quran, and I don't have any manuscripts? I have no evidence that it even existed.
I would say that's why the Quran's here. I would say that that's why you turn to the Quran and not the, like, because you're bringing it to the point of the Bible of what I'm saying.
She's
So
not getting
that's
it.
why I would tell you.
So
I am
no
getting it.
word. Like I think Seuss, I think you are getting it, and that's why you're saying that. Because when we flip that argument around, and it's actually you guys that make that claim. You say that there was an original Injil and there was an original Torah, but then when we ask you, okay, well, we have over 2,000 years of Christian history, manuscripts, church fathers. We even have archaeology proving our testimony and our witness. And then we say, okay, well, if what you're saying is true, can you just give us one manuscript of this? And you say, well, we don't have it. You think that that's a good position for you to have as a Muslim, but when I just presented it to you, it sounded ridiculous and foolish, right?
No, I didn't say it sounded ridiculous and foolish. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that that is the reason
Do
why
you
we
think that is
believe.
tenable to hold that position for me?
I can understand why you don't. I can honestly understand why you don't. Like, I don't look at this as something, like, to me, I understand why a person who is a Christian believes the way that you guys believe. Like, there's no question for that. I'm just saying that, like, for us, our belief is that because there was tampering, and it's happened with generations. Like, it's not like it's the first, it's not going to be the last. Like, this is always going to be the way that it is. Like,
Deuce, I'm trying not to cut you off. I promise I'm not. But I feel like no matter what we say, you don't actually interact with what we're. And this is why I said respectfully, I don't think you guys actually think about what you're thinking about. I feel like we have to go around and around and around and around just to really get you guys to admit it. Now, keep in mind that just because I say this, it doesn't necessarily prove Islam false and Christianity true. Like, because I think that's the immediate reaction when people hear these arguments. They're just like, oh, Islam is false. I mean, it could be false, but essentially the reason why we bring these things up is to get you guys to understand that the arguments that you're bringing are just not good arguments. I'm sorry. It's not a good argument because clearly when I brought it to you, you're just like, that's not a tenable position to have. But for some reason, you guys continue day in and day out. This is what you guys say. And then we ask you to prove it, even from the book that you say says it. And the book that you say says it doesn't even say it. So you have to understand that for us as Christians, this is an extremely frustrating ordeal, hearing this day in and day out. And then when we ask for proof of it, you guys make it seem like we're the ones that are crazy.
I don't think you guys are crazy. And if you feel like I'm making you feel that way, that's not what I'm trying to do at all. I'm not trying to make anyone feel crazy. I think I can honestly understand your point on this as far as like that argument not feeling like it sits with you well. That's totally understandable. So I'm not trying to do that at all. I'm trying to tell you why we believe the way that we believe. We believe it because our book tells us that. And we believe that's
But it doesn't.
the word of God.
That's what we're trying to show you.
Say that.
It doesn't
Just
say
show
that.
It
doesn't.
Okay, wait, Seuss. Okay, Seuss, watch
to
this.
you, maybe you don't hear it that way, but when you guys read it to me, I still hear it the way that it's...
Seuss, I can definitely prove that it doesn't. Can you go to chapter 7, verse 157?
Yeah, hold on. 7:157?
Yeah, let's just nip this in the bud now, because we don't
I
have
was
to keep
I was
going around
about to
this.
lead her. I was about to lead her down this same. You know how we do it.
Yeah, man, this isn't like I said.
157:7. That's funny. I have it highlighted. Okay, go ahead.
Good, 7:157. Can you read it for me? And then the reason why I'm asking is because some English translations translate this incorrectly. I'm curious what yours says.
Okay. Okay, so those who follow the messenger, the prophet who can neither read nor write, i.e. Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who they find written with them in the Torah and the Injil.
She got the right one.
Okay, perfect. So here's my question to you, because you said this several times.
I'm not a Christian, I'm a Muslim, but yes, go on.
No, it's fine. So no, I said here's my question to you, because you said this several times. The Quran came because the Torah and the Injil were corrupt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In this verse, it says that Muhammad is found written with what they have with them. He's found in the Torah and the Gospel. The Arabic is extremely clear. Maktubun indahum fil Torah wa Injil. Right?
Okay.
So he's found written with them, with what they have in their Torah and Gospel. So here's the question. If the Torah and the Injil were corrupted, as you said, thus leading to the revelation of the Quran, then why is Allah telling people to look in corrupted books?
Because we still believe that there are words in there that are from God. Like, we're not going to say, there's no way that, how big is the Bible? It's a big book, is it not?
Where does the Quran say that? For instance, it says that Muhammad is found in it. Where does it tell you Muhammad is? For instance, does it give you a book, chapter, and verse in the Torah and in the Injil?
No.
Okay, so how do you know that whatever verse you go to wasn't corrupted to make Muhammad seem like he was in it?
I can't prove that.
Exactly.
Exactly.
But that doesn't... But
That's the point.
Like, that to me, I don't feel like... To me, I feel like everything in the Quran is telling me exactly what I need to know.
No.
And it's like, I can go back to the Bible and the Torah, but I don't need to because it's
Or
all here.
maybe, or maybe your
Preconceived
understanding of the verse is
notions.
wrong, right? Like maybe the understanding you have of the verse is just wrong. You're
No,
you're 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 inserting things into the text that
what
doesn't
am I
say that.
inserting? I'm
So
not
let me
inserting
let me let
anything.
me
You're
ask you a
saying
question
parts
real
of it
quick. I
is
mean,
What
good and
am I
parts of it's not.
inserting?
I mean,
What am I
let
inserting?
me South
Yeah.
South. Do you believe that the what was the Torah and the Injil corrupt in Muhammad's time?
Yes, they could
So
have
they
been.
didn't they
Yeah,
didn't they didn't have a uncorrupted version.
I don't think that they had an uncorrupted version.
So the version that they had was corrupt.
Maybe, I don't know. I can't say 100%, but we
See,
believe at that point.
this is what I'm saying. You have no definitive stance on this.
because
Either yes, it was corrupt, or it
79.
wasn't.
Yes, I'll say it because 79, verse 79 that we read does say that it was. Yeah, okay.
Okay, cool. So now, when we look back in history, the only text that was circulating around that time was the exact same text that we know and have as the Gospels today. There isn't no other text that you can find sourced anywhere throughout history, and we can go all the way back as early as the late first century with our manuscript evidence and our canonization of our Bible in the fourth century.
Fathers too.
The church fathers, all of this. There's no other text that was known as the gospel in history outside of what the Christians have. No other text. Find me another text that says this is the gospel. This is not the gospel that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John wrote. Then you will have a credible stance. You will have a credible position that you can argue from. But right now, just saying, oh, it's lost, or i.e. the corrupt, that's not credible, because we have
furthermore,
manuscript evidence that links up and it says exactly what we have today, all the way before your Muhammad even came on the scene. This is a defeating position to hold to.
on top of that word, I was going to add this. I don't think Allah would call corrupted scripture the Torah
Scripture.
and the Injil.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, he calls them the Torah and the Injil. He doesn't say, oh, in their corrupted books. Like, he says what the Christians and Jews have with them is the Torah and the Injil. And he's saying that about the Christians and Jews in the 7th century. So at minimum, all we would need is manuscripts from the 7th century. But luckily for us, we have manuscripts that are far older than that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's exactly the same Bible that we have today.
It lines up perfectly.
I don't know if you've heard of this, Sos, but this is what we call the Islamic dilemma. Because so let's just go with what you're saying. Then that means that Allah is confirming corrupted books. But if it's not corrupted, then Islam would still be false in this aspect, because that means that nowhere in the Quran would it say that is corrupted, but the Quran contradicts the Bible. So if the Quran is pointing to the Bible as being good, as it does in many verses, then it's false, because it's corrupt, because it's confirming a contradictory book, and we know the Bible came before. But if it's saying that it's corrupt, then it's still false, because now it's confirming a corrupted book. So there's no way to get around this. And this is why, like, I know for you as a Muslim, you have to say this. So I understand why, like, from your perspective, you don't know why we're getting frustrated. But from our perspective, it's extremely clear. Like, this is not rocket science to us, and it's not rocket science to you. I actually believe you're very intelligent, and I know that you see the problem with this, but your brain is not connecting to your heart. And I don't mean that like in a corny way. I mean it like in terms of like the image of God that you're created in. like the sense of justice and the sense of truth that God has created you in, is not connecting to like your actual body. This is why you can't admit it. But that's okay, because again, we don't convert people. We don't do this to convert. We just spread the truth. And if you accept it, you do. If you don't, then that's between you and God. We can't make you do anything. We can only tell you about it and just pray that you just take into what we're saying into consideration.
Sure. This is the one thing that stands out though. Like
Sure.
in reality, like in my reality, I believe that we actually have the same faith. The only difference that we have is really what we see Jesus as. So I don't discredit a Christian. I don't think you're fake. I don't think that you're following fairy tales. I don't think anything like that. That's our biggest difference, is that I don't look at you guys as non-believers. I feel like you're the same believer that I am. The only difference is that where you see Jesus, right? So like, to me, you're saying like all these things about, you know, how you see the faith and how it's so different to you. But to me, it's really that one thing about what Jesus is, a God or a prophet. So
I mean,
that's really the only
Let me,
big.
because
I just want to say this one thing really quick. I'm sorry, word.
No, go ahead.
So Seuss, you're again, okay. For instance, and this is what I mean by like you're made in the image of God, so you know that. So the feelings that you have come from a good place, but that's not what Islam teaches, because in Islam, in chapter 98, verse 6,
man, you read my mind, bro.
it says that Jews, and bro, and this is why like we be Quran only Christian. But yeah, it's
That's exactly what I was about to go.
It's like you can't think that way as a Muslim, because in chapter 98, verse 6, I don't know if you've read it, it says that Jews and Christians are the worst of creatures.
Yeah.
And if we don't get our acts together, then we'll go to hell.
But
So,
then there's another verse. I have to find it. I don't know the number.
Surah al-Kafirun,
But-
to my religion is
To my religion,
and to
your
yours is
religion.
Okay,
yours.
there's that, but not just that
Abrogated.
one. There's another one that actually talks about how Christians and Jews will be like, are just as
Abrogated.
likely to go to heaven as I
I
am.
know which one you're talking about.
It's abrogated too.
Yeah, Christians, Jews, and Sabians, just abrogated.
Okay, so like that, and there's a lot of it saying that like Muslims are gonna love Christians and Jews, but Christians and Jews aren't gonna love us.
Those verses
it's
are abrogated.
It's abrogated. 98 verse
Yeah,
6, it's over those. So when the Quran says that Christians and Jews and polytheists, ironically in that verse, it distinguishes Christians and Jews from polytheists. So according to Allah, we're actually
God bless you, big brother
but
Scott.
Muslims call us polytheists. But
I need you on my
in that
stage
verse,
again,
it
brother.
says that we're the worst of creatures. So I'm not like, this is what I mean. Like with you being a rational person, if you've noticed, and I've only been on this panel for maybe like an hour, but I've been doing this for years, and
Right.
it's very rare that we actually have genuine conversations with people, because for the most part, every time we try to have a genuine conversation with Muslims on some of these topics, they start, man, I'm not even trying to be like general or whatever. I'm serious. You've seen it just on this panel. They cannot have conversations. Like they start manifesting and cursing and doing all kind of stuff. And the reason why is because we're made in the image of God, there are certain things that are implicit within our nature: truth, justice, love, mercy. All of these things are implicit within our nature because we're made in his image. Whenever we encounter something that violates that, it causes a disruption within our mind, and we can't handle it. I know you want what you're saying to be true, but you cannot hold the positions you hold and still be a Muslim. And this is most likely, and this is most likely, I'll just say this last thing. This is most likely why you're a Quran only Muslim, because when you read the Hadith, you see some
It's
crazy
clear.
stuff in there.
It's
And you're
clear.
like, there's no way that this can be from God in the Hadith. So I'm just going to stick with the Quran. Like we've been down this road so many times. We know how it goes. I'm just like I said. The only thing we can do is tell you, and we'll continue to pray for you, just like I know you'll pray for us. But these are things that you really need to look into a little bit more seriously.
I look into it very
And
seriously. I don't take it lightly.
hold on,
May I,
Music
may I
Mix.
clear
I'm
up
I'm
one
gonna
point,
let you go,
please?
Music Mix. I just want to ask her a question. Thank you for being patient, brother. I think you fell asleep earlier. I heard you snoring. That's why I put you on mute. So Sauce, if I was to ask you how, because do you believe that the Quran is the final revelation of previous revelations, right?
Yep, I do.
Right. But you believe that the previous revelations are corrupt. Now,
Yes.
if the God wanted you to know that it is in a succession, in a chain from the previous revelations to it, that your religion was actually true because it is the end cap, the last revelation of these previous revelations. That means I'm not going to even say that you must believe in the previous revelations, right? But like 7157 that we just showed you, that you can find Muhammad written in these previous revelations, or like in 61:6 where it says that Isa said that a prophet was to come after him. Basically, we know what Isa's teachings are found in the previous revelations in the Injil. So your Quran wants you to make a link in between these two scriptures, or even the Torah, because I don't know if you hold the stance, but most Muslims tell us that Deuteronomy 18:18 is about Muhammad, a prophet like Moses. So there's a link established from your Quran, and it gives itself a verification test to know that you are following the right and the correct religion. So if Allah set this framework up, then there's no way he would have Muslims going back to these previous revelations that are now corrupt, that would probably even misguide them even more, because these are corrupted scriptures that they got to go back to and look at. Now, when we talk to
remember where Allah told Muhammad to go back to the people.
1094, Allah told Muhammad to even go back to these previous scriptures to the people that was reading them now. So you don't follow hadiths, but there's still a chain, at least a chain of narrations from the Sahaba and the way they used to recite the Quran. So if anyone within this chain, or so to say, of reciting the Quran, liar, thief, unaliver or something, then it kind of breaks and weakens the chain in this recitation of the Quran, because you're not gonna take anything from a liar. Now, if we extrapolate that same method, the way that they actually, verify things inside the religion to outside of the religion itself, now we're taking it to the religion itself, then when you tell us that the previous revelations are corrupted, then essentially you're breaking your chain of your religion that substantiate your religion, because essentially you're on the third floor of an apartment building, but you have no second floor or no ground level. You're just hanging up in the air. So when you tell us that these scriptures are corrupt, it leaves you in a predicament that the only way you can verify your religion is using a circular argument. I believe my religion because my religion says so. I believe the Quran because the Quran said so. So if I was to ask you to bring me something outside of your Quran that's authentic to verify your religion, how would you do it?
The only thing that I can say as far as the point that you're making is that when we do look at other scriptures, such as the Torah and the Bible, it has to connect with what God's saying in the Quran. So that's what when you're saying like, how can we go to a corrupted source? It can only be something that doesn't contradict what the Quran says. So like when you say the thing about Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam or Isa, Jesus being mentioned in the Torah or in the Bible, we say that it makes sense because the Quran is confirming it.
So, right.
Do you know what I mean?
Right. So when you go to the previous scriptures, you cherry pick and use confirmation bias. That's another way. That's a fallacy. Hold on, real quick. Let me finish. I'm gonna let you go. Then that's another way, a misleading way of actually establishing truth, because you already coming from a preconceived notion, a preconceived idea that whenever I go to these, I'm going to cherry pick them and actually only use and take away what I want, so it can confirm my biasness on what I already believe. That's another fallacy. That's another way that you don't establish truth.
But to me, it is establishing a truth in what I believe.
Right.
Because
that's a confirmation bias.
Okay, so when someone's, it's evidence. To me, it's like if I need to find evidence for what I'm reading, then there's another chain that I can follow that shows me the evidence for what I'm reading. So like it's
what's the
anything
chain?
That you
What's the chain?
Can I say something real quick?
Something that is not contradicting what I'm reading. So like,
so where would you get that from?
Right, that's confirmation bias. That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
It's only evidence insofar as that it doesn't contradict what you're already holding to. But like you got it backwards. The point is that if the earlier, more attested and more widely spread information contradicts what you have, then what comes later is more likely to be incorrect rather than what came before. But you're looking at what came before and saying, "Oh no, that's wrong." Like that. Like, does it not bother you that for thousands of years, Jews read the Torah and the prophets and held to those scriptures, and then Christians came along and said those scriptures are true, and they actually make predictions about the Messiah, and now the Messiah is here and he fulfills that, and that's for 600 years until Muhammad. That's what people believed, and then Muhammad comes and says, "Oh no, actually that's all wrong. That's incorrect."
Basically
I don't believe it's all wrong. Like that's what you're not hearing. I don't believe that the entire book is all wrong. I don't believe that every word has been corrupted in it.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
We don't, though.
There's no way you can substantiate what's truth or not.
I can prove it. So
that
Seuss,
is
watch
what I'm
this.
trying to tell you. The way that we
Seuss.
find the truth is that it all is a chain.
Seuss.
There's
Seuss,
no
watch this.
way.
I can
You
prove it.
have no chain.
I can prove that you reject it. Do you believe that Jesus is the Son of God?
No,
Do you believe that Jesus is God in the flesh?
no,
Do you believe that Jesus died on the cross for your sins?
we don't.
Okay. Do you believe that Jesus is a prophet?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that Jesus is the Messiah?
Yep.
Okay. Do you believe that Jesus was born of a virgin?
Yes.
Do you believe that Jesus is the Word of God?
I don't know if we really consider him the Word of God.
Yeah, in chapter 4, verse
171.
171.
Yeah, it says he's the Word of God. Okay. So watch this. You realize that everything that you believe that's in our book is only in your book. You don't believe the parts of our book that disagree with your book. So by doing that, you actually reject the book. Because, for instance, if we didn't have our book, would you still believe Jesus is the Messiah?
If it's in the Quran, then yeah, I do.
Exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make. So essentially, you don't even need our book, because because hold on, listen. Because even if you didn't have our book, you would still believe Jesus is the Messiah. You would still believe Jesus was born of a virgin. You would still believe Jesus didn't die on the cross. You would still believe Jesus is not God. You would still believe Jesus is not the Son of God. You would still believe Jesus is a prophet. So you don't need our book because your book says those things already. This is what we mean
So
by
you reject
confirmation
the whole
bias. So
book.
you do reject our book. You reject all of it.
I don't feel like we do, but again,
Okay.
if that's I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm hearing what you're saying. I am. I'm just letting you know that like we don't need it. If that's, I mean, in all honesty, but we like to read certain things. Like, for example, like sometimes just reading about a prophet, for example, like a lot of the stories might come from the Bible, and a lot of my stories might come from the Torah. So like we look at
And
them.
you know why you do
like, we
that?
have to,
And you know why you do
because we
that?
like.
It's not just
We do
because
that
you
because
like
we
to
like.
go and read it. It's because you want to know. This is what I was trying to get to you to realize at the beginning. You want to know that, in fact, that even though you don't believe in these books, that something about your book is confirming your book. So this is why you go back, because the truth can't come after a lie. The truth have to come before the lie. You don't get a lie out of nowhere. The truth gotta be established, then you'll get a lie. So if you want to know for sure that you are following the real religion, at least something about my book have to be told before my book. So this is why you glean to those and you confirmation bias, and you have a confirmation bias of, well, this previous scripture says this, so that means I am at least following the right religion. But essentially what Amin and we are showing you is that if you reject everything from the previous scriptures that's not in your book, that you don't agree with, then essentially you're just using confirmation bias, and you just have a circular argument. And that's a fallacy.
But brother, what is it in the Quran that you guys you don't agree with? I mean, most of it, it's the same. They have a lot of common ground with the Bible and the Torah. There's some changes to it, but like if you are a company and you make rules, and then those rules don't work or something, you upgrade it, to make it better and then better. You try to improve, and you say the final thing. You say this is the last. Those are the last rules, and you go buy them. Tell all the employees that. That's what it is.
Okay, this is the thing. Your book, Music, says that it confirms the previous scriptures. But once it doesn't say some of it. It never says some of it.
It never says that.
It never says some of it.
Yes, look, 98:6, it says, indeed, those who disbelieve from the people of the book, not all of them, some of them.
Are we the people of the book, the Jews and Christians?
Huh? You are the people. Yeah, you are the people of the book. Yes.
Hey, Music, watch this. We disbelieve in Muhammad, Islam, and Allah. According to that verse, are we going to hell?
No, you disbelieve this in this ayah 98:6. There's two kind of people. There's two kind of groups.
I'm asking you a simple
question. Some of them believe, some of them disbelieve.
Man,
there's no Christians that believe in Muhammad.
According to that Music, bro. According to that verse, are we the worst of creatures?
Are you well? That's what this book says. Yes.
Right.
Okay. So I don't know why you brought that up.
No, because what's the worst? It could be worse of a class, worse of a company, worse employees.
No way.
So you need to work on yourself. No. Why are you laughing? You could be the worst.
Watch
driver, the worst driver out there. Worst of your company.
Music. It's
what's
okay,
so funny
bro.
about it?
Music. Okay, just relax. Okay, listen. Is Satan a created being?
Yeah.
God created everything.
Okay, right. Okay, how bad is Satan to you?
Terrible.
Satan is the devil.
Is the devil, right? The Satan.
Yes.
He's terrible.
Man, if you see Satan coming, walk the other way. Now, according to that verse, because we're the people of the book, and we disbelieve in Muhammad and Allah, we're worse than
We're
Satan.
worse than Satan.
You disbelieve like you got the right scriptures, and you
Bruh.
disbelieved it. That's not me. That's God.
Oh, so we
I
got the
don't.
right scriptures. You heard what he said. So the scriptures aren't
No, you
corrupt. We just disbelieve in our own scriptures and don't follow them.
Okay.
Is that what you're saying, Music?
What I'm saying is that the scriptures are altered.
Oh, now they altered.
How they altered.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. What do you mean?
Yeah, he had to be asleep. He was asleep.
98.6. It says it clearly.
And my man said 98.6 like he
like it's a radio station.
98.6 FM, yes.
Oh man, you funny, Music. You funny, bro.
No, it's not about me, brother. This is we're trying to have a modern, like a conversation.
No, we
believe
just
whatever you want.
Yeah,
But
Music.
just tell me what's in the Quran.
Okay, music. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you, and I want your honest
It's
opinion.
telling you don't do fornication, don't steal, don't drink, don't do this, don't that.
Music.
What's wrong with that?
Music. So that's in almost every religion. That's not a problem. So just listen to me. So you asked me a very specific question. What in the Quran do I disagree with? What is so bad about the Quran? In chapter 4, verse 157, it says that Jesus was not crucified, that it was made to appear so. Okay, cool.
Right.
So here's the problem I have with that. Why did Allah wait 600 years to then finally say, oh, by the way, Jesus wasn't crucified? So for 600 years, Christians were going to hell for believing that. And keep in mind, it says that it was made to appear that he was crucified. So it was actually Allah who made us believe Jesus was crucified.
He started Christianity.
Right. He created Christianity essentially. And
Does it say you're going to go to hell for believing that? I don't think so.
Yes. Chapter 98, verse 6. We just read it.
Jesus, same. Why not Adam was son of God? He has no mother, no father.
Hold on. Music. How you shifting all the way over there, bro?
His birth was a miracle. His birth was a miracle.
No, but how you shifting all the way to that, bro? We try not to jump all over the Quran and the Bible.
No, well, I was trying to make a point that you guys say Jesus, son of God. But so was Adam, if you want to compare that to,
No, we was talking about his crucifixion.
Adam didn't have no father, no mother.
Talking about the crucifixion,
Music.
bro.
We was talking about the crucifixion.
Exactly. Okay.
And then he said exactly.
What was the verse?
4:157.
Chapter 4, verse 157. It says
about what?
Jesus was not.
Which one?
Sorry, go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry. I just assumed.
Okay. Anyway, go on. It's okay.
No, which one you needed?
I wanted the one that said that if you didn't believe something about the crucifixion and how if you don't believe or if you believe in that, then you're going to hell.
Oh, okay. So what I was saying was, chapter 4, verse 157 says Jesus was not crucified. So according to that verse, Jesus was not crucified. And actually, in the verse, matter of fact, let me pull it up because it's actually really interesting.
Okay, but it doesn't say you're going to hell.
What's sauce?
Hold on, wait. I'm about to explain it to you.
Until he bring it up, let me ask her a question. Real simple question. If we believe Jesus is crucified, can we be Muslim?
I don't think so.
Thank you. So we're going to hell for believing that.
Right. No. So in the verse, actually,
going to hell. Lots of people are going to hell for things that they've done. But I'm just saying, I don't think that that's a hell. You're going to hell.
Seuss, I'm about to explain to you why. Chapter 4, verse 157 says, "And for boasting, we unalived the Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary, the messenger of Allah. But they neither unalived him nor crucified him. It was only made to appear so." Now look what it says. Even those who argue for this crucifixion are in doubt. They have no knowledge whatsoever only making assumptions. They certainly did not unalive him. So this goes what to where it was asking you. Are you in error? Are you a disbeliever if you believe that Jesus was crucified?
I don't think so. I think you just don't believe in that, but that doesn't mean you're not a believer of God. Like at the end of the day, it's about believing in God.
But you just said you can't be a Muslim and believe in the crucifixion.
Okay, that's a Muslim, but that's completely different. If you're a Christian and that's what you believe, the only issue is what you guys see Jesus as.
But that's the point we're making.
But that's not just
It
it.
would be what chapter 98, verse 6, it says, as one of the people of the book who disbelieves.
Right.
Wait, say that again?
You would be of one of the people of the book from chapter 98, verse 6, who disbelieves. We would be Christians who disbelieve. Therefore, we're worst of all creatures.
And
We're
even in is it sort of two? So it's either sort of 2 or 4. It says that Islam is the only religion that will be accepted. You must be a Muslim to get into Jannah.
What's a Muslim? What is a Muslim?
Oh, now we go with this. Here we go with this. Come on.
Like, we're not going to have fun terms.
Like we know what Muslims is.
Believing in one God and submitting to one God.
So you guys don't believe? I'm sorry. Let me speak. You guys don't believe about Islam, right? Or I'm hearing something else.
No, we don't believe in Islam.
Are you the guy that was in the chat that was going all crazy and saying all kind of wild stuff?
Yeah, that was me. Yeah.
Okay, so you want to get it like you live. Okay.
Was he?
Right.
He was going crazy in the chat?
No, the point I'm trying to understand. Okay, you're not believing the religion. Why are you speaking on it? Why you don't?
Oh, come on, man. This is a free country, bro.
So Ahmed, we wouldn't have any reason to speak on Islam if Islam didn't speak on us. You know how many verses there are all throughout the Quran that call? Like we just read 2 of them.
Talking about Jews and the Christians.
Talked about Christians. Yeah, Jews and Christians. So if your book never mentioned us, we wouldn't like. Do you see us making lives every day about Hindus or about Buddhism? Or it's because they don't care about us. They don't say anything about us.
Oh, nobody cares about you. But what the point I'm trying to understand? Okay, you think this religion is not right. Okay, why you don't just mind your business and go about your day? Because I never speak about.
I'm gonna do that. See, this is what that's what it looked like. It says.
Oh, he's
I'm
conversation.
My bad. It looked like it said Ahmadida.
Like a scholar.
I know. I thought he was just having like a parody account.
Very good question.
Amen. I have a random question for you.
Okay, what's up?
Where are you from? Because you speak Arabic like on point. What's your background?
I'm from America.
No, but what you know what I'm asking though.
No, I mean, if you're asking if I ever was a Muslim, I never was a Muslim. And
I wasn't asking that. I was asking if you're like how you speak Arabic so well. I thought you were Arab, some type of Arab.
He's a brother man.
Yeah, I'm blacker than word.
Yeah,
I'm blacker than word.
Yeah.
You see that box that's underneath you?
No.
See how black that box is?
She said, "Are you Sudanese?"
Dang.
What?
Matter of fact, I'm so black that when the lights go out and I smile, all you see is my teeth.
So you barely can see them.
Mashallah. Mashallah, good for you.
No, I'm just playing. I'm not that black, but not anything wrong with being that black. But,
nah,
but no,
you about my color. You about my color, bro.
Sorry, I was just asking.
Read the hadith, brother. The hadith says got a few things to say about that. Hey, but look, real quick, I wanted to bring us back around just a real quick point, right? A question to ask South. Do disbelievers go to Jannah?
Do disbelievers go to Jannah? No, they don't.
Yeah. Okay. So, Surah 572.
Surah 572.
Yep. Surah 5. Yeah. 72.
Okay. Yep.
Read what that says.
I just got on it. Okay. The Messiah. That one.
Yep.
The Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary, was no more than a messenger. Many were the messengers that passed away before him. His mother Mary was a believer in Allah. They both used to eat food as any other human being would. Look how we make the proofs and evidence clear to them, yet look how they are deluded away from the truth.
Deluded away from the truth.
Okay.
Okay. So, and what version are you reading?
I'm
Of the
reading,
Quran.
it's called the Noble Quran. I don't know who it doesn't say who's the translation is by, but it's the Noble Quran.
Okay, I'm gonna read you this. Okay. It says those who say Allah is the Messiah, son of Mary, have certainly fallen into disbelief. That's Surah 5, verse 72.
Okay.
Okay, so all Christians say that Jesus is God.
Right.
So all of us are disbelievers and destined to hell, according to the Quran.
I mean,
I gotta find the verse, but there is a verse that says that there will be Christians and Jews that go to heaven.
It was abrogated.
It's abrogated. Do you know what abrogation means?
No,
It's
what does
okay
that
if you
mean?
don't. So basically, in the Quran, in chapter 2, verse 106, it's called Nasakh Mansukh. Basically just means that it was, I don't know how to explain it. So basically he says, I'll just read it.
They get rid of
Chapter
some
2.
verses. They get rid of some verses and replace them with either an equal one or a better one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's basically the Arabic term is nasikh. So basically like to not erase, but to just remove in a sense. So the ayah says, if we ever abrogate a verse or cause it to be forgotten, we replace it with a better or similar one. Do you not know that Allah is most capable? So there are certain verses within the Quran that have been abrogated and replaced with quote unquote better verses. And that verse that you were reciting was abrogated. Like that's all that they're saying.
By Surah 9:5, by 9:5 through like 9, basically by chapter 9, the whole
Yeah, by
chapter
almost all of
basically.
it. Yeah.
It was abrogated by chapter 9.
Chapter 9. But okay, I mean, I don't know. I have to do more.
You know
reading
Surah
on
Al-Tawbah?
myself.
Surah Al-Tawbah? You know that?
Yeah.
That's that's what abrogated that verse 2106, right?
Okay.
So if you want to read 9, let me read you something real quick from chapter 9. This is why it was abrogated. 9:29. It says, fight those who do not believe in Allah and the last day, nor comply with what Allah and his messenger have forbidden, nor embrace the religion of truth, which is Islam, from among those who were given the scripture, the Jews and the Christians, until they pay the tax, willingly submitting, fully humbled.
Okay.
It's no more of your religion to you, my religion to me. I would not worship what you worship. You would not worship what I worship. But hey, it's all good. No. Surah 9, Al-Tawbah, you know that's the sword. So it means it's telling them to go fight anyone that doesn't believe in Allah or Muhammad or the religion. And it tells us you don't take the tafsir, but the tafsir is very clear on this. And if you go to
but can I read from that same the Surah number 5, verse 9?
That's why it was abrogated.
but I'm just going to read this part. It just says, Allah has promised those who believe in the oneness of Allah and do deeds of righteousness that for them they will be forgiven and a great reward, i.e. paradise, will be given. So that's anyone who believes in God and does
Right.
righteous deeds.
But he clarifies in 72 that does not qualify for Christians.
For Christians.
If you were, I didn't finish reading the whole verse. Let me just read the whole verse. Those who say Allah is the Messiah, son of Mary, have certain fallen into disbelief. The Messiah said, "O children of Israel, worship Allah, my Lord and your Lord. Whoever associates others with Allah will surely be forbidden paradise by Allah. Their home will be the fire, and the wrongdoers will have no helpers."
Okay. I mean, I guess, yeah, if it says that, it does say that. I'm reading it with you. I see that. I mean, at the end of the day, it still comes down to the fact that, I mean, if you believe that Jesus is, or you believe God is three, right? And three in one, then are you really believing in a monotheist religion at that point?
Yes.
I think that's what the issue is that we don't think that that is monotheism to have three in one. We believe that there's only one.
Can you go to 9:123?
What is it?
9:123.
9:123.
Mhm.
Okay. I got it. Yep.
See what it says? O believers,
Oh, yep.
fight the disbelievers around you and let them find firmness in you, and know that Allah is with you, with those mindful of him. It's given direct marching orders. If you realize when Surah 9 was revealed, it was like one of the last surahs that Muhammad was given. This is why the jizya tax and all of that and was implemented. And it also was why Muhammad made a promise that he was going to expel the Jews and the Christians from the Arabian Peninsula. This was one of his last marching orders. And all of the scholars know that and believe that this is what this is. There's no your religion, yours to my religion. All of that was abrogated by chapter 9.
I did want to ask her one quick question. Because she did say something about the 3 in 1, and I think that this is the big. Word, are you done with that? I don't want
Before
to.
you move away
Yeah,
from
yeah.
this, this is important though. She should know this. If she's trying to say that she's a Muslimah and she knows that abrogation exists,
She's Quran
in Surah
only.
At-Tawbah, she's a Quran only?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
But this
Okay.
even worse
Look on
because
my
she
face
can't
I
even get
had.
it. But she can't even get
The same
around
look
this
Paul
verse.
have on his face right now is the same look I have, bro.
But yeah, but you hear me, Paul Bishop? She don't even have the tafsir there or nothing to even try to go and gleam off of and be like, well, this is what they mean. No, she got to take this word for word of what this is saying.
Okay. Yeah, well, this is my next step would be that since you're a Quran only, what stops you from picking up the sword then, right now? If يا أيها المؤمنون قاتلوا الذين يلونكم. Sorry, I'm just going off memory, but it
Fight
seemed to
them.
me that it's not
Or
restricted.
unalive them.
Sorry?
No, I was just saying like it says unalive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So what's the restriction for you for not picking up the sword and fighting me and Amin and everyone else?
Are you guys here to attack me? Then
No,
why
we're not
don't
attacking you. What I'm
no.
trying to open your eyes to, that you don't have, I don't know, you don't have a
It never
method.
said to fight innocent people.
That's what I'm saying. It
Yes, it
actually
does.
talks
Oh, really?
specifically.
Yes, it
It didn't say
does.
to fight
So
innocent
in
If
people.
you,
No, it
123,
didn't. It didn't say because
Paul
I
Bishop,
believe in Muhammad Rasulullah. I
hold on
believe
real
La
quick,
ilaha illallah Muhammad
CC.
Rasulullah, and
CC.
I do follow hadith.
Right,
So
CC. In this
Prophet
verse,
ﷺ, he
it
tells us about the Quran.
in this
And
verse
he
it says
explains
fight the
what Allah meant by
disbelievers.
things.
It says fight the disbelievers. It doesn't say fight
Not
those
innocent
that's
people,
fighting
though.
you.
Not innocent people.
Yeah. Yeah. The
So
only reason why
the
to fight
difference,
is because they don't believe in Allah.
Okay, when the Prophet
could you
ﷺ,
guys
when the
just give me a
Prophet
moment,
ﷺ
please?
told
Okay,
the
Sissy,
Sahabas,
please. Okay, Sissy, I'm just gonna
Just give
mute
me
you
a
for a
moment,
Can
second.
she
please.
talk? I feel bad. She doesn't really speak. Can we just give her a chance to speak?
But do you see that I was interrupted while I was in the middle
My
of
bad. I
Okay, go
interrupted
ahead.
you too. My bad, brother Paul.
so I want the verse to be up there. Give me the cause, the reason, the limitation from the verse or from the entire surah. The challenge is in your hand, and I'm telling you, your actual, emotional response isn't justified. You have to read the actual verse. It's telling you to fight the ones that are near you, your neighbors, basically. For what reason? Just for the mere fact they are kuffar, and is calling the mu'mineen to actually fight them, and it's just because they are near you. You go ahead, read back and forth, however you want to read it, and come up with a reason.
Me?
You prompted her, and she,
Oh,
both of you,
Sissy then? Sissy?
either one, right?
Well, for me, I honestly can say that from what I have read, I can't do what you guys do and say this number in this verse. Like, I'm not there yet. But I can honestly say that there's no way that I have any responsibility to like take a sword and kill anybody, because we're not supposed to take an innocent life. Like, that's
Can
a
you say
huge
on the
sin.
live, sister?
Oh, sorry. Okay. But we can't unalive anyone for no reason. That just, it's not part of our belief at all. When you're saying that disbeliever, it could mean like maybe the verse talks about someone who's like corrupting the land, because to corrupt the land, you have to be a disbeliever, because people who believe in God and knowing that there's going to be a hell and a day of judgment and things like that, then you know what I mean? Like
That's
there's more.
us. That's us. Kafir. So for instance, that word, it just comes from like a word that just means to cover up. So like you guys believe that we're covering up the truth. That's every Christian on this panel. And the ayah is clear. It says
I'm
fight.
still not getting the limitation. She's just saying the emotional response now. She's saying it's not teaching, but here
Yeah, it's pretty
in
clear.
the verse itself, it's in a grammar itself is a command format. Your Allah is commanding you to actually do so. If you're saying you don't follow the Quran, that's a different thing. If you're saying you don't take the commands of Allah seriously, that's a different thing. But for you to say that we're not commanded, this is not our thing, blah blah blah. No, I see it
I'm not
clearly
saying that we're
here.
not commanded. I'm saying
Okay, so
there's
what absolves
reason
you from the
behind it.
command? What
There's
absolves you from the command?
it's just what I'm saying. Like, there has to be a reason that I would have to do something to someone. You know what I mean? And I
Wait,
wouldn't.
is it an imaginary thing, or can I find it somewhere?
It is somewhere. I just, like I told you guys, I don't have it
Where?
to. I'm not capable to be like this number, this verse.
Here's the surah in front of us. It's telling me nothing about anything that is a requirement for you except to actually do it. And the whole chapter is the same. So ayat safe is the one, verse 5. It is the one that is abrogating every peaceful verse, because it's contradictory to everything. In ayat safe from 5 to 123, it shifts from the polytheist to the people of the book, and then it goes on and on. So in ayat safe, for example, which addresses the mushrikeen, the polytheist, also has no limitation whatsoever. So you are in a bigger dilemma there, because there isn't a single limitation as a Quran only
But
Just
okay,
stop
I
me.
have a verse. Quran 5:32.
Mhm.
Whoever kills an innocent human being, it shall be as if he killed all mankind.
Abrogated.
I mean, just hold on, bro. Hold
So
on.
I don't get it. You guys are the ones picking and choosing. You guys are the
No,
ones
no,
cherry picking.
continue. Wait, but guys, hold on a second. Continue to 33, please.
Oh, I have to pull it up. Okay, one
Yeah, pull it
second.
up.
5:33. Okay, hold on.
Yep. You appeal to 5:32, right? You just one more verse.
No, I know it's how I'm reading it. Anyway.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Yeah, there's something called quote mining, and this is now quote mining. So let's get into 33.
those who wage war against Allah and His messengers
Stop
and
here for a second. Let's clarify this. How do I, a mere human, fight Allah and His messenger that, I don't know, he's not physically found, both of them, but Muhammad and Allah, they're not anywhere to be found in my understanding, unless you say that I can find Allah in a corner of my house or somewhere in the basement.
But doesn't
either
this
way,
33
either
answer your
way,
question?
yeah, well,
Because
please, you need to continue this, but I need to understand every phrase as we move along, because you'll see, like for example, am I fighting or يحاربون الله ورسوله? يحاربون الله ورسوله. That means I'm waging war against them. Is now saying Muhammad and Allah are false God and Prophet is waging a war against Allah and Muhammad? Or do I actually have to get my torch and like my sword and just go and fight an image, like someone in the basement, or I don't know. You tell me.
I'm just saying, like you said, I have to pull out the sword or whatever. But like I was saying,
How
there's
am
more.
I going to do that to Allah? Where's Allah? Where can I find Allah?
Well, there's people who do work against God. Don't we believe?
Work.
All of us believe that.
Perfect. You said work. So is saying Allah is a false God, is that type of the work that would be waging war against Allah?
Yeah.
Perfect. Let's continue then.
Okay.
وَيَسْعُونَ فِي الْأَرْضِ فَسَادًا. So if I go around in the lands and keep preaching the message that Allah is a false God, the true God is Christ incarnate and the triune God, is this spreading mischief in the land?
Not you, but the ones who created that narrative. Yeah, those are probably the ones they're talking. Like that's the one I would assume he's talking about, because you guys didn't create that. Somebody.
But I'm an extension of them. By default, I'm an extension of them. So, and because I believe it, and I'm waging war against Allah, like you admitted a second ago. Now here's my penalty right here.
Yeah.
Is to be crucified, unalived, and cut from opposite side, my limbs. So this is your Allah. He's telling you in one verse what it is about the Israelites, but here's what you do as a Muslim and 33. And that's how you get yourself caught, by quoting something that you don't even familiar with. Either way, this is literally more detrimental than 9 actually for you, because it explains to you someone like me that denies Allah and wage war against Allah and His Prophet by preaching the gospel and refusing them as God and Prophet, then I am spreading mischief in the land, and I ought to be unalived, crucified, crucified, oh my goodness, and cut from both ends. So, sorry, both opposite sides. يقطع من خلافا. That means if my right arm and my left leg, they ought to be cut or dismembered.
Amputated.
Amputated.
This is a far cry from Christianity and the teachings of Jesus that says to love your enemies, by the way.
Yeah.
It's literally, anyways, we digress to here because you brought us here. In 9, though, it is the same and much worse position for you as well. because in Ayat Saif, verse 5, the one that, by consensus, abrogated the entire peaceful
Peace
treaties,
agreement,
peaceful,
treaty.
yeah, and like anything that is tolerable in Islam is abrogated by this, unless you're telling me one more time there's something else going on, such as the Quran contradicts itself. Perfect. You can tell me that too.
Yeah, this is it's an untenable position for you as a
Especially being a
Quranian.
Quran only.
Yeah, you can't really, because it's interesting, like, because when you read the ayah in the brackets, it gives like little like explanations for it, but that's not in the Arabic. So if it's in brackets, then that's tafsir. Like that's literally tafsir. That's literally explanations of the ayah. So really, I mean, what's stopping you from unaliving? I mean, obviously you're not gonna do it, but we have seen people who, once they start learning about Islam and they actually see what the Quran teaches, they actually become like this. Like there's a really famous Muslim guy right now, Daniel Pikachu. He is, yeah, he's one of those people. But it's because they realize what the Quran teaches. I mean, this is crazy, bro. But I don't know. It's sad.
Hey, brother. I mean, did you take it to 489 by any chance? You guys already done that?
No, we haven't went to 489 yet, but I think that's a good verse too. You know, but I think 929, and I think she can't wiggle out of it. So this the thing is, we've been sitting up here. I think you've been on my live the whole time. I've been live 4 hours now. You've been here at least 3.5 of them, I would say, Sauce. Now,
No, damn.
yeah. So we didn't took you, and we didn't gave you the gospel. We didn't showed you from our books why things happen, but I mean, you know why we believe Jesus is God and why he had to come down and things like that. Now we're showing you from the introverse, from our book to your book. And even though you can downright deny our book and say it's not authoritative on me, it's not, but this you can't wiggle out of. There's no way you're just gonna say, well, I don't believe that. So because if you say that, then you don't believe your Quran no more, and now you just, what are you? You're not a Muslim no more. You know what I'm saying?
Kafir.
You're a kafir. You with us. You know what I'm saying? So if verses like this, like, and I agree with Amin, I think after you've seen the hadiths and things like that, I don't know. I'm just suspecting that after you've seen the hadiths and stuff like that, you're like, no way this can be part of my religion, or it came 200 years ago. These people made this blase blase. But this is coming from the words of your God, of your prophet. So there's no way you can throw this under the bus. And if you fundamentally disagree with this, no, I know you probably not. But if you fundamentally disagree with this, and in your soul, you know, man, this can't be right. Like, how can he tell us just go unalive people, blase, blase? Then there's nothing you can do. You're either gonna not be a Muslim no more, or succumb to, there's things in my Quran that I just don't agree with. And I can't make excuses for. I can't get around it. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be left in an uncomfortable position pretty much as long as you're a Muslim. You know? And if you want to live your life out like that, being at war with your inner morality and your inner being, then go ahead, do what you do. But I will be not doing justice to my life, to my people around me, my brothers and sisters, everyone, to not tell you that it is a better way. You don't believe in it. You don't think it's pretty nonsensical, but there's a better way that you wouldn't have to defend things like this.
I do believe it. I don't think it's, I like everything that we've talked about. I believe in everything that you guys have read out loud from the Quran. Like, I don't have any like turmoil in my heart. I feel very content with my choice to believe in Islam, and there's no real question.
Okay, so the next time you see a T group from Islam, a T group, a smearist, you know what I'm saying, group,
Okay.
that's acting out and doing what they do, then you cannot condemn them, because this verse is the verse that they use to justify what they do. 929, 9123, the whole surah is what the T groups, the smearers, use to justify what they do. So now you can't be like, well, that's not part of Islam. They're not following Islam when they do this, because you agree with this verse.
I don't believe in doing anything extreme.
It don't matter what you believe. This is what your book is teaching you. This is what their book allows you to do.
It's not allowed.
It commands you to do
Why
it.
are you guys softening the blow?
My bad. It commands you
It's
to
a
do
command.
this. It's a command. It's a marching order. And this is what they do.
I don't see it that way. I personally, the way that listen, you're going to read it and interpret it the way you guys want, and I'm going to read something and interpret it the way that I feel like is right. It's a different interpretation at the end of the day. So for me, when I read it and I hear it, I know the group God's talking about. He's not talking about you. I like, he is, as far as like you guys
We
need
just
to,
went through that.
you know, try to ask God. Hold on, try to ask God to like, you know, show you the truth as far as like what Jesus is. But outside of that, I don't feel like I think that verse doesn't really qualify me to do anything to you.
But it's not
I think
about
that
what
this
you
is
think.
about specific
It's not
kind of
about what you
people.
think, though. It's not about what your feelings,
It
what
is,
you
it's my
think.
interpretation.
No, it's not. You can't
My
give your own
interpretation in the
interpretation.
end.
That's not how it works.
Yes, you're giving your interpretation of it.
I
and
didn't give
can
my
give
own
my
interpretation. We just read the verse.
Yeah, we just
It literally calls us disbelievers, Souse, and then it tells you what to do to the disbelievers. It's like it's giving a direct command and order. So we're not, the difference between you and us is we're actually taking what it's, hold on, we're actually just reading it and taking it for what it says. Like you have to like you have to like essentially like interpret it to mean what you want it to mean.
No, because I have examples. So an example would be the time of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when there was a Islamic empire. If you guys know, there was Christians and Jews who lived amongst them.
Where you
So
getting
why
that
weren't they
from?
slaughtered?
Where
Why
you
weren't
getting
they?
that from?
Why weren't they unalived? Sorry,
Where
why
you
weren't they
getting that
unalived?
from?
That we're unalived. So,
It's
so for example,
Wait, Paul. Wait, Paul. Remember,
I'll tell you my source.
Hold on, South. Remember, you're Qur'ani.
Yeah.
So any of that history, the tariq,
Okay,
all of
that's
that
history.
stuff,
That's
you can't use
documented
it.
in history books, not
Yeah,
just. I believe in history.
But you
What do
can't.
you think the history books use?
Sister, yeah, that's literally tafsir. That's
Babe,
literally
no, I
hadith.
swear there are literally BBC documentaries that are talking about the history of the Islamic world.
But you
What we
can't
got.
use
they get the
it.
information from?
That's
You can't
from.
use it.
Yes, I
Where do you
can,
think
because
they
it's
get the information
history.
from?
Oh my Lord,
Souse,
I believe
no,
in
Souse,
history.
listen. No, Souse, like what Christian TikToker is saying is 100% correct. That's where I was going. They're getting that from the hadith,
Oh
from
my
the
God.
tafsir, from the sunnah. You can't
No,
use
they're
it.
not. There's actual scholars who are not Muslim, by the way, who look into this, and they
How do
created a
they know?
documentary.
Where are
And
they
this
getting that from?
documentary, I can send you. It's called Empire of Faith. But in
No,
that,
no. I'm saying when you watch the BBC documentaries or when you read papers or dissertations on this, when you go to the works cited page, where do you think are the sources that they're using for this? You think they just made this up?
Well, I believe in anything that comes down to history. I do follow history. I'm a history, like I do
What
enjoy
are the
learning
artifacts they
history.
used?
That's
What's
the
the
sunnah.
artifacts?
They source it. They say it
Please,
in the
please
BBC
understand the
documentary.
question. What artifacts they used to build up that historical
I would
narrative?
have to rewatch it to understand which ones they've used. But I'm letting you know that,
If you
okay,
go off
fine. You can even
assumption,
go, listen, you can even,
just
okay,
go
this
off
is not even
assumption.
Islamic time. Hold on. I'll tell you another time. There's someone called Salah ad-Din. Have you guys ever heard of Salah
Yeah,
ad-Din?
Salah ad-Din al-Ayyubi.
Okay. Did he not win over Jerusalem? And who lived amongst him? The Jews and the Christians. And guess who was responsible for the keys to the churches and the synagogues? It was the Muslims, because
Does
we
the Quran
protected
say
Yeah,
that?
because
Does
they
the
was
sex.
under
Quran
a
say that?
demi
I'm
system.
talking about history. Oh
That's
my
what I'm
gosh.
saying.
That's
You
why,
can't do,
because
look, you can't do it. There's literally in the Sunnah, Tariq at-Tabari, history of at-Tabari.
But these are
Talks
scholars
about,
and our top scholars. So if that's what I'm trying to tell you, like
but
the
this is a part
interpretation,
of the
if
but you
you're
Sunnah.
don't take
misinterpreting,
scholarship.
But you don't take it. You can't use that.
You just a Qurani.
I can use history. I don't think there's anything wrong with using
See
history.
now. So
know what this
South. This is actually wild, right? Because not only do you cherry pick and use confirmation bias with our Bible, you also do it with your own book. So
But how am I
now,
doing that with my own book if
because
I'm
you're
talking about
saying
history that's
no,
actually
South.
happened in
Let's
our
listen, please. Because you're saying
that's crazy.
whatever don't agree with my interpretation within this book, I'm not going to believe it or follow it because it doesn't agree with my interpretation of what I think the book is.
No.
Yeah,
I don't
that's what
think
you're
that
doing.
that's what it is at all.
You're doing the exact same
I don't
thing.
think so. I think that there's a way that you guys are interpreting it, and the way that I am, it's not gonna
We
align.
haven't
Because
gave
I'm
our
telling you,
interpretation yet.
if there's these scholars that have literally like kept the peace and protected Christians and protected Jewish
You
people,
don't
then
take scholarship.
I
You're a
can't
Qurani.
The amount of lies, though.
But I do.
Salah ad-Din.
I actually have.
Just give me a second.
Sure, sure.
You don't know enough about history. You have no clue what he did.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, I actually looked into the history, sister. I
you
looked
guys.
into the history.
Oh my
I know what
gosh.
you're
Here we
talking
go.
about.
All right,
I know what
okay.
you're talking about. I
You
looked
go
into the
ahead.
history. This is what happened there. They unalived a whole bunch of people, but they kept a few of them in there because they needed the manpower. You see, when a military comes in, if they unalive everybody, who's going to pay the tax? Who's going to till the fields? Who's going to feed the military? So what they did was, and I looked at the history that you're talking about. So they unalived a whole bunch of people. The women were just, whatever, they had a field day on that stuff. Then they kept some of them around there as dhimmis and people to sit down and serve them. These weren't like equal rights citizens hanging around there and having a good time. This is what happens in every military conquest. You go into a land, it has its economy, it has its cities. If you unalive everybody, who's going to run the place? How is this military going to get any taxes? So you are under this false notion, and I know this is a talking point among not only you, but I've heard it from others. So I started looking at the research in it, and I'm like, that's all they kept around, manpower.
Okay, but you're probably reading what you want to read because.
Oh my God! You just saw a documentary and you said you went with this, but when I said sit down and say I did this research on the history,
there's people
I'm coming
who
up with
are
some new
again
theory.
non-Muslims who actually.
Wow.
I'm just letting you know that there's actually a lot of non-Muslims who actually see Salah ad-Din as an example because of how he treated the non-Muslims, because of how he was.
Okay, so
Why is that so
Brother,
bad to say? How is it
Paul
bad
Bishop.
to
I think Paul Bishop wanted to finish what he was saying.
yeah, because we're starting to like rabbit trail. Paul, did you want to address her on Salah ad-Din?
Right. So Salah ad-Din is one that had two faces. While he did somehow, what are you laughing about? Do you know what he did to the Coptic? Wait, hold on. Do you know? Answer this following question. Do you know what he did to the Coptic?
Nothing.
Nothing, according to who?
Bro.
What? What do you do?
She's being disingenuous
you
now.
being
No, it's
trolling
3
now, or what's going
a.m.
on?
Sorry. Like, it's literally, I've never, like, this is my first time being on here. It's 3 a.m. Like, okay, go
Yeah,
ahead,
that's not
finish.
an excuse for
I'm
actually
tired. Sorry.
for claiming something that you are unfamiliar with, the history that you're appealing to, and what he did to the Coptics in Egypt. So this guy, he forced the Coptic to remove the crosses. He didn't allow them to actually pray in any like loud inside their churches. They have to like whisper in the church. So he subjugated the Coptic, and he is just a single figure that actually somewhat was moderate violent comparing to all the violence that was before and after. Like Amr ibn al-As, he came to the Coptics as well. He pulled the tongues of the Coptics and cut them off because they were speaking Coptic, and he was forcing them to learn Arabic and learn that the language of Allah. So this is what you're talking about. History isn't on your side. The Islamic conquest that spread from Al Jazeera Al Arabiya, which is what we know today is Saudi Arabia, has spread by the sword every single step of the way. And to prove it is your Allah commanding it. Allah has a verbatim command saying, قاتلوا, اقتلوا. There are more words of qatil, iqtul in the Quran than the whole Bible. It is mentioned, I can't remember how many times. It's over 300 times. It's amazing how a small book that is compiled of multiple repetitions and just, what is it, 25% of the biblical text, or a lot less than that?
Probably less than that. I believe it's less than that.
So I think less than half of the New Testament has more words about violence and unaliving than the entire Bible. In how long? The biblical text over thousands of years. Muhammad's prophetic life was in 23 years. You are trying to run away from the fact that in the Quran, Allah commanded you clearly to unalive in verse 5, verse 29, verse 123, verse 5, Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse 33. We have clear commands, and we can bring more and more. But at the end of the day, if you're appealing to the history on what Muhammad did, Muhammad unalived the G word, all the Jews in that region. Bani Nadir, Bani Qurayza. What was Bani Nadir issue? Why Bani Nadir got unalived? Why Bani Qurayza were all unalived?
Just for being there.
For
They're
corruption.
Jewish.
Is it a religion?
Actually, matter of fact, Muhammad had already kicked them out of Mecca, and they were just minding their business. And then he came. He was like, "Hey, you guys have got to embrace, Islam by such and such time." They didn't want to do it, so he did what he did. Matter of fact, you see stuff like this all over the Tariq. Like there's even situations where Muhammad, there was a Yahud named a Jew named Kinana Arab. He came up to him and he basically tortured him and asked him. He said, "Where is the treasure? Where?" Because he was the treasurer for that area, and when he wouldn't give it up, he lit a fire on his chest and tortured him until he told him where the money was. Like this is it's whatever it is you were looking at definitely is whitewashed. But to me, it's still insane because you're being arbitrary with it, Seuss. Because why do you not take hadith, tafsir, any of the tariq? Why you not take any of the history, but you take the BBC special that bases its information on
Off
the
that
tariq?
history.
Off that history, I'm not understanding. Like, I mean, like I said, I know it's like 3:30 for you, maybe, but I mean, we've been on here with you just as long. I just pray that all of what we've said kind of gave you another perspective to look at. Again, we can't change your mind, and that's not why we're here. We just want to give you something to think about. But this is something that you need to think about for real.
Right.
I do. I'm not sitting here. I don't follow this blindly. I look into things the best that I can. I'm new to like talking and debating and all that stuff. I don't really know if it's even for me. But that being said, like it doesn't shake my faith. It just makes me, okay, I have to do more research and I have to get closer to my faith. That's all that you guys have helped me to realize, is that, I need to learn more and study more and be on top of my stuff.
The
That's
closer
what,
you get, the faster you'll leave. I promise you.
no, I
I'm
promise
telling
you.
you.
You know who she remind me of, Paul Bishop?
Who?
Sajida.
They
You
all
remember
say
when we
that
first used to talk to Sajida?
Mm-hmm.
Just like her.
No, I don't think
Just
so.
like
No,
her.
no.
Here, maybe we should give you all the homework at once. That's
No,
what I
thank
suggest.
you. I'm not really trying to do any homework. Thank you.
Well, I
They
think
all
if,
say
if
it
you're
Like, I
into
sounds.
honestly
something, yeah,
respect the conversation, and
I think if
that's
you're
it.
into something, you must also know there's the problems that you're actually into it. So if we ever meet again, I would like answers for the following. Are you okay with child marriage, for example? Are you okay for women physical abuse, such as
I don't
striking
follow
women?
hadith, so I know where you're getting the child thing from.
No, this is in the
This in the
Quran.
It's in
Quran.
Quran only.
I don't
434.
know. I'd have to look into it, but I mean, honestly, I'll just have to learn about it and understand why it happened. That's all that
He's
it
fed up
is.
now, Paul. I don't think.
Yeah. Well, even if you're fed up, at the end of the day, you still have very hard questions to face, such as, would you be okay to be subjugated or be open to a man striking you? I mean, some women are okay with it. You just have to say yes or no.
No.
Really? So why would you be a Muslim then?
I
Assalamu
know.
alaikum.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Someone else
How you
talk.
doing,
I'm
Nod?
tired.
Assalamu alaikum. I just want to say something quickly. Okay, when we're discussing religion, obviously people are going to disagree, right? But when we're talking, it's a learning experience. And just because we disagree with each other doesn't mean that you have to degrade that person.
Who we been degrading? What are you talking about?
It is in the comments. I saw the comments.
Okay, that's the comments. The people in the comments, they're gonna say
I
whatever
don't
they
care. They
like.
call her half brain and half this and half that.
Man, man, you brought you beat me to it. Have you felt disrespected, Sauce? Sauce?
No, I see the comments. It's making me laugh. I really don't care. I mean,
I mean, the comments is the
The funny
comments.
thing is, but like the funny thing is, when she said that we were disrespecting you or the comments were disrespecting you, what has any? And I know you don't follow the hadith, but even the stuff in the Quran, what have we said that Muhammad himself didn't say or Allah himself didn't say?
I did not say that I felt disrespected.
No,
I've
not you. I'm talking about the lady that was up here. She said we were disrespecting you, but we're all we're
Quoting
doing
your
is reading.
sources.
Like we're not doing anything.
No, we're just having a talk. I don't know. Like I don't really feel like this is how conversations go. We're debating, we're disagreeing, we're not gonna, it's okay. Like this is normal.
So,
all right.
I mean, the
just gonna
comments
fast forward
have been crazy,
this.
but that's okay.
I'm going to fast forward this. In 434, Allah commands the men to actually strike the women until they obey them. In the Quran only worldview, which is yours, it is no limitation whatsoever. So literally, a man reading this could very well understand it. I'm going to go get out a stick and beat this woman until she obeys me. Or even worse, from a point of view that is so ambiguous like this, it could literally mean get a baseball bat. Because at the end of the day, Allah didn't specify. Allah didn't actually have a way to clarify this verse.
So I will say that I do follow scholars. I don't know if that's okay, if you guys think that's a problem, but I did listen to a scholar's view on that verse and why it was revealed and everything like that. And it had to do with the fact that there was a lot of domestic abuse happening at that time. And so that verse, if you read the beginning of the verse, it talks about like you're supposed to speak to this woman like
Yeah, no
multiple
contention.
times.
No contention. So no contention on the steps. What the contention is on the third step. I'm granting you now, since you appeal to scholars, that they are actually not a combination. Because if you didn't appeal to the scholars, I would actually tell you it's a combination.
I'm a vampire. I don't sleep.
So
Sorry,
no,
comments.
it's all right. So if you're appealing to the scholars, which scholar did you appeal to?
What's the guy's name? Yusuf?
Okay, so he's a modern day scholar.
What does that? I don't know. What's that? What's the difference?
Well, the difference is very simple. The modern day scholars are striving to sugarcoat Islam and make sure that it's palatable to the West and to the gullible, no offense, and to the Westerners. Where the true Islam is the Islam that is applied through Sharia, and that is also through scholarship and scholars. So the true Islam doesn't care about if it's palatable to the West. They care about the truth of the verse. And whether it goes back to Muhammad or the Salaf or to the biggest scholars they have, etc., etc. And those guys have agreed that in order to apply this verse, which is Sharia, which is the true Islam, a man is allowed to strike his wife anywhere he wants except the face. So that's the consensus. Do not strike her on the face. Number two, do not strike her severely to the point where you break her bones or have a defect on her limbs or like parts or organs. But then after that, anything is possible. You can leave marks. You can continue.
Well, how do you
the
know that
beating.
if it doesn't say that?
I'm sorry?
I thought you said that there aren't specifics. So how do you know that if
You appeal to the scholars, so the scholars give me the limitation. If you didn't appeal to the scholars, then again, I tell you that in the Quranic wording, it is ambiguous to the point that a man literally can read it and say, well, okay, and strike her. So I'm gonna go get a baseball bat or iron rod and beat her, because it doesn't specify how and how much. And well, actually it does. It tells you until she obeys you. So that means I can continue striking until this creature obeys me. Because now,
creature?
well, how else? Okay, if someone beats someone to obeying, it sounds to me like you're treating someone not a human. Honestly, I don't think this is humane.
Yeah, it's
So
pretty creature-ish.
Oh,
yeah. So
I mean,
I'm
I've
not the
only ever
one.
been treated
I'm
like
exposing. I'm
princess
exposing your
in my
God.
family.
I'm not the one with the opinion here. I'm not the one saying it.
Wait,
Your
I mean,
Allah
at
is
the
saying
same
it.
time, you're saying it's a creature, but there's verses in the Quran that tell you that a woman needs to be protected by her protector and need to be provided for and taken care of. Like, why would I have a problem with the religion that puts me so high and make sure I
As
have
long
my
as you're
rights?
doing what
And,
you're told. High. So
yeah,
again,
exactly. Like in church too.
wait,
If
just
you
one
don't cover your
second,
hair, if
please,
women don't cover their hair,
understand. Please
you shave
understand.
them. You shave their hair, and they're not supposed to
think,
talk, right?
please, just hold on. You think I'm
why,
granting
why is Eamon laughing?
Wait, hold on. You think I'm granting you that the Quran doesn't have contradictions? I never said that. I actually think the Quran is contradictory and actually a bunch of puzzles put together and shook in a bag, and then I'm pulling each puzzle that doesn't fit within the other puzzles. Your Quran isn't what you think it is to me. So if you want to debate down the road whether the Quran is contradictory or not, you're introducing these topics. In other words, when you're telling me a different verse that somehow contradicts the meaning or somehow opposes the meaning, it doesn't mean anything to me. Basically, you're telling me your Quran is incoherent.
But then aren't you doing what you guys keep accusing me of, cherry picking? You guys
I'm not
cherry
cherry
pick the
picking. So
stuff you guys think can be used against me. And then when I tell you something good, it's like, that's garbage. So like anytime I say something that is positive, you guys are like, no, that's not it. That's whatever. So you guys cherry pick. You guys
No,
are
we're
cherry
not
picking.
saying
You
that.
guys are
I'll tell
picking
We're
you
and
why
saying
I'm
that
choosing.
not.
God says
So I'll
that.
tell you why I'm not.
The reason
And I'm not taking away that verse
excuse me.
says that you
I'll say
can. I'm
this and
not
I'll be
saying it
quiet.
doesn't say
I
that.
promise. I'll say this and I'll be quiet. I'm not doing that because I'm also appealing to Asbab al-Nuzul, that
What's
the
that?
reason for the revelation, the scholars, and their opinions.
Sorry, what? Say that again. Sorry.
The
Say that again.
scholars and their opinions.
I need to go to bed.
I
I need to
honestly
go
don't
to
even know
bed too.
where that. Yeah, like
Yo,
I don't even
word.
know
I'm
where
sorry, bro.
that.
This the last time I'm coming on your live, bro.
I was not expecting to be
I
on here
came
for
on here. I
a
said
minute.
I came on. Yo, this all started because somebody said, "Can God become a banana?"
Oh God.
I came up just for that, and I wound up being on here for 3
Bro,
hours.
I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I'm thinking in my head, man, Amin been here a long time. He's actually been here in this long ago, like for
I'm
this
glad
long
I don't have
time.
to work tomorrow, bro. That I'm off, bro.
He doesn't do laundry at night.
Yeah, I don't have no laundry to do tonight, bro. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop. But so I did have one question for you, just really quick. It's not even like on like religion, like debate.
No, what's up?
I'm just curious. Have you always been Muslim, or did you convert into Islam?
I'm born a Muslim, but I will say that I was like a little, I don't know. I was born a Muslim and then I rediscovered Islam for myself as an adult.
Okay.
Does that make sense? I don't know. It's like
Yeah,
kind of like
no,
what I
it's
want to go through.
Nah,
no,
that
it's the
makes
same thing
sense.
that happened with me. Yeah, I was raised Christian, but I became like atheist or agnostic atheist, and then I came back to Christianity because of compelling reasons like the crucifixion and things like that. But what was the most compelling thing that got you, I guess, to take Islam serious? I'm just curious.
To be honest, it's gonna sound really corny, but like it does come down to the fact that there is a lot of love that I feel when I read the Quran. Again, it's my interpretation, I guess, but I see a lot of love from God. I see a lot of him wanting to save me and bring me to the light and guide me. And like, I needed that. And I'm grateful for him and everything he's done for me. So like, I just feel like I understand that there's a miscommunication with some of the things, but I think at the end of the day, like that's what we believe altogether, you know, like the love that God gives us, the path he takes us on. I love that.
I mean, I would just say this, and then I have to drop too, because it's like 3:30. I think like, so for me, I went through a situation many years ago, and it really got me questioning like if God even existed, right? I don't think I actually really fell into like severe atheism. That's why I said I probably was like atheist agnostic, but I did spend a lot of time reading a lot of different religious books. And I had I spent a lot of time in Muslim communities. So this is partly why, like, I can kind of, like, I know my way around Arabic pretty well.
No, you speak better Arabic than me. What the
I'm not
hell? I can't believe it.
I'm not like fluent but I mean, I can parse basically almost anything.
Good job.
But it's essentially like, I had people telling me about Islam, and I've actually read the Quran from Surah Al-Fatiha to Surah Al-Nas. I've read all of it, and I've read like a good bit of it in Arabic as well. When I read that, and then I read the Bible, there was just no comparison. And I'm not saying that to be biased, because at that point I was just reading because I wanted to know. I would just say this to you, like, you don't have to read the whole Bible, but I would if you get some time, just read the Gospel of John. Like, just read the Gospel of
I've
John.
read pages. I don't want you guys to think that I've not been open to reading pages, but it just, again, it ends up confirming what I believe a lot of the time.
Okay.
Really?
Before you leave, I mean, can you read your Ephesians 5, please? I want to see the contrast between.
Yeah, that's fine. Ephesians 5. That's the one about how you should
Ephesians
treat your
5,
wives, right?
6, or what?
Yeah. Well, let's read. She said she doesn't want a page, so that's a page.
That's a good point. Ephesians 5.
I'm just letting you guys know I'm not reading anything for the rest of the night, but you guys can read.
No, we ain't talking about
So
right now.
Ephesians 5. Should I start at 25?
Paul?
Wherever you are, man. Like you'll see where you.
I think it's 522, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I think it starts at early 20s, then goes on.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so it says, starting at 22.
Yeah, 22.
Wives, wives, submit to your own husbands as to the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church, his body, and is himself its Savior. Now, as the church submits to God, so also wives should submit in everything to their husbands. Husbands, love your wives, as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her, that he might sanctify her, having cleansed her by the washing of water with the word, so that he might present the church to himself in splendor, without spot or wrinkle or any such thing, that she might be holy and without blemish. In the same way, husbands should love their wives as their own bodies. He who loves his wife loves himself, for no one ever hated his own flesh, but nourishes and cherishes it, just as Christ does the church, because we are members of his body. Therefore, a man shall leave his father and his mother and hold fast to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. This mystery is profound, and I'm saying that it refers to Christ and the church. However, let each one of you love his wife as himself, and let the wife see that she respects her husband. Now,
Amen. That's beautiful. Beautiful.
Like, I mean, the number one should ring a sounding alarm here. It is clearly speaking about a singular wife that is monogamous, where your Quran teach polygamous. So I don't think that's an affirmation whatsoever. I think that's, again, opposing view. But then it goes on. I'll leave the other commentaries because that's nearly missed, like when we read this. And it's obvious for the Christians, but it's not so obvious to the Muslims.
About what?
That our biblical text teaches monogamy, your Quran teach polygamy, and now we're going to get into the treatment of the wife. And I don't see how that's so far, just on that point, is affirming your faith. Go ahead, and
I doubt if she would want to share her husband. Just from me talking to her this long, I don't think she will be down with sharing her husband.
I won't, but that doesn't mean I have a problem with people who are okay with it.
No, but I'm saying if you was to get married, right? And your wife, and your husband is like, well, I'm about to get another wife or two more wives. You can't go against it. You can't go against it.
Did you not have?
You can't leave him for that. That's his right.
To change the topic, I just wanted to show you how, just from that nearly missed point, it cannot possibly affirm your belief. And then the fact that the husband ought to love his wife, the command to love his wife, that's a command to love your wife. And the command to love your wife like you love your own flesh, that means you will never ever hit your own self. You will never ever harm your own self. You will never ever mistreat your own self.
Sure. Sorry, pause 1 second, just to the comments. You can pick a spouse who isn't interested in marrying more than one.
Sure. You can also pick a god. Sorry,
if they can change their mind.
Please. You can also pick a god.
Hopefully you know your spouse better than that.
You can also pick a god that doesn't allow it, and then you skip a step.
No, I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with it.
Then why are you even saying pick a spouse?
There are also
just
women
pick a
that don't have a
spouse that's
problem with
actually
it.
okay with it as well. Or because you're making it sound like this is your only alternative. Your other alternative is to abandon the false god and follow the true God that protected women and ordained monogamy. And also ordained...
I don't feel like my God is the false God, so I'm okay.
That's another conversation for another day, but yeah. Go ahead, Paul.
Don't you see the contrast that your God
No,
literally...
because we have an example through Abraham of why
but your God
he needed
literally,
a second wife.
Your
so that's
God,
the same God.
No.
Your God literally ordered...
Here we go.
Okay,
Yeah.
listen to this. Your God literally ordered the striking of women. Our God is the opposite.
again,
And
I told you, I feel like there's what I read in the Quran gives me a lot of peace as to how I'm going to be treated as a wife. So I don't have
but the thing with
any
Abraham
worries there.
though, so also this was before the law, and then even in that particular instance, with the situation with Sarah and Hagar, according to, since you're going to our Bible, in the Bible, it actually talked about like what ended up happening. He was only supposed to have that child with Sarah. And what ended up happening was, and you can read it in Genesis, what ended up happening was because he wanted to do it on his own instead of waiting for God to bless that, to bless her womb because she was barren, his wife actually suggested that he end up having that child with Hagar. He wasn't supposed to do that. And what ended up happening was he actually had to send them both away. Did you know that from the Bible? There's also other passages where God explicitly told them, like Solomon and David, not to accumulate many wives. So it just doesn't work. Like in our Bible, it records everything. So it records the good things that people do and the bad things. But I still think you're missing what Paul is saying. I don't understand how, if the scriptures, and you're saying that they reconcile somehow between the Bible and the Quran, it brings you closer to the Quran. In this verse, it is explicitly saying that you should treat your wife the same way you treat your own flesh. But in the Quran, it says, beat your flesh. I mean, I don't know. Like, I just don't see it. I mean, maybe like you said you found some way to harmonize it. I don't think anybody can. I just think that you're just unfamiliar with the text of the Bible. Like, because you even said you haven't read all of it. That's why I said, just read the Gospel of John. I guarantee you, it's only 21 chapters. You could just take like tomorrow, if you're not too tired when you wake up, you could probably read it in like 4 hours. Like, it's really not long. You will be shocked. There's no way that the God of the Quran is the same God of the Bible. It's just not possible.
Not possible.
But I guess that's my cue to drop.
And then she already, I'm about to jump off, but she had already admitted that, no, I don't want to share my husband. No.
Yeah, that's
But
that.
then you
I'm
say you
allowed
don't
to
have a problem with it.
you. I don't have a problem with people who don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying that's not my
No,
preference.
you don't
I'm
have a
allowed to have a
problem with
preference.
it when it comes to someone else. But when it comes to you, you definitely have a problem with it if it's going to be in
I
your
don't have a
relationship.
problem with it.
So
I don't have a
so
problem with it.
you'll share your husband.
I'm not saying that I wouldn't. I'm
Okay.
just saying it's not something. I'm just letting you know.
That's
Like,
not something that
I'm
you want to
being
do.
honest. It's not something I'm going to choose a partner that doesn't want to do that. But it's not like I'm saying that if
Okay.
I
That means
had a
you don't
partner
want to
and that's
do
what they
it.
want,
You don't want to do it.
that's I'm allowed to have a preference. That's not the same
Okay,
thing. It
that's what
doesn't
I'm
mean I don't
saying. Your
believe in it.
preference is you would rather have a husband that won't do it. That means you have a problem with it.
I don't have a problem with it. I think it makes sense for people. Listen, have you ever watched, like, I'm sure you've seen it. You've seen people who've done like the multiple wives thing, and that's between like them. They can do whatever they want. They're for it. As long as their man can provide for them and give them the life that they want, they're okay with it.
You
For
keep
me,
sounding
that's
about
just
somebody else. We're not talking about somebody else here. We're
because
talking
I'm
about
allowed to have a
you.
preference.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. And your preference is you would rather not have your husband with another woman. So you
And there's
do
some
have a
men who don't
problem
want
with
to
it.
marry multiple wives. Like, this is like a
But
preference. It's not
okay,
a
that's what I'm
demand or
saying.
command.
That's what I'm saying. You
It's not a command. You don't have to
South,
marry 4
South.
wives. You don't
You
have to.
So
deserve
where's the line for
someone
you? I'm kind of
you
curious. Where's the
right.
line for you? What's
The
the
line
line?
for me is I live in like my own world, and that's what I would like. Like, I don't have to do that. I don't have to want that. But I mean, obviously, if I was in a position where I needed to get married and have someone provide for me, and that meant I had to marry someone who's already been married, maybe I'd be okay with it. But I'm in a position where I don't need anybody to really do that for me. So
So
I
you'll
can
be the
choose who I
second
want to
wife.
marry. I'm saying if that was the case, there's some women, like I'll give you an example. There are women that are, I'm just making a point. There's some refugees that came out of like Syria and other places in the Middle East. And it's possible that they've had to be someone's second wife or third wife or
But
whatever
we're
it
not
is
talking
because
about
they needed.
anybody else.
I'm telling you that people are allowed to have a preference. Like, this is crazy that you think I have to
I didn't
have
say you have
like
to. I didn't say you have to.
so then what's the problem? I'm
I'm
just saying that that's not
I'm
something that
saying if
I want to
there's a
do.
problem, listen, I'm saying if you
I don't
don't
find it a
feel
problem.
comfortable with maybe possibly having to share your husband, then maybe you shouldn't be in a religion that allows it. Because you don't know the
But I don't
future.
have a
You don't know.
problem with it.
Yes, you do, because you don't want a
I
husband that does
don't.
it.
I don't have a problem with it though. I don't. I think it makes sense.
All right,
I
Sauce.
think it makes
All right,
sense. I
Sauce.
really
Let me
do.
I
ask you
You
gotta
guys
go to
are
bed. I gotta go to
real
bed.
quick, real quick. Just 10
Cece wants
seconds.
to say something. Cece,
Let me
her
ask you
poor
a quick
girl.
question, just 5 seconds, okay? I asked you where the line is. So, and I've been listening to you. Would I be correct in saying, and actually Word asked you this earlier, and would I be correct in saying you do not have a line, so far I've understood, when it comes to disbelievers being unalived, when it comes to women being beaten, when it comes to multiple wives? I don't know if they talked about 65-4 with child marriage and prepubescent sex allowed in Islam. You don't have a problem in any of those things, right? That's what I'm gathering. Like, there is no line over there. So like when I think Word asked you, like, so if when some other group uses that chapter 9 to unalive people, certainly those groups are not misunderstanding it. They understand it perfectly, what it says, and they're acting upon what it says. Like we say, majority of Muslims are very decent people. They don't act upon their theology. Others would be a different scenario. So am I right in saying that you don't have a line on any of those things? As long as it doesn't happen to you or you're comfortable with it, yeah, it's fine.
Sorry, I'm laughing at people in the chat trying to like what they want multiple wives now. Okay, anyways, do I have a line? No, if it says it in the Quran, I believe in it, yes.
And there you go, Word. That's it. We asked if she
Well,
lied
I
with
think she wasn't listening because she was reading the comments. I'm pretty sure she didn't listen to your whole question. Because if she's saying she doesn't have a problem with the Shmerius groups going out and using this verse 929 to justify what they're doing, then I think she got a problem, truthfully.
I'm honestly telling you that my interpretation of that doesn't match yours. And I know that you guys are like, that's not how it works, but to me, it's how it works.
It doesn't match ours, so it's not our interpretation. So we're talking about the Shmerius groups that use these verses to go do what they do. That's their interpretation, not ours.
Oh, yeah.
It's not our interpretation. They're using them and they're using.
This is how they interpret that verse.
So yeah.
From
I
your
think Cece had something to say. Cece?
Go ahead, Cece.
Yes, I forget. I forget. I'm tired too.
I'm about to jump off in a minute. Go ahead.
Let her speak though.
No, I said go
Say
ahead.
no.
She can go ahead.
I was going to say that I like how Islam, in my opinion, I'm not down for all the people in the comments. I'm not down following nobody's beliefs. I'm just saying that in Islam, I like how to have another wife in any other people, whoever they believe in a God or they don't believe in a God, that they will easily go behind their wife's back and have another woman or 10.
Ooh, good point.
But in Islam, Allah want the men to honor that second or third or fourth wife. So yes, I would say yes, my husband can do it. You know why? Because if he's religious enough to treat me with kindness and respect, yes, I know he's going to treat somebody else's daughter right. Because I'm about sisterhood. I'm not going to if my husband is not acting right, I'm not going to let him marry somebody else's daughter after I raised him to be a good person. And why should he go and marry someone else? And then, and you know, like I'm saying, if he's a bad person, he doesn't need another wife. He need to figure out how to treat people. Okay. If that's the case, he don't need no wife at all. But we talking about a real situation. If a man is messed up, he needs to keep messing up everybody's daughters. No, he needs to fix himself. If he can't fix himself, if he can't
Okay, I gotta bring that.
one woman,
I gotta bring that
he can't.
video.
Then he don't need to have another woman. But if he can, of course
I
he
gotta
can.
bring that video,
If a man
CC. The
is
next
good,
time you
he
come
needs
up,
another wife.
that the husband do not have to tell the wife, the
I know
first
that.
wife.
I even know that too.
Right.
But if the wife she's friends with her husband and he'd be like, look, hey, they on the same page. She's cool. He's cool. He's going to tell her because she is friend.
But that's
Okay, and
that's the imagining
Islam-
thing
Islam
that you
says
building
that you
up
don't
in
have
your
to.
head. This is like some grand
No, Islam
like
said you don't have the men do that. I know
illusions
people
of
who
grandeur like in your head. This is how you think it should be, but in all reality,
actually,
it's well within his
I watch
rights that he
couples.
don't have to tell you.
Yeah, I know what the
Okay,
rights
but
are.
can I say something to her
please,
point?
can I just ask a quick question?
No,
to her?
I acknowledge that
Please,
the rights.
please.
Can I say this last thing here? I acknowledge that the right says that he can actually have him behind his back, and none of these wives that he's supposed to be treating right and protecting and providing for, according to the laws of Allah, if he's a real Muslim, okay,
Let me ask
he
you this
does
real
not
quick.
have to tell these other women that he's married to.
Yeah.
But he still needs to
He
treat them right
gotta
according to
consummate the
Islam.
marriage.
Right.
Of course.
Yeah.
So he has to tell them.
Properly, yes.
So what are we doing? What are we talking about?
He's telling me here. All right, listen. I gotta ask you this question because you made a remark that I found it was baffling. You said a good husband should have multiple wives and a bad husband should not have. So a man
He
who's
shouldn't
a
because
good
he's going to
man-
be shooting
Hold-
other
hold
people's
on.
doors
A
back,
man
so he
who's
don't need no
supposed to be
wife.
a good husband. So in your logic, a man who's supposed to be a good husband,
Hey,
is a
Jecaliah.
good husband,
Jacolia.
should have multiple women.
I mean,
That's
if
the
he's going
vow?
to shoot
I
one
thought the
right,
bad
he
guys
should
wanna
be
have
able to shoot
multiple
another
women.
one right. That's my point.
This is like the opposite word here. A good husband will say, "I honor you. I don't need another woman." A bad husband will say, "You know what? I need to go
That's
have
in the
another woman."
non-Muslim world. In the non-Muslim world, they think it's cheating. This is not cheating. He is honoring.
This is
But
crazy.
what's Allah's like?
creation,
I'm
and
gonna say this, and I gotta go. I gotta go. And y'all both welcome to come back. I think I followed both of y'all. But wouldn't you, as a woman, feel disrespected that a man needs someone else besides you? Like you just not enough for him. Whatever you do is not enough. I need this other woman over here to satisfy these other desires that I have, because whatever you do, you come up short on what you're doing. So I'm gonna need not only this other guy, this other woman, but this other woman.
But that being said, okay, you're a man and you know how men are. And you know that there are some men that are not going to be with one woman alone. What happens? What happens? They cheat. Okay,
But
and
that's
what
not.
happens to the girl? Wait, no, let me finish.
But you don't have to settle for that. You don't have to settle for
I'm not
that.
saying you have to settle. I'm saying, guess what that's for? It gives the side
that's
piece.
for-
You guys call her a side piece, let's just say.
Most men
She
are
has
not.
rights. She's gonna, she has rights instead of just
This
being
is
some little.
crazy. This is
It's
crazy. This
You guys
is
just think that a girl
crazy.
can be used.
This is
You guys are okay
wow.
with the cheating culture where girls can be
No,
used, but
it's
we're
not
trying to say
that.
that
It's
a
not that.
woman will
Look,
have
I've been
rights.
with my wife for 20 years. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
I didn't like
beautiful.
after you hit a certain time length, like you don't know what I'm going to look out for checking for these other chicks for. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Like
you.
But I know, but that's what I'm saying. If you find the right one, don't nothing else look even appetizing to you.
Absolutely.
This is what
I'm
I
not
know.
disagreeing with that.
And this is why you don't have to subjugate you. Like, this is what it is just appealing to a man's flesh that he can do whatever he want because it's flesh.
Okay,
That's
but
not
there's a
that's
lot
not
of
self-control.
There's a lot of women
Surprise, I'm
mistreated
back.
because of an
But that's
affair.
not self-control. You want a man with self-control that he can control his thoughts, his body,
I'm not
his
disagreeing
mind,
with you.
his sexual desires, that you fulfill all of that in you, in you. He don't have to go outside of you to get anything that he wants.
Absolutely.
So
But you say there's no problem with
Men
it.
do
Outside because they're
that.
not good
Okay,
wives.
that's the ideal man. But all men wired that way? Don't you
But
know
all
that
men aren't cheaters. This is what we're trying to
I'm
tell
not
you.
saying
just
all
don't
men are
date that guy.
cheaters. I'm not
Wait.
saying that. I'm telling you that there's a right that is
Just let me
given
say
to that
this,
woman, though.
because this is why I
And
came back
she'll
up.
have, like, if like she's gonna have to be provided for.
That's
She's gonna
so
have to be taken
unfair.
care of.
That's
Why
that's
is that
so
unfair?
unfair.
It's fair for the
That's so
woman.
unfair.
You as a
Because this
man
is the
don't
thing. This
care,
is
but
the
as a
thing.
woman,
This is the thing, Sauce. Let me say this real quick, and Amin gotta go. Amin can go because I gotta go. This is the thing. This is why it's unfair. The man gets all of you all the time. You only gets him some of the time. You don't get all of him because you now have to share him with something else.
and
It is
I'm
an
letting you know
unfair
that some women
relationship.
don't mind that.
No,
There's
I'm just saying,
relationships that
this is
don't
not
include
what it's
marriage.
designed to be.
But don't you know men who are with multiple women, and those multiple women know about each other and they're fine with it.
Thank
There are
God for
It
women
doesn't. That's
they
because
just
they
want,
they
but they're not
dumb.
going to be
Like, that's
taken care of. They
dumb.
don't have a
I'm
right.
trying to tell. So hold on, wait. I'm trying to tell you. So I'm gonna give you the
It's to give
perspective
the
from
women
men.
rights. I'm just letting you know that.
This is
To make sure
crazy.
the woman's protected.
I'm gonna give you the perspective of men, right? I'm a man and I'm married. No man wants 4 wives. I'm telling you
I'm a
right now.
Taurus, so yes, I am
No,
stubborn.
One is enough. One is
one
enough.
is enough.
Okay,
And I
Enough.
mean
exactly.
that not in the aspect of like, oh yeah, like I'm getting sex. No man wants to have to deal with 4 head. No, I'm just playing. Having
I'm
to deal
agreeing
with
with you.
no man wants but seriously though, seriously though. No, like all jokes aside, one man and one wife makes the most sense, because the reason why men and women are different is because we have to learn to work with each other, right? This is why God created us differently. We have different temperaments. Men and women complement each other. But if you have one man and 4 women, it's like trying to cook with 8 people in the kitchen. You cannot do it. And no man, I'm just letting you know, like all jokes aside, most men don't want to have to deal with that. Like they just don't.
Okay,
Now
no
in the
problem.
aspect of, I guess what Cece was saying about like the sexual stuff, men, I'm telling you right now, like these men exist. Like I'm one of them. Like these men exist where you don't need to have multiple partners to
Okay,
have
babe,
a fulfilling
I'm in a
relationship.
Muslim family. I know that. I don't have anyone in my family that's married to more than one wife. Like, so I'm used to seeing a very, like, that's just normal to me. That's probably why I don't care to, like, I have no desire to have someone who wants multiple wives, because I didn't have to experience that in my life. So that's,
Do you think that it's unfair? I'm just curious. Do you think it's unfair that the Quran says that a man can have 4 wives, but a woman can't have 4 husbands?
no, I don't see a problem with that at all.
Why
Because
not?
Allah says
because
that.
I don't have to provide for a man. There's nothing that's I don't have to provide and I don't have to protect.
That's right.
Actually,
But a woman does need.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
not
you
saying every
provide
woman.
Actually,
something.
you do. Actually, you do.
Okay, not
No,
all.
like not sexually.
No, no. I
I'm not even
mean,
saying that. I'm not even saying that. Like I'm saying, like each person, like the man provides whatever God has created the man to do, and the woman provides whatever God has created her to do. For instance, like within a family unit, I believe in gender roles. I believe that God created
Same.
men to do certain things and God created women to do certain things. But I'm just saying, like, if you believe in gender roles, then wouldn't it make more sense that if a man can have 4 wives, why can't a woman have 4 husbands? That doesn't make any sense. Why
But I
would it
just
just be about men?
but I
Or
just
the
told you
question is,
why.
are you saying, have you thought about this maybe, that there's no war scenario, and maybe the men are going and getting 4 wives because Muslim women are not adequate wives by themselves? Like maybe you guys are not,
You
it's something like
nailed it. That sounds perfectly fine. I couldn't care less. What a
I'm just
point to
asking,
make.
That is nonsense.
But wait
Like,
a
are
minute,
you
wait
kidding
a
me?
minute.
Nonsense.
Why are they going and asking for 4
Wait,
wives? I'm trying to
wait.
figure out why in the hell would a man want to go and get additional wives? Are you not doing
Ask your
Because
something
they
wrong?
man.
do.
You're a
Because they
man.
do.
I don't
That's
know how
why.
man's wired.
Well, I'm just asking. Maybe it's like
I
Muslim
know
women
people
are
in my
not
family
like
who have
stepping up to
multiple
the plate.
wives.
You know?
I think it's
I don't know.
just insane, and it's unequally yoked.
That's
We have to
crazy.
be
It's not insane. It
Women
actually
would think
works.
no,
that stuff.
because it just we have to be equally yoked. Like you can't,
What's equally yoked?
yeah, together. Like we have to be equally
Oh,
yoked. You know what I'm saying?
okay.
Like a yoke. We come together equally. You know, when
I
it's
get that. Yeah.
when it's a one-on-one relationship, I give and give, and she gives and takes. It's equal. You know what I'm saying? She provide this, I provide this, and we come together equally using our same brain. We got to be on the same mind waves. We got to be on the same thought process. We gotta know our partners every move, like already know what he wants to eat, like all of his emotional stuff. I gotta know all of my wife, what she like to wear, how she like to do her hair, when she like to do this. You know what I'm saying? And then once you get on that brainwave connection, it just flows, because I know what I can and can't do. I know what she want and what she know what I want. I know how this should be and I know how this should be. You
I
can't
agree.
do
I think
that.
it's
You
easier
can't
to
do that
deal
with 4
with one.
different wives. Every wife have their own preferences. So this man, the only thing that this man know for sure that he's gonna get from each one of these wives is sex, because that means if this wife is on her monthly, I can go to this wife. If this wife is on a monthly, I can go to, and I don't really care that what she really desires, because I don't have to deal with her. This one messing up, I just go to the next one. This one ain't doing that right, well, I'm gonna go over here. If this one ain't, bro, it's lazy way. It's just a fancy way of men to suit their carnal desires. It's lazy, because you don't have to actually figure out and get to know deeply what this woman wants and how I can please her and how I can get the best out of the relationship with her. I can easily turn tail, tuck, and go to another woman until this one start acting right. It's lazy. It doesn't is you don't get the fulfillment of actually knowing somebody deeply on that level, because you can't.
Okay, but are people allowed to, like, if that's something that 2 people are okay with doing, what's the problem? Like, if people get married, a man and a woman get married, and they are both okay with it, why does that bother you?
It don't
It
bother
shouldn't.
me. It don't bother me.
It does though.
No, listen. If that's what they want to do it. That's what their religion allows, do it. But there's a deeper meaning to marriage, because that
I'm not
means you're
saying that
going
there
to
isn't, but
be
some
with this
people,
one person forever. Basically, that's what it's meant to be. A
exactly.
lifelong commitment to one person, not this emotional roller coaster that I have to deal with And if I don't want to deal with it, I can just go this way and go deal with my other wife. This is something that you learn about yourself in a marriage. The sacrifice, how you have to be now unselfish to someone else's needs, to cater to her, to I love you so much that I'm going to give up my personal, wants and needs to cater to you, and you going to do the same thing to me. And now I know we're on the same page because it's a give and take in this relationship. But
Do you
if
guys
I don't have to do that, why would I do that? And I could just go and hop on my other wife.
Right.
I don't have to deeply know you. I don't have to deeply understand you. I don't even have to care about your feelings. You don't like what I'm doing? Go ahead. I'm going to the next one.
Right.
You know what I'm
But are there
saying?
not there's some women that don't really, I don't know, they have a different type of like need, and they don't really feel like they're fine with a
Yeah,
marriage that,
they just tell you that they're lying. Women are
I see it with my own eyes.
inherently territorial. They just tell you that because this man is providing for them. Deep down inside, they want that. They want that. They want that connection. They want to have that connection. Don't get me wrong. Even Muhammad's wives was jealous over each other. They was jealous of each other. They couldn't stand each other.
Do you guys in Islam have, we have this concept in Christianity, a sanctity of marriage. Do you guys have something like that you guys say to each other? Like, we have a sanctity in our marriage, and we know what that's. I'm just trying to wonder, if you do, what does that mean for you guys?
the same thing it means for you, I'm sure.
No.
It's a very
Sanctity in the marriage
sacred
is
covenant.
husband and wife, one for one. It's not like you can have four and everything
But he
else.
has to provide. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The 4 wives thing is not an easy thing. It's not like,
Yeah,
oh,
it's
I
not
can just
easy.
go
It's
marry
hard.
You can't marry
one
4
after the
women.
other. It's exactly what you guys are saying. They have to be able to meet a
No.
woman's needs emotionally, and to the point of like making sure she's treated just as well as any other wife. If they
He's
have
not going
problems
to be
with each
able to
other,
do
that's their
that.
business.
He's not going to be
But
able to
they
do
get
that with
treated.
He
4.
shouldn't get another wife. That's it.
I got one wife, and
Sanctity
with
in
me
marriage.
going to work, with me doing these things, she doing her thing and stuff. It seems we don't. I mean, sometimes it's like we don't even have enough time with our kids. You know what I'm saying? But I've been with her long enough, and I was able to figure out her a long time ago that I know what she wants. But if I got 4 other wives in my life, and I'm working a 40-hour-a-week job or a 50, 60-hour-a-week job, and I'm doing all of these other things, there's no way I might got kids with her, I might got kids with her, I might got kids with her. So now I gotta juggle all of these things. Yeah, I got enough money to have them, but am I really establishing a rapport, a relationship with them to let them, that we know each other inside and out? No way possible.
But where am I
It's
disagreeing
hard to
with you
do
on
that
that?
with one wife. It's hard enough to do
I'm
that with one
agreeing.
wife. How you going to do that with
I'm
4 or 3?
okay.
Yes,
I'm not
that means the man
disagreeing
should
with
be
that.
responsible with his choices. He should be responsible
Exactly.
with his choices. He shouldn't get another wife if he knows it's going to take hardship on him. And one wife is better for him if he only knew. So the Quran did say something about that too. So it's not like it's some hardship. It's something that's sunnah. Y'all know what that word means too. Obviously, a lot of people do. It's something that was practiced, but it's not mandatory that he get another wife. But
No, we're not saying
he
it's
does have a
mandatory.
right. Yeah, he does. He does have a right to do it. So, yes, I accept the laws. That I accept the laws of Islam that has these laws. Now, it's better that he gets another wife and honor her, provide her, and be equal to her. That if he gave that wife $10, he need to get the other wife $10. This is how serious it is. If you stay over her house for 1 week, you need to stay at the other house for 1 week. If you buy her a car, you got to buy her a car. It cannot be unequal. You can't be unjust.
Can I
That's
also
just
make a point? Can I make a
insane.
point
That's
real quick?
insane.
Hold on, hold on,
People
hold
have
on.
done it.
That's
If you
insane. It's
hold
all
on, the
materialistic.
word, the
Like,
word,
It was all
the
material.
word. I have a question. I have a question. If you had a daughter, okay, and let's just say that
I got 2
you
daughters.
know the world. Okay, okay. I don't want to use one that's like exists. We're just having a
I'm
made
just
up
saying I
story
got 2
here.
daughters. It don't matter. Go ahead.
I love that. I love that. Girl dad. Okay, so anyways, the thing that
I
I'm trying
got
to
2
say here
boys
is let's
too,
just
though.
say, oh, you have 4 kids?
Yeah.
God bless. That's beautiful.
Thank you.
Anyways, so all I was gonna say is if you could give if let's just say Jesus was alive today, okay? I'm using Jesus as an example because you guys do believe he's gonna come back and get married and have a family, right? Like, do you guys believe that?
No.
What?
Okay, then
Why would
another
he?
prophet. Okay, then let's use another prophet. Who else? Moses, okay? If you knew that Moses was alive and he was like chosen by God and he's, can provide for your daughters, take care of your daughters, give them the best life, they're guaranteed heaven because they're marrying the prophet, would you let your daughter marry him?
At what age?
At an adult age, okay, in her 20s.
I mean, she can. That time she can do whatever the world she wants. I can't stop her from marrying nobody.
Okay, he would have been able to marry multiple wives.
No, because I don't think.
Yes, because
No.
Abraham did it.
No.
Abraham himself did it. So why is it only
No.
Abraham but no other one can? You would not have a problem with it because you know that your daughter is in the best capable hands ever. So you would be okay with it.
This is crazy.
How's
No,
it crazy?
because
Think of your
first of all,
daughter and what you want for her.
Abraham was before like the law of Moses and everything like that, right? And he was at the time where the earth was just really populating, flourishing. So yeah, they could, do whatever they want. But once it was actually established that we didn't need to do that type of thing, then it wasn't necessary anymore.
Well, who says there's not still a need?
What is the need? What is the need to having 4 wives right now?
It's actually the need for the women and not the men. And I'm telling you this as an example of like what's
So
going
what
on
is
in
the
society.
need for four men have to 4 women have to have the same man? What is that need?
Okay, if there is, so we believe that a sign of the ends of times is that there's going to be a lot of women who are unmarried. So is that because we are no longer okay with the idea of being married when there's multiple wives involved? Some women are so sad because, and you're not a woman, so you're not going to understand this point, but some women actually are like very sad and hurt that they are not married, that they don't have children, and they haven't been able to provide them for that. But if they love a guy enough and they want to be able to get married and maybe just so that they can have a child, for example, she will have rights. Like, you know what I mean? She gets her child, she lives her life, she feels fulfilled. Like what is she supposed to do?
Now,
She needs a good man who's a believer in God, who's going to provide for her.
I got you. The thing is, they did this study, right?
And that's their business. People can get married transactionally.
Right, but real quick. The reason why,
nothing to do with love and respect.
Yeah,
Nothing.
this is the
they
thing.
have to have respect. Don't take that out of it.
So hold on. Listen real quick, because I really got to jump off in a minute. Hold on, everybody. Listen real quick. Now, they did this study. And they showed that women only choose to pick from the top 10% of men. No matter what, either they like knowingly or not knowingly, they only pick from the top 10% of men. This is why when a woman have her eyes set on like this one guy, he makes enough money, he does this, he does, he fulfills every need, he can do this. She's not the only one that's looking at this man. There's other women that's trying to get at this man. right? So now that leaves basically 90% of men that's available and want to have a relationship and wants to be with somebody, but they're either, women said they're not attractive, or they don't make enough money, or they don't drive this kind of car, or they're too short, or they don't wear their hair a certain way. This is the problem, right? It's not a shortage of men out there for women to have. Women's standards are so up there that they feel like if they go below that they're settling, and they only want this type of man. Now, men, on the other hand, do we have standards? Yeah, but many men, they base their standards on totally different criteria. You know what I'm saying? Even if you don't think men are, I don't want to say settle, but even if this woman is not the prettiest one you think, or she's not got the right hair that you probably want, or she's not all the way like the correct size you want, men are going to, once they hit a certain age, we're going to settle down, and if that's what they want to do, right? And we're going to find us a wife. Women are totally different. That's why you have women in their literally 40s still thinking and waiting on this knight in shining armor of this man that she built up in her head that ain't gonna never come. So most women project and try to get to these top 10% of men. There's plenty of men out there for women. You don't have to settle for this man if he's gonna be having all of these other women.
No one has to settle for anything. I'm just saying, some women, I'm letting you know that's really not my business to care if people want to marry more than one wife. I don't think like you said, it's a job. So if a man decides that he wants to marry multiple wives, good luck to that man. Okay. I know I'm like 4 wives in one. So like, good luck to the person who's marrying me. But like, in all honesty, just like you said, it's a lot of work. You just said you're in a marriage to one woman for 20 years. You guys have a beautiful family. I'm sure you guys have had ups and downs, like every other marriage has ups and downs. To go through that with more than one person, that's a lot.
It's impossible.
But for some people, it's not. There's people who do it and they make it work. I don't know how it's possible, but they're in a position where they can do it, and the women are happy. Like, I understand you think it's a problem, but why is it a problem if those women are treated well, loved, taken care of? Why is that a problem to you?
Nothing. Y'all got it.
Okay.
Hey, if you want to share your man, go right ahead. Go right ahead. That's y'all life. You want to share your man, go right ahead. That's you.
Exactly.
I'm not,
that's what I'm trying to say.
So, but I gotta jump off. I really, it's late. It's too late.
My eyes are shutting down. I can see it from here.
Yeah, I'm getting sleepy, man.
Smaller and
I'm starting to look Chinese. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Thanks for having me, man. Take it easy. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate y'all for coming up, man. Y'all, God bless y'all. All right.
Yeah.
Give me a follow. I might go live tomorrow. I might.
Okay.
All right, y'all.
Later.
God bless y'all. All right, everybody in the chat, man. I appreciate y'all for coming through, man. Appreciate y'all for tapping the screen. Appreciate all of the follows, the likes, the things, you know. Come back tomorrow, man. Appreciate y'all for making this what it is. So, in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, I will be seeing y'all tomorrow. May Jesus Christ, the Lord and Savior, keep you and your family around, a hedge of protection around you and your family, that everything will go smooth today. If you're waking up, good morning. If you're going to bed, good night. God bless y'all. I will see y'all on the next one. All right, YouTube, man. Y'all still with me? Man, y'all must live on the other side of the world. Y'all must live on the other side of the world, so y'all will be kicking it with your boy. this long. I appreciate y'all, man. Once again, another eventful stream. Them, man. Europe. Oh, okay, you're in Europe. Man, see what Islam do? I'm cool with sharing my man. I'm cool. Oh my gosh, that's just I don't even know what to say. I feel insulted for you women. You know what I'm saying? I feel insulted for the women. Like, you can't be okay with this. You can't be. Jacolia, yeah, could never be me. Like, I don't know, man. That's terrible. But you could tell that one chick, she wasn't being all the way truthful, because she was like, well, I'd rather pick a man that doesn't do this and this and that. But hey, it's permissible. How you gonna safeguard yourself from it? How you gonna safeguard yourself from it? If your man want to do it, he can do it. That's what your religion called for. Yeah, but I don't have a problem with it, but I don't want my man doing it. Hypocrisy. I don't got no problem with it, but I don't want my man doing it. Well, get in a religion that ain't gonna allow your man to do it. Crazy. We got way far off the topic with this one. But like always, man, I appreciate Truth Defender. Okay, I'm gonna try to remember to unblock you, because I gotta go back into my main settings and stuff on my account. I think I never unblocked no one off of YouTube before, so I'm gonna have to figure out how I do that. I had lost it. I had forgot about doing that the other day. You know, she sounded fair. She'll go 2 out of 3. That's wild. That's wild thinking, man. That's wild thinking. But man, I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna get up out of here. It's getting real late where I'm at. Go to bed. You talking about wives. Now I gotta go to my wife. Hopefully she ain't mad at me. Hopefully she ain't mad at me. I'm gonna get up out of here. God bless y'all. All my beautiful brothers and sisters in Christ. Hope y'all learned something like always. You know, I hope y'all enjoyed yourself. I'll be praying for you too, Jacolia. Pray for me. Pray for me. Pray for everybody. Make sure y'all say your prayers before bed. You know what I'm saying? Say your prayers before bed. But yeah, man. Remember Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, died on the cross for you. Don't let his sacrifice go to waste. Don't let his sacrifice go to waste. Spread the news by mouth, by text, however you can. Let everyone know about your relationship with Jesus Christ. Spread the gospel. That's what we're called to do. So I'm gonna be up out of here. Y'all have a good one. I'll be seeing y'all later. God bless you. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Peace out. God bless.
3, 2, 1.